The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. There's a new sheriff in town at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. After a round full of quick draws, a shootout broke out on day 2. Carissa Yip came out guns blazing and arose victorious to join a three-way tie at the top of the women's standings. Abhimanyu Mishra rustled up his first win of the event, wrangling in the point to jump into co-lead of the open section. Will the trailing posse be able to circle the wagons and catch up to the leaders, or will they ride off triumphantly into the sunset? Day 3 of spectacular chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 3 of the U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the Q Boutique shop here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. If you have any chess merch needs, this is the place to be and get everything you ever could desire. It's been a fantastic event so far. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the US and US Women's Chess Championships. We are tied at the top as round 3 starts now. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Katerina Nemcova and I am here with Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, it's been great fun following the action with you and Cristian.
Yeah, what a great day yesterday, right?
It really was.
No one has perfect score. There is a really strong competition going on here.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of these 2023 National Championships. We have 4 ladies tied for first, but the 2 at the top in the open section are quite surprising. Junior players, in fact. Remarkable. Kate, do the honors and tell us the standings. Let's start with the ladies.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the women's section. We have a 4-way tie for the first place. Carissa Yip, Begim Tokhirjonova, Nazi Paikidze, and Tatev Abrahamyan with 1.5 points. And then we have a 5-way tie, yes, for the 5th place.
I saw you doing the counting. You did it good. And in the open section, the standings there?
Yeah, in the open section, we have a 2-way tie for the first place. Very important wins yesterday for Hans Niemann and Abhimanyu Mishra, and both of them are leading with 1.5 points. And then we have an 8-way tie, actually, for the 3rd place. Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley So, Leinier, Dominguez, Jeffery, Xiong, Shankland, Dariusz, Swiercz, Sevian, and Levon Aronian with 1 point.
Exactly. And tell us about the format for these 2 national championship events.
The format is 2 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. We play classical chess here, so the time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers allowed in this tournament, and the traditional scoring system: 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
That no draw offers sure makes for fighting chess. And tell us about the remaining schedule.
Schedule is very simple. We always have 1 round a day. There are only 2 rounds left before the rest day. We start at 1:20 Center Time PM, the coverage. Then there are 4 rounds, another rest day, and if necessary, there will be playoffs on October 18th.
Got it. And Cristian, always good to have you in studio. But what rounds we've been experiencing, my friend. And yesterday, that 1 second.
Whew. Just amazing. We've been having a lot of fun, guys, calling all the shots here from the new studio. But I have to say, it is one man that has been stealing the show here at the U.S. Chess Championships. Of course, I'm talking the bad boy of American chess, Hans Niemann. That first round against Dariusz Swiercz, that was a wild ride. But I have to say, what happened yesterday defied all chess logic. Take a look. Hans, welcome back to the show. You gave us a heart attack. You probably gave yourself a heart attack. I will ask you once again, did the chess speak for itself today?
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did. Yesterday it didn't, but today it did. Finally, congratulations. Now take us
it
through
did
the
yesterday,
game.
but not in the way that I imagined.
It was move 39 after the move knight to f4. And at this point, you had 5 seconds on the clock. You grab the knight, you put it on g4. 4, 3. Take a look at this, because we actually have the footage.
No,
Your
I
reaction
remember.
to
Trust me,
this.
I remember.
Take a look at this. Take us through this decision making.
So I'm thinking knight g4, and then in a split second I see rook f5,
Boom.
and then I'm like, oh no, what do I do? Where can the knight go? And then I see.
But you went back to
it was
g4.
so close.
You went back to g4.
Yes. Oh,
And 1 second, Hans.
I didn't realize I did the triple, twist. That's
That's the triple
that's
twist.
Quite
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
I guess there's a first for every triple twist in your life.
Amazing.
And you press your clocks, Hans, with a second, where you were aware that was done with 1 second on your clock.
I was aware right after I looked at the clock. In disbelief, yet gratitude for.
That was the first triple twist ever to be recorded over the chessboard. I would say so.
Absolutely. Well, we have the triple out, the 3-point play, the trifecta, and the hat trick. But now we have
The triple twist.
The triple twist in chess. Great fun. Kate, do the honors for our spectators. Tell them what they can expect for the pairings. Let's
Yes.
start with the ladies for round 3.
So let's take a look. What is the pairing for today? We have Zatonsky playing Esweran, Jan playing against one of the leaders, Paikidze, Krush playing Purkashian, Yu playing Cervantes, and now a very important match, Lee against Yip, and then
Right.
another one, Tokhirjonova against Abrahamyan, the two leaders or co-leaders of the tournament.
Exactly. And the pairings in the open section for round 3 coming up.
In the open section, we have Xiong playing against Caruana, Tang playing Aronian. Now, very important match, again, Robson against Mishra, a leader. Another important match, Niemann playing Shankland, then So playing Sevian, and Dominguez playing Swiercz.
A very nice matchup, I must say, between Ray Robson and Mishra, because Ray needs to get back in the tournament after that setback in the first round as we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, following Fabi into the Players' Lounge, I want to say, where everybody can get themselves some drinks. Anna, speaking with Levon.
Well, I have to
Yesterday,
say,
Levon
Anna
was our birthday boy.
Anna must be feeling good about her form, because she usually starts very slowly these tournaments.
Right.
But this one, I mean, yesterday with the black piece against the leader Nazi Paikidze, she had a good game. She defended well in the opening, and sure, she wasn't able to convert her advantage, but still, that's a good sign.
That she had the advantage. That's the point. There's Sam Shankland. He's getting into the zone. Do you do this, Kate, for yourself? You get to the tournament a little bit early and you're at the board and you're thinking about the game and what's coming up. What goes through your mind?
Yes, I do. I always try to get to the playing hall very early, even sometimes 10 to 15 minutes. I get my tea, I sit next to the board, and I
Right.
just think what I want to accomplish, what's happening. I kind of want to settle myself into what's going to happen.
Exactly. Leinier, Dominguez there with the white pieces. Dariusz, Schwartz. And what do you advise, Coach, to the players? You want to see them there at the board early, right?
Absolutely, but it never happens.
Nobody pays attention. Herding grandmasters is like
Nobody
herding
believes it.
cats, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're
Well,
lucky.
the problem is, I'm also not leading by example in that regard, because I'm always late at the board. I tell them, come 5 minutes before the game, but I never do that myself. So, I cannot hold them accountable.
Exactly. And for these 2 weeks, the players are going to be fighting very hard, Kate. And what are they fighting for? Start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. They are fighting for a very generous prize fund. In the women's section, we have $152,000. The first place winner will take home $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, and each player received prize money, the 12th place $4,000.
And in the open section?
In the open section, we also have a really generous prize fund, $250,000. The winner here takes home $60,000, second place $45,000, third place, $35,000, and then again, everybody receives prize money, 12th place, $6,000.
Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center for that $64,000 Bobby Fischer bonus prize, but we're not going to be talking about it anymore because
unfortunately, all players
nobody
lost at least half a point, so we have no one with perfect score.
Nobody. And here he is, one of our early co-leaders, Mishra, thanks to his victory yesterday. That preparation, I have to say, was absolutely remarkable. And our 14-year-old making his debut is impressive, Chris.
No, absolutely. To be only 14 years of age and to be leading the U.S. Chess Championship, that is absolutely amazing. And that's our second leader who has been giving us some incredible chess, I have to say, up to this point, both in the first and second rounds. What incredible wild rides those were.
And it's so funny that when we were predicting who was going to win the event, everybody jumped on Fabi, not allowing you to choose Fabi.
It's
you
okay,
felt
I got a good
you
pick.
were forced to pick Hans.
Look,
and it's a winner. You're leading.
Don't jinx it, Yasser, but
Don't
okay,
jinx it.
it's a good start. It's a good start.
Exactly.
Yasser, I think you would be very happy to see that the players were kind of adjusting their pieces on their time.
Yes,
right?
very, very, very much so.
Plus, we're being impartial here. You know, I mean, we're giving our predictions, but we are being impartial here.
Are we? Well, I don't know about this neutrality. I mean, objective neutrality.
All right,
Nimzo.
Okay.
And
Maybe a
our,
Nimzo. Maybe bishop to b4. Maybe Fabiano is going to do something else. Let's see.
Nope.
Nimzo.
Bishop b4. Now, again, there was a time when Queen c2 was all the rage. Everybody played Queen c2 in the 50s. Then it just completely went out of fashion. People started playing e3 as well as f3, and then Garry Kasparov picked up the Romanician system with g2, g3, and now
Queen c2.
Queen c2 as
I would say e3 nowadays is the most popular just because it gives
Still?
you somewhat of a game. Queen to c2 is considered to be
too forcing.
very good, but very forcing at the same time. And if black remembers their theory, then generally black is going to be more or less fine.
Okay. And let's see how they match up, Jeffery and Fabi. Well, advantage Fabi.
Right.
One win.
1 win, 4 losses, and 9 draws.
Those 9 draws, that suggests to me that Jeffery and Fabi have crossed swords in numerous events, not just these U.S. championships where Jeffery, very young, is actually a bit of a veteran because he started, I think, like Mishra, like 15, 16 years old when Jeffery first qualified in his first U.S. championship. Frank, our chief arbiter there for
Frank
the
Guadalupe
for the Open, and then Chris Bird for the ladies. Ray Robson, he had that setback in round one.
Very
he was
tough start in the tournament.
Much better against Sam Sevian. Sam turned the tables on Ray, and Ray is at a minus score playing against one of the co-leaders.
But I have to say,
Somebody's missing.
Ray was shaky against Sam as well, against Sam Shankland. That's who he played, if I'm not mistaken, in the second round. In that, it was the English.
Yes.
With that queen to b6, queen to a4.
The pawn sacrifice.
And he didn't find the best way to prove his compensation. He, in fact, got a losing position at one point.
Christian, a very important question. Where is your student? Where is Begim?
I asked you, coach.
Just about to arrive. Just give her a second.
And again, for Tatev, she started nicely. She's tied for first against her opponent, who maybe got caught in the security there too, because everybody has to get wanded as they come through.
And I remember there were some penalties in past years for being late at the U.S. Championship. I think it was around $500 per game.
Never enforced, by the way, but you're right. That is in the contract, and the players are obligated to be on time, as we see our erstwhile commentator actually switching on us, switching jobs.
But doing a very good job leading,
of leading the tournament.
Women's section.
Exactly. And let's get into the games. Let's start with our tournament co-leader, Hans Niemann versus Sam Shankland. We have a bishop c4, Joko piano with bishop c5. It's still early days. So much flexible. There are so many flexible ways to play this. A6, A5, D7, D6, delaying castling, not including the moves H7, H6. It's a mess. It's all over the board here as to what the players can play. I think this is the moment that I was referring to yesterday when we were having this conversation, Kate, when I was saying that in the Hungarian defense, you develop the bishop on E7 early. And in this particular line of the Joko piano, the bishop comes back. You don't want to play G5 for whatever reasons, and the bishop comes back.
No, not allowing any sacrifices.
To E7, exactly. And you break the pin that way. So it is, wow, you really have to just really study this and know it inside and out. Now, where is Mishra? He is up here against Ray Robson, and you know it, one of the sharpest lines of the Slav. Here, after E7, E6, E2, E3 takes us into traditional territory.
Sorry for interrupting.
No worries.
I think we might be seeing a repetition, an early repetition in the Andrew Tang versus Levon Aronian game. Maybe we can move to that.
Really?
I think so.
That would be really fast.
Shocking. What do we got? We have a London system with E3, bishop G7, knight B5, threatening to capture on C7. Knight A6, defending. Knight comes back, threatening to capture the knight, disrupt the queenside. Levon went back, and I see what you mean. A potential.
And this is the last moment that he can actually deviate from this and allow bishop takes A6, perhaps. Because if you go knight B8, I can just stop the clock. Say, with this move, knight to B5, I claim a threefold repetition.
So Andrew Tang, the lowest rated player in the field, it's kind of like, well, what are you supposed to do here? You just have to accept the draw.
But with the white pieces, I have to say, you need to fight in this type of events because you don't get a lot of white pieces. And whenever you're with the black pieces, you know you're not going to get the same treatment from your opponents.
On the other hand, psychologically, I feel like Andrew Tang, he knows he's the lowest seed, so he knows his opponents kind of, they want to play, they want to try to win against him. So maybe he wants to force Levon to go into maybe allowing him to capture the knight and then to try to play as white for some advantage.
Well, knight B8 is on the board.
So something
right now,
like
he
castles,
can stop and claim the draw.
Bishop takes A6, B takes A6, and well, this isn't exactly a joyful position, though, if you wanted to play for a win with black with these awkward pawns. But as we begin our round three...
there we go. He stops the clock right there.
And there's going to be our draw. We're going to take a little tour of the playing hall. Keep in mind there are two tournaments going on. So you have this main room.
It's a
here.
Beautiful room.
It
at
really,
the
really is.
Chess Hall of Fame.
And between the two areas that the players are playing in, you have this, wall divider, I want to say. Can I say that, wall divider?
Of course.
What is that? Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah. And Leonard Otis, our
photographer of the event.
And of course, the players' area where they can get snacks, drinks, and there
and
you
then
have
if
it.
you're one of the ladies leader, then you get demoted to the attic.
The banished and Begim, as we see, she has shown up. Nice of her to join us. You were about to say before we took a tour of the playing hall that we have our first result.
We have our first result.
We barely sat down. We just got our coffees and
yes.
That's it. Yes, have you been victimized by the early draw by the lower rated player?
I have not. And if I see it coming, I will try to deviate as fast as possible. But this is the US Championship. The stakes are very, very high.
Very high.
It's difficult to take any unnecessary risks with the black pieces.
Exactly.
Now, the question is for Andrew, why did he do that? And, I understand the stop the bleeding, but he did make a draw in the first round.
Exactly.
And then he lost with the black pieces. And now if you make it really quickly, another draw with the white pieces, you're going to suffer once again with the black pieces. So, psychologically, it's not that much of a stop the bleeding situation because, black is coming and you're going to be tortured. So that's, I'm not very happy with this result, but I'm sure we're going to ask him and he probably has good reason for it.
And Levon's taking it in stride. I mean, he had the black pieces.
I cannot blame
kind of-
Levon. Look.
Yeah,
Levon
exactly.
doesn't want
Kate?
to leave the playing hall because he's not playing the game anymore, but he still wants to
He has
kind
a
of be in
schedule.
that
and he-
atmosphere.
exactly. He wants to soak it up. Have you been victimized by a player who has a lower rating than you, played with the white pieces, tried to make a draw very quickly, as we just saw, with a repetition?
I don't remember that
I can't
happening too
either.
often, but I also try to avoid it. So I
Right.
would try to switch openings, or I don't even play, I play Sicilian, I play some kind of dangerous and open variations.
But
So
there's still repetitions in even those dangerous waters, right?
yeah, and sometimes if it's repetition, I don't mind.
Okay, there you go. Early draw here, as once again, I'm just going to check in on Ray Robson, because what I wanted to say was the players are going down an incredibly double-edged, super sharp line of play, where Ray has fianchettoed his bishop on g2, sacrificed the pawn on c4. The Slav allows for this move b7, b5, where you cement your protection of the pawn on c4, and you say to white, you're not going to get that pawn back. Where's your compensation? Well, Ray said, here it comes, e4, e5, knight d5, knight g5.
Wow.
Okay, first of all, the idea is severalfold. You're opening up this diagonal for the bishop. Your really intentions are to threaten moves like queen h5 and or queen f3. And if you don't like those apples, I've got ideas of even sacrificing on e6 in some variations and queen h5 check. Well, guess what? Mishra said, I don't believe you. What are you going to do? And Ray said, you should have believed me, because I,
it looks
wanted to
like-
sacrifice my knight.
It looks like Abhimanyu
Take.
is in preparation. He's playing really fast.
I think this was first essayed by Veselin Topalov, if I'm not mistaken, but I am definitely not up to date on the theoretical battlegrounds here. You're going to have to bail me out on this one.
I see a big
Cristian.
game between Vladimir Kramnik and Vishy Anand in 2015. I see a few other ones. Dingley Ren has essayed with the black pieces as well. Bishop to g5 is the main move.
Most recent.
In the position. H takes g5. Let's see what the new engines are saying. Queen takes h8. You probably have to do that. If you do take on g5, I have enough time to hide to g8. King to
Right.
f7, king to g8. I'm a couple of pieces up. I'm winning this game, right? So you don't
Clear.
want to do this. You want to take on h8. And now we see king to d8 and the run towards the queen side. This is a very intriguing position. Again, it's a matter of who analyzed better with the newest engines, because they always change their evaluations. So this one is going to be a theoretical battle. I'm actually very, very curious to see who's going to come out on top.
Will you expand on that thought for just a second?
And as you can see, queen takes h8, king to d8.
On the board. Expand on that thought for a second, because I'm sure for a lot of people in the audience, Garry Kasparov lost to Deep Blue. But the crazy part, if you were to look at those games today with an engine, the engines of today would criticize Deep Blue.
Oh, yes, for
And
sure.
then the engines of today will be criticizing the engines of yesteryear.
And then you ask yourself, when I was listening to the 2015 Stockfish, was I actually right? Or was
You
that
were led
complete
astray.
nonsense?
You were
That was
led
probably just
astray.
complete nonsense.
Yes.
Yeah. A lot of variations, a lot of sharp variations have changed their eval in the last few years, especially with the Alpha Zeros, the
Exactly.
Leelas, and the neural networks that have come around in the last few years. So everything is moving fast, everything is developing in the world of chess.
To interrupt you, we have Andrew Tang in studio, and we can ask him about the early draw. Thank you for joining us, Andrew. Cristian.
Andrew, tell us a bit about this decision to score an early draw. It hasn't been your event up to this point, but again, with the white pieces, you somehow want to fight at all times. Tell us a bit about this decision.
Yeah, well, I did feel quite bad after yesterday's game because I kind of just beat myself, I think. And I mean, I was ready to fight, but I expected him to take more risks. So I honestly didn't really expect this line. I thought after I played knight b5, knight c3 that at least he would try to castle or something. So I didn't really prep the main lines with h4. I was prepping mainly for other stuff. And yeah, I mean, I feel a bit bad about doing this to him, but I really expected him to take more risks somehow. So yeah, I mean, after he repeated, I didn't feel comfortable playing h4.
Yep. So you wanted to play this card of being the low-rated player and trying to blackmail your opponent with this draw situation,
exactly.
and then he took it. Tell us a bit about your story. At the US Open, you won that tournament. Tell us a bit about that, because I do remember in the last round, there were a lot of players tied for that top position, and then you emerged victorious. That qualified you to the US Championship. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I remember going into the last round, I was quite unhappy because the pairings were pretty bad for me. I was playing Akobian with black.
Our good
and
friend
then I remember
here with us, yes.
Yeah, Brodsky was like playing down, and there was also Jason Liang playing white against somebody else. So there was a bunch of us who could have been in contention for winning, but at some point it looked like Brodsky was like completely winning. So both of us knew that we had to take risks, and maybe I was very slightly better, but the position was quite equal. But yeah, we both decided we needed to take some risks, and the position just ended up going my way. I was just patient and, yeah, took my chances. It was probably the biggest win of my career, I guess.
Absolutely, that was a big tournament victory for you, and you are a full-time employee of SIG, and you took some time off from your day job. Tell us a bit about that. Was your company supporting this US Championship participation for you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, SIG has like a huge gaming culture. Like, I think they're even a sponsor of chess.com, so they're definitely, you know, like pretty happy to help me out here, because it's like I've just started working for a month, so normally they don't really want new employees to take so much vacation time, like during the beginning training stages. And also I just didn't have enough vacation because it's not even my first full year, so they helped me out by helping me out with the vacation days. And yeah, I'm very thankful for them, because this is like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. So it's definitely, it was very nice of them.
And I know SIG is also a partner of the Collegiate Chess League, so I'm dealing with their company as well. They definitely love chess players. Andrew, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Andrew. As round 3 is underway. Kate, where would you like to take us?
I would like to go to the women's section.
Let's do it.
Let's take a look at the leaders.
Yeah, because we have a big matchup.
Alice
with
Lee and
Begim.
Carissa Yip, and Begim against Tatev Abrahamyan.
And Begim, your student, taking her cue from her coach, arrived late.
Don't blame it on me, Yasser, okay?
Just boldly stating the obvious. Catalan. Tell you, Catalan has been very popular in both tournaments thus far. Knight c6, very different approach to normally when you're playing the open Catalan, the idea is to get in c5 as quickly as possible. Knight c6, a different twist.
If you move back, Yasser, for a
Yes,
second,
please.
actually, instead of Knight c6, I played at the US Championship Bishop d7 against Anna Sherevich, which is also a very nice
With
idea.
a6 or not a6? With a6
I think
included? Just right away?
Right away. Bishop d7 with the idea to put the bishop on c6 and develop the knight to d7.
Right, and did Anna jump
Yes.
with knight e5? And that's a long, there's so many long theoretical disputes. You can go into a line like bishop d7 where you think it's rare, and then you follow a line, you know, for like 30 moves or something.
Right.
It's like crazy. Knight c6. Andrew was just on air talking about taking risks, taking risks with the black pieces. Well, black's approach in this particular variation, I know is very risky because I played this stuff myself as black. And the idea behind knight c6 is just as Tatev has played it, is to play the move rook b8. What you want to do as black is you want to play b5, but as we know, this bishop on g2 is lurking in ambush, ready to capture the rook. By getting the rook off the long diagonal, it makes it much more it makes it easier to play the move b5. a2, a4, the lines that I've played have often gone like a7, a6. Strangely enough, you think for a moment that the knight blocks the pawn on c7, so it's awkward to get the pawn in play. It oftentimes happens that the pawn magically develops
and then
itself.
Black manages to maybe play b5.
Exactly. Bishop f4, and trust me when I say it gets really, really deep. But the line that I'm familiar with is a4, a6. Cristian, in this line of the Catalan, which is a kind of a rare guess, what's the theoretical
Latest and greatest.
latest and greatest, the percentages? And
Knight to c3 seems to
break
be
it
the
down.
main move.
Not a4.
By a large margin. No, not a4. 371 games with the move knight to c3. e3 is the second most played, and then later on comes a4. But
a4 is on the board, by the way.
right, right. If you do go knight to c3, the problem is you have to be ready to contend with this type of variations. b5, and now knight e5 sort of has to be played in order to continue your attack. And then you have knight takes e5. There's a big change of structure, and if you're not aware about with the theory, and that's why you see the rook on b8, right? Because right now the rook is not on a8, b5
Right.
is possible, there's no more rook hanging in the corner.
Precisely.
So that's why you can play like this with the white pieces. It seems like Tatev just simply knows this position, at least up to this point, better, perhaps has counter-surprised Begim in this one, with this idea of knight to c6, rook to b8. a4 is on the board. This is a bit more tame because you're stopping black from going b5 immediately. Right now, b6 seems to be the best move, and now we see another idea behind this move, rook to b8, to support the bishop on b7. Makes a lot of sense. No more knight to e5. I mean, you can play knight to e5, but that's
Just
not
as
going
scary.
to lead to much.
Yeah.
And to be honest, a4, b6, if she plays it, I kind of like black's position, because
The
bishop to b6,
inclusion.
I really love it, because right now this knight is primed to go to b4. Once you play the move queen to c2, there's no more pawn. That is going to make life difficult for the knight to settle on b4. Coupled with the bishop on the long diagonal, that's going to give you a lot of, for example, just give some examples. Take, let's say bishop e7, rook d1, castle. I'm just making some moves right now. The
standard.
point being that at some point I will go knight to b4, maybe even knight to a5. I'm going to cement this knight on b4, follow it up with c5. And I don't feel like I have a worse position as black. So I'm liking what's happening for Tatev in this one, and this a4 move just signals that perhaps Begim is not very much aware of the situation in this particular position.
All right, we'll keep that one on the boil. Going and looking at Nasi's game, as she also is one of the 4 players tied for first in the ladies section. This looks like her Caro Khan, but a different... yeah, okay, it's the 2 knights. Caro takes, knight f6, queen e2. That's always been a funny move, because I am telling you how many countless times I have witnessed this myself, that black has in mind their setup. They want to go knight d7, knight takes e4, knight f6, and boy, talk about the cold shower.
What a surprise, right here.
Checkmate on the spot with the smothered mate. But obviously aware of that. Queen a5 stops the move d2, d4. And what makes the Caro Khan and not the French defense? Well, you oftentimes get French defense-like structures, but you get the light square bishop outside.
That's very important, because the bishop on
Exactly.
c8 in French defense can be just very difficult to develop.
Exactly. The big difference between having a bishop on c8 and having it already developed on f5. Queen c7. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise. I would have thought that knight d7 was a standard move there, just develop, and castles as well. Queen c7, and we're up to date with the current situation. What do you think of that move, queen c7? I'm still a little bit flummoxed. Okay.
Yeah, maybe she's just not allowing the bishop f4 to come
Okay,
there,
but-
because after knight bd7,
But we are encouraging knight e5, right? Because then if you play knight d7, I'll play bishop f4 and kind of from behind, looking towards the queen, maybe aspiring for knight g6 with a tempo.
Can I continue with something like bishop d6?
Absolutely. Please, bishop to d6. Now, the big question I have, can I play g4? Or is this asking too much in the position?
Now the position pretty
just
much
blew up,
explodes.
right?
Explodes, yeah.
Yeah, it just
well, the thing
blew.
is, I think I can go bishop to g6, right?
Okay, so I take...
H
well,
takes
no,
g6. The thing is,
I
it
can't
opens
take
up my
material,
room, right? I don't think you can.
I can't grab material.
So maybe instead of g4, we can just play rook e1, kind of prepare.
By the way, in
I'm
this
still
position,
kind of
bishop
happy.
takes
Still happy?
e6 might be a move, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of happy.
I'm trying
Bishop
to see whether it
e6.
works or not.
So the idea is if you play bishop takes e5, I can play bishop takes d7,
Right.
amongst other things.
If you take with the knight, I take with the pawn.
And that's a tempo also against your bishop.
I guess the critical line is if you take on e6.
And then I take on g6.
And now you cannot take back on g6, but what you can do,
Because-
maybe take on f4. But then I take on e6 and h8, so maybe
Correct.
this actually works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So g4 was the question. And maybe you have to do something like give me the two bishops here. Bishop takes e5. And I don't know. Bishop takes e5, knight takes e5, f takes e5, bishop g6, f4. And
Well, these questions might actually be answered because she did play the move knight e5.
she did indeed. Ruiyang on the white side just played knight e5. And we'll see if we get...
But I do
These
have to point
questions-
out that Nazi actually has not spent any time off her clock. 1 hour and 31 minutes right now. So this queen to c7 has been some sort of a home preparation.
Okay. As we take a close-up look at Nasi and her score here in U.S. Championship, she is a two-time champion.
Yeah, 29 years old, USCA rating 2404, and she is two-time US Women's Champion. Very strong player.
And not only that, but whenever she's in a U.S. Championship, she always seems to be in the mix. I mean, for the top places, that is to say. The move knight e5 has actually stopped her. This is the first time she's used some time on her clock. Up to this time, she was actually gaining time on the clock.
Hopefully she hasn't, hopefully for her, she hasn't confused something in this
Sometimes
one.
that
because
happens. It does, indeed.
It's tricky. But guys, we do have
Yes,
to
please.
talk a
Let's
little bit
go.
About another one of the co-leaders in the ladies section. And I have to say a player that has been impressing me so far. That is Carissa Yip. Carissa hasn't won. Actually, she won it in 2021. She's definitely looking to repeat that performance. But she hasn't had the best tournament and the best year up to this point so far because she is a student. She doesn't spend that much time preparing theory and preparing chess in general. But right now, she's in good shape. She showed it at the World Juniors, and she's coming prepared in this one. I was a bit worried that she might actually not have enough energy left after that tournament. But she came yesterday on the show, and she said, yeah, no problem. I feel re-energized, recalibrated. I'm ready. I'm ready to fight every single game, and this is exactly what she's doing. She's playing the King's Indian defense once again. I mean, this is a brave decision, I have to say, from her. She had a terrible position in the first round against Irina Krush. She was borderline losing, but after that she was winning as well. So she managed to swindle her opponent. I think she's looking particularly for that scenario in this game as well. And Alice Lee, I mean, look, she's been having a great year, but this tournament hasn't been hers up to this point.
Right.
So take a look at what happened. Very classical development, knight c3, knight f3, and the bishop e2 line. This is the main line of the King's Indian, the classical way of approaching it. But take a look at the next move. h6. Okay, I haven't seen this one in a while. Knight to c6 obviously
Such a
is the
standard move.
main line. Knight to a6, you can even take on d4, h6. We actually have only 37 games in this position. This is kind of crazy, right? I mean, it's such a classical position, and with h6, only 37 games. So a new wrinkle in theory right now, essayed by Carissa. I like it. h6, d5. It's mostly aimed at controlling the square g5, also making space for the knight to jump to h7 potentially, and then I'm going to follow up with the move f5. And very often, whenever we see the move f5 for black, there's a knight jumping to g5, then going to e6. It gets unpleasant in certain positions. This move h6 just finishes those type of discussions on the spot. So h6, d5, I'm provoked because I haven't played the move knight to c6. I haven't increased the tension on the pawn on d4, so I'm not 100% sure I like this move d5. A bit too early, premature in my opinion. Knight to d1, knight to a6, a b3, and now knight to c5, queen to c2, b6, bishop to d2. I'm looking at the position, and what has white been doing in the last few moves? You're supposed to start an attack on the queen side, but where is your attack on the queen side, right?
Right.
I'm looking at king to h7, queen to e7. I feel like black has gotten what she wanted out of the opening. Even a move such as bishop to d7, if you go a3, I go a4. If you go b4, I go knight to b3. If you take on a4, then your pawn structure is pretty bad,
yeah.
right? So I like what Carissa is doing. I feel she has won the opening battle, and I have to say she's coming in fighting in this tournament. She wants to win this championship.
Ah, that's very clear. But from the opening, help me out here, because I don't understand the move h6 at all. So without the move castles, one of the main moves that white has tried without castles is to take on e5. And there's a long
Take on e5,
theoretical
take.
dispute with queen takes d8 and knight takes e5.
That's right.
And boy, I tell you, yeah, it goes.
Usually you start with
knight d5. Yeah. So now I get to include the move castles, and you get to play h6. Now I want to ask, can't I take the pawn?
You can definitely take on e5, and how do you continue now?
Like, let's say take on d8.
You take on d8 first,
and
take
then
back.
knight d5, and I get the position where I included
Right, but
h6.
now you don't, very often after this exchange, you are
Yeah.
getting some bishop g5.
Tempo, yeah.
With tempo, attacking the rook on d8. That's not happening right
No, so I have to play
So
c8.
after c6, bishop to g5,
No tempo. Huh?
no tempo, unfortunately. And just to
Interesting.
give you kind of an idea of what we're talking about, if you
Without
do
castles, yes.
go take, queen d8, rook d8, knight to d5, take, c6. Now bishop to g5 is one of the main moves
Right,
in the
along
position.
with bishop c4.
Along with bishop to c4.
Right.
And now if you go f6, I go back, and you cannot touch this pawn because of bishop to c4. This diagonal has
Right.
opened up. So this is the situation that we're seeing right now. h6 seems to be helping black in certain iterations in this King's Indian defense. And I have to say, Carissa is just much more aware of all these details, because if you're not, it's going to be difficult to calculate over the board. But if you are, you have a sizable advantage going into this battle.
All right, well, thank you for that. And again, Alice Lee coming in as, well, at least our favorites.
Right.
She needs a win because, wow, she's been on the back foot in the first two rounds. I'm not a big fan of white's setup either, with the bishop on d2, the queen on c2, and the knight on e1. It's sort of like you're going to play rook b1. Oh, sorry, let me just get the current position on my board. Essentially, the battle is over the c5 square. White wants to play a3 and b4, but it requires like really slow play. You know, I can't just, I can't play, for example, after bishop d7, I can't play a3 as Cristian was mentioning, because the knight will drop in and either take a bishop, take a rook, or drop in on the d4 square. But what I think Alice would like to do after, for example, bishop d7, let me just play another move for a moment. Let's say rook to d1, yeah? And I don't know if this is a good move or a bad move, but the whole idea is to boot this knight out of dodge, get rid of the knight, and the fight is over on the queen side, and black, as traditionally, would like to get in f5. One important trick to keep in mind is if you play the move rook b1, in order to play a3, b4, pay attention. There is a bishop f5 tactical trick. Trust me when I say I've made every mistake at least twice, and I've fallen for this one in my career as well. The rook is skewered.
You know, I have to say that I'm kind of impressed by Carissa that she keeps playing this King's Indian defense.
Right.
We talk about players switching openings, trying to kind of surprise their opponent, and Carissa is just like, no, I'm very confident in my opening. I want to keep playing that. Maybe I switch lines, like here h6, try some novelties, but I do trust King's Indian, and I'm just gonna keep playing it.
Yeah, there's a school of thought that the King's Indian gives up too much space and is unplayable. Top grandmaster from Holland, Jeroen Piquet, became a 2700 top 10 in the world by playing the King's Indian defense. The KNSB, the Royal Dutch Chess Federation, supported Jeroen and sent him for lessons to Victor Korchnoi. Victor Korchnoi convinced Jeroen that the King's Indian was unplayable, and Jeroen gave up the game. Surely, if you can't play the King's Indian, where's the fun in life, right? I mean, it is a double-edged defense. And kind of what Andrew was saying, you know, if you want to win with black, you got to take risk. And King's Indian is certainly one of them. What's caught your attention, Cristian?
I'm looking at this crazy game between
Mishra.
Ray Robson and Abhimanyu. This is absolutely insane. There's a lot of theory behind everything that you're seeing, but the position makes no actual sense. Right? Queen to h5, I think we left it somewhere at this point. After king to d8, king to c7, we were discussing this king has to go on the queen side, because on the king side, you will get checkmated. So Queen to g6 came, rook to e8, obviously, you want to defend the pawn on e6, and it's the only way to do so. a4, I opened you up on the king side, I sacrificed some material, and now I'm trying to open you up on the side where your king is, on the queen side, in this situation. Rook to a3, knight to c7, and what surprised me is that both of these players are kind of knowing exactly what they're doing. They're not spending a lot of time. B takes a4, and right now, finally, Ray Robson is thinking.
B.A.
By the way, Cristian, doesn't it remind you Ray Robson's first game? Also sacrificing pawn on a4, now actually getting the queen to g6,
yes.
The weak pawn on e6.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Against Sam Sevian.
And he got a great game in that one, right? He was winning in that game. Let's see if he can replicate that in this one. Knight to h7 right now is a very funny move, just trying to go for this bishop and potentially the pawn on g7 after rook to f7 and the exchange of the bishop on f8. So knight to h7, rook to f7, which is probably going to lead to the same situation, queen to d8 and knight to h7. By the way, we're being told that king to b8 after the move a4 was the novelty. But to be honest, king to b8 is by far the best move according to the engines. If you don't play king to b8, it is white who has an advantage. Not decisive, there's still a lot of play, but you know, he has an advantage because a takes b5, c takes b5, and the pawn on a7 is going to fall. So you do, it makes sense. You're hiding the king, you're defending the pawn on a7, makes a lot of sense to my eyes.
Sure.
So this is what we have right now, still thinking after b takes a4, Abhimanyu showcasing once again his incredible theoretical knowledge.
Wow.
This kid is working hard. This kid is looking at chess 8 hours every single day, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to know all of this stuff. It's just simply incredible.
Wow. B4, B5 takes A4 on the board, and Mishra just appears like he knows, he's confident. He's in his prep. Just wanted to go around the board. I'm going to go switch back to the ladies section for a moment. I'm looking at the game of Irina Krush and Atusha. This was a Queen's Gambit declined. Knight A6, A3, Knight C7, Bishop. And the players have gotten this Carlsbad Queen's Gambit decline structure. Usually this knight, you know, sometimes it's got fishing for a square, moves around the board. It's kind of landed on c6 nicely already. Castles, rook e8. It's not a big theoretical discussion that's going on. What's going on is the players are looking for a fight. And Irina drew her first two games, right?
And we see bishop g4 because maybe we can transfer the bishop to h5 and g6.
Okay, that's a bit of a danger, though. Sometimes in those positions where the bishop, like for example, knight e5, I hear you loud and clear. You kind of want to go bishop here, and now you have a really super safe position until you see the move f4. And then you start to think to yourself, well, wait a minute, did I put my bishop actually in danger? It's a double-edged move because sometimes c6, c5 can undermine my pawn on e3, but you know what I'm saying, that the bishop could, if you drop back, you will find yourself like maybe crying.
Bishop can be trapped.
Exactly.
Right? Very
you know,
soon.
that's what I'm saying. So bishop g4, double-edged, not necessary that you have to go back. You might just leave your bishop there as well. It's not like knight takes g4 is a decisive threat or something of that nature. But bishop g4, it does ask some questions. Cristian, back over to you. What's caught your eye?
I'm looking at the open section. And
We're
what's
going back
happening...
and forth. We're playing tag with each other.
I mean, look, we're still in the initial stages of the games. We're trying to
Sure.
figure out where we stand in terms of theory
Exactly.
right now. And who knows the positions better as we enter that second stage of the game, the middle game. Let's take a look at this one. So this one is the game between Jeffery and Fabiano. And we got all the way to this position. I'm seeing a game between Jeffery and Wei from 2019. Jeffery spent some time up to this point. Perhaps he's trying to recall what he played and his analysis as well. The engines are saying that black is doing fine already after this move c5. And the idea is that if you play something like bishop to e2, take a look at this sequence of moves, knight to e4.
Queen
I have to destroy this battery, right? Because I really don't like this diagonal opening up and then my knight on f6 not being able to move away, right?
Right.
Because I would get checkmated on g7. Queen to d3, d takes c4, b takes c4.
Okay.
And now the best move in the position is actually b5.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Taking advantage of the fact that the king is still in the center. For example, if you do take on b5 and accept the pawn sacrifice, queen to a5 comes on the board, this one is looking really bad. After knight to d2, the problem is c4 comes.
Oh my.
Do you take with a queen?
No,
you lose the knight on
no.
d2. Do you go queen to c2? You get hit with c3. So this is a very nice tactic, by the way. This move b5, if Fabiano finds this one, if they go into this situation and bishop to e2 has been played, so now knight to e4 is a big, big opportunity for Fabi, I have to say. Take, let's look at this again. Take, b5. You cannot accept that.
Time
you
to
have
get
to
out
go
of dodge,
castle.
yeah.
But
Get
Cristian,
out of here.
What if I take it and then just move my king, being happy? I, grabbed a pawn.
Good question.
I like the way you're
Good
thinking.
question. Yes. Yes. Why not king to f1? a6.
Yeah.
I'm playing it some sort of a Benko style situation.
Right.
If you do take on a6, after the move rook takes a6, I'm actually slow playing you. And you don't have enough time to run away with the king. I'm going to go rook to b6 next.
Right.
Bishop to a6 to follow. This
Right.
one is looking good. Full compensation. And in fact, the engine
Advantage,
is saying
big
that
advantage.
black is completely crushing.
Wow.
At this point. So be very careful as a Jeffery right now. Bishop to e2, big opportunity, I think, for Fabi to pounce with the move knight to e4.
Okay. Although I must say, queen d3 feels a little artificial. Queen c2.
Queen c2 is even worse.
Even worse? Still
Yes.
b5 is coming?
Now I take on a d4.
I was going to go with the hanging pawn structure, actually.
With e takes d4,
Yes,
yes.
sir.
But now rook to c8.
Castles, hanging pawns?
Castle, d takes c4, you go with the
D3.
hanging pawns, right?
Right.
But now I go knight to d6, and I'm very, very quick to the attack of the pawn on c4. Yeah.
Knight takes and maybe b... Well, okay. Interesting.
Yes.
I didn't think I was in trouble.
You're in trouble, yes.
Wow.
You don't get to stabilize the position. That's the problem. You're not in time to stabilize. For example, now I already have an idea. Take, and b5 now, right?
Right. Yeah, I was afraid
So,
of that.
not so easy. I can also take on f3 first, just because after b5 you have queen to b3.
Right.
So I will take on f3 first, but the transition is pretty clear in my favor after b5, right? So
Yeah, no, I don't want this.
yeah,
Don't
I don't
want
know.
this.
I'm not
I'm
liking
being
what
told
Jeffery is
Leinier,
doing.
Leinier, Dominguez, if you bring it up on your board with Dariusz, Christian, Leinier made a sacrifice?
Yeah, we see sacrifice on g5.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
It
whoa.
did happen.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We've seen these.
First of all, when do you see Leinier with 1 hour and 32 minutes against 1 hour?
Never.
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 Leinier loves to be in time trouble.
What a sighting.
G5 biting the bullet, but bishop to d5 still playing a la tempo. Take on d5, take on d5, knight to f5, big sacrifice.
Plus one though.
It says +1 right now after the move rook to a3.
What's going on today? Rook a3, rook f3. First in the
I'm
Ray Robson
not sure if I
game?
trust the engine that much though.
Really?
I'm really not sure if I trust the engine because now after rook to a3 it tells me that it's no longer +1 with after the move bishop to d4.
So what if I just go queen f3 instead of rook a3? I just want to grab one of the knights.
Queen f3, I go back knight to d4. That's the key move. That's the key defensive idea. If you do take on f6, I just simply take a knight to c2.
Remarkable.
And that's problematic, right? Because I'm actually taking some significant material on the way. Rook to e8 is coming as well, and you don't have enough to checkmate me because king h7, king g6. I'm going to get out very, very quickly, right?
Okay. Yeah.
When's the last time we actually saw Leinier up on time?
Don't look at me. I mean, I've only been calling this for a dozen years. I've never seen it. I mean, that's a very. But what I wanted to say is in the Ray Robson versus Mishra, we just had a Fisher Random tournament where strange ways of developing. I'm seeing this Rook A3 to F3 variation occur in Ray's game, and now I'm seeing it occur in Leinier's. And just go ahead and say, tell us about the move Rook A3 for a moment, and tell me why you don't trust the engine. You're
I trust the engine.
The cloud
I trust the
engines?
engine, but at the beginning it was telling like +1.5. This is not the best engine. I mean, these players are analyzing with an engine that's probably 20 times faster.
Wow.
Than what we have right here in studio. So, because you have cloud engines, you have a cluster of computer power working to find the best solutions. We only have a little tablet here.
I'm impressed by the tablet. Sorry.
Christian, I still feel like there is something. So what if I go queen f3, knight d4, queen g3?
Okay.
I mean, it looks so dangerous for black.
Absolutely. Now I can go knight h5.
Queen h4.
Queen h4, queen to d7.
You just
So
give
you
me
give up
back
the
the
knight?
knight as if it's no problem.
Yes. But now I have queen to f5, pinning you like this. Also looking at the f2 square, also keeping the knight to c2 idea in mind. And by the way, I'm only down 1 pawn. Keep that in mind. My king is open. I understand. It feels like I'm down much more material than I actually am. But I'm only down 1 pawn. And if I manage to get an exchange with knight c2 and put some pressure on f2 and stabilize the position on this side, I'm fine.
I don't think I have the nerves to play this for black.
I'm with you 100%.
Me neither. That's why I do commentary.
I got to tell you, I mean, to my eyes, queen h4, go ahead. Could you put queen h4, knight c2 just on the board for a second?
Yes.
I mean, to my eyes, if I could get in knight to d2 and I'm eyeballing a potential for bishop f6. That stopped me cold.
Yeah. And then I pick up and then I go rook to e8.
Wow.
I know. Look, it sounds easy when we say it with the help of the engine.
But now, having said everything you said, which was rook a3, the moment you pointed out rook a3 and rook f3, I was warming up.
By the way, I have to go bishop to d4, otherwise
that guy. Okay, let me go over just what you're doing.
Don't forget, the bishop also protects this knight right now.
Crucially, absolutely.
So the best way to do it is to do it like this, G4, and try to get the piece back.
Well, and if I do, I'm up a few pawns, right?
But now I'm getting some counterplay because you weakened your king, because you don't have enough control over the e-file. So you actually have to sidestep with a move rook to f1. It becomes a little bit double-edged in the position.
And can I play rook h3 instead of rook f3?
Oh, you certainly can. Yeah, let's try it out. Bishop to d4, rook to h3.
Are we threatening checkmate?
Rook to e8 now.
Katja?
And unfortunately, this is kind of over for your attack.
Wow.
And I'm starting my attack on this side right now.
Yeah, I can't get in there with the queen. The knights are just too strong.
It's
Queen.
nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Defending with an open king like this is
Exactly.
nerve-wracking. But look, you're a piece up. If you stabilize the position, you might even have chances of taking the full point home.
Look, I was raised on the romantic style of chess, and you know, the exposed king was supposed to be scary. There we see Leinier in deep thought after this knight f5. He had played very, very quickly up until this time. I'm sure he's still in theory because in his prep, because he played it also very, very quickly. I just wanted to go back once again to our lady section because of the clash, if you will, of the two co-leaders. We have 4 co-leaders, and they did follow that
We have
line,
a variation
that
that
A4.
we were talking about.
Yeah, and again, I have in my practice played this several times. I'm a pawn grabber, of course, so I'm going to be playing on the black side. Bishop f4, and Tatev stopped because she had been playing rather quickly. Begim was late to the game, and now she's ahead on the clock. Move bishop f4 attacks the rook. I'm assuming that after the move bishop d6, Begim is planning to play the move and knight to e5. I can't take with the knight because obviously I'm going to lose a piece after d takes e5, and if I take with the bishop, there is the
Intermediate move.
yes, the intermezzo. I'm rather forced to move my knight to e7, and I'm sure there has been lots of games from this specific position. We'll keep an eye on that one. And again, I wanted to come to the game of Carissa just to see what has happened. And look at that. Now that's a move you don't see very often in a King's Indian. Bishop to g4. Wow. I mean, because black is so often playing for f5, right?
But white really wants to trade that bishop because the light square bishop is kind of locked, and black enjoys having the bishop on c8, maybe kind of not developed, but ready to at some moment maybe sacrifice on h3. It's an important bishop. So I understand that Alice really wants to trade the bishop and get rid of her very bad bishop.
Exactly, move bishop g4. So if we, in our minds, imagine that black has played f5, f4, a traditional advance on the king side, and white plays, in response, f3, and then black goes g5, g4, the light square bishop is important, integral, I would say, to the attack. If Alice is successful in trading bishops, she'll be pleased. Was the move knight f6 necessary, though? I mean, I kind of thought that h6, knight
Right, and I also liked bishop d7, just kind of allowing maybe black to maybe play a4 at some moment.
Right. We do have knight d7, bishop g4 on the board. We'll keep a close eye on this. Sorry, I'm missing one player in terms of the players who are tied for first.
So we have Nazi.
Nazi, that was it. That was the Caro-Kann.
So we see a lot of trades there. What happened?
We did get the knight d7, bishop f4, but we saw the trade. And
so
bishop d6.
With bishop.
So no bishop takes e6 business, and no g4 businesses either. c3, I think after castles, it's a pretty balanced position going on over here.
You can expect like rook d1, rook e1.
And then it's a mad rush of bringing your rooks into the center. Usually you kind of toss in h6 as well. But
very calm game.
Yeah, very calm game. Where's the action?
Well, I have to say, by the way, calm game, but it could have been this position. I think you guys mentioned it at some point,
F4,
right?
Let's go.
With this idea of g4, f4, and I think this was the best way to do so.
Would
take on e5,
pressure.
take on e5 with a d pawn, and then, you know, you have to contend with this idea of f5. I am trapping
It's
your
serious.
bishop, so how do you deal with it?
It's
do you go
serious.
h5? I don't think you have time for that, because after f5, you also have the soft spot on e6. So right now, you actually have to be extremely precise. You need to go b5 first, no bishop to d3. I don't want to exchange this light square bishop as white. I want to keep it on g6 so that I can target it with f5.
Exactly.
That's the key in the position. Again, you need to be, take a look at this. Queen to b6, only move. The next move is +2 for white.
Wow.
So you need to be extremely precise. Queen to b6, let's say rook to f2, just because I don't want to exchange anything.
Yeah, but that takes away my f5 option.
Right.
King
so
h1?
If you go king h1, the problem is that I go c5, and now I have
You're
some kind of a
trapping my
double.
bishop.
Exactly. I have a double
That's
attack,
funny.
queen to c6 with ideas of check and getting my bishop out with bishop to e4, but also the move c4.
That's
Again,
funny.
you really need to be very precise with black pieces. I think this would have been the biggest test for Nazi Paikidze in this particular situation. Once you exchange everything, it does feel very close to equality. I think Nazi must be happy with the way this opening proceeded.
I beg your pardon, Christian, but just in this particular, no, that final position. I'm looking at that final position with king h1, c5.
King h1 or king g2? Which one do you want?
Yeah, king h1 is fine.
All right.
And c4.
c4 is the best move, yes.
Right?
C4,
Because I've got f5 on my agenda.
and now this is
And then
my
king back
idea.
to g1?
And now I run away with the bishop.
At the cost of a pawn, though.
At the cost of a pawn, at the same time, your king is quite weak. And to be honest, I have a feeling I'm going to be able to recapture that. By the way, long castle. All right, all right. I'm not going to go long castle. I'm not.
You got me all excited.
I mean, I would go long castle, but it's the best move in the position. But rook to d8 makes the most sense.
And just a slight edge only for
Just a
Ruiyang.
slight edge,
Yeah.
yes, because you have to be careful. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
rook to d1, I can always take, and you cannot take back
Bishop
because of bishop to
f3.
f3. So
Fair.
you have to be thinking about some unpleasantries because of your weak king.
Okay.
Look, you pushed
Yes,
your
yes,
pawns
yes, yes.
in front of your
I-
king. We know that that's not supposed to be working like that. You
Right.
got a pawn for that, but I have full compensation.
Thank you. And Kate, I just wanted to ask you, you're a Shritha. You lost your first two games. You're playing black against four-time women's champion Anna Zatansky. What do? Do you play King's Indian?
That's a very good question. I don't
Guess
feel
what?
that comfortable in King's Indian, but Ashrita, she's a fighter here and
Like
she seems to
Carissa.
enjoy it.
Bishop e6 is a very different approach than the traditional rook e8 and or knight a6 that I'm used to seeing. And for Anna, she said, why can't I grab a pawn? Knight takes e5 on the board. We're going to take a break, but before we do that, of course, we do, check in on our good friends at Q Boutique and find out what today's specials are. Well, it's from the World Chess Hall of Fame itself. We have the puffy vest. Gear up in the newest apparel from the World Chess Hall of Fame with this official branded puffy vest. Features the signature logo across the left breast pocket, 100% polyester, available in both men's and women's style. Available at QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs. We're going to take a break. See you on the other side of the break.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Singfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Singfield and Rex Singfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our broadcast of the 2023 National Championships. We have one result in the open section. It was a very early draw as Andrew Tang repeated the position as white against Levon Aronian. And there we see, Maurice, before we even sat down, that game was like in the history books as Andrew made a quick draw. Maurice. Welcome. I mean, usually, dude, you're always on the show. Like, what? We miss you.
Yeah, it's funny being here, new studio. I see the lights. I feel like lights are bouncing all off my head and stuff. in the great studio, there's everywhere. But I'm happy to be here. Great to be here with Katerina as well.
Tell us
and
what
looking
you
at
do.
Christian. Looking like a boss.
Doesn't he look like a boss?
Or like a weatherman, whichever way you want to put it.
I would say boss. I mean,
I'm loving it. I'm loving this new setup.
What are you doing? What's going on in Maurice's world?
Nice and retired and doing. No, I'm as busy as ever, man. Busy as ever. I'm doing chessable courses.
Right.
I just finished my second course, the Dark Forest course, Rampaging Rooks. Just came out. I'm proud about that one.
Rampaging
Yes,
Rooks?
indeed. And I also did, I also finished 2 books. Books are coming out on April 2nd. Both books, both companies had no clue. So they picked April 2nd as the date. So doing stuff, man, staying busy.
So what are the books about?
My one book is a children's book that's about my life. It's a storybook with actual drawings every page for young readers.
Nice.
Little Maurice learning chess. No, it's just about my life as a youngster, learning chess first in Jamaica, then in New York, then becoming eventually a grandmaster.
Wow.
So if you got your little kids who you want to tell a story about, that's one. And the other one is really the metaphoric connection between chess and life. Gary did a book that's similar many years ago, How Life Imitates Chess.
Right.
So it's that kind of book, but just more my twist on the story, on that concept.
Fantastic.
Wow.
When you said, I'm retired, I was like imagining your life in Miami, but then you said, not really, and now you are busy.
I've been super busy. I've been traveling a lot as well. The last 4 months, I've been to 11 countries. So it's definitely not the quiet life.
Wow.
It's been fun. That's what I can say.
Dude, we have some incredible games going on.
I know.
I mean, you just
It's
came in the
sick.
studio.
I mean-
It's terrible timing on your part because check out this game of Ray Robson and give us your insight. Ray, with the rook lift, you know, you kind of see that stuff when you're attacking the king,
Yeah,
not
man.
when it's like this. But check this out. Mishra, he's just playing all the moves like this was appropriate. He knows what he's doing. And now check out this next move by Ray. You know it's preparation when in this chaotic position, they play a move like H4. Like, what? Does this remind you of your practice?
Yeah, I used to play like this all the time. Not. Let me tell you,
Wow.
watching this kind of chess, everything unmoored, pawn structure for black, what pawn structure?
Come on.
And coordination of the pieces. Who organizes your pieces like this? I mean, this looks like chess 960. Like,
That's what I was
Fisher
saying.
Random. This is absolute chaos on the board. Nobody could guess. And then the engine says, oh, it's all zeros.
Zeros,
Are
baby.
you joking? What are you talking
Zeros.
about? This is amazing. And I gotta say, I did an article on Abhimanyu when he was not yet a GM and he was trying to become a GM. And I talked to his family, the dedication that they had to chess ever since he was a young boy. I mean, he was learning chess as a 3-year-old, and he was studying chess hours a day as a 6-year-old.
Wow.
Hours and hours. It's an extraordinary family story, not just the individual story, but him, his dad, his mom, the commitment with his sister as well. They're simply a brilliant family, but the work that they've put in, and now you're seeing it come to fruition. 14-year-old leading the U.S. Championship?
Hello.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, it's extraordinary. And after every game, he doesn't go rest. He reviews the game and gets improved concepts, ideas, what you could have done better. He's always about improving. I love his mindset. He may not win this championship, maybe not be ready yet.
It's his debut. He's a debutant. What are you talking about?
But the attitude is there. This is a champion in the making.
Maurice, I mean, I can already feel the enthusiasm coming back. You probably watch our shows right now, going to a different country every single time, but do you miss being here in the studio with us?
You know, I miss hanging out more than anything else. I mean, the crew is so fantastic. You all, Yasser, of course, whenever we've been OGs for a while, yeah. It's been
back to World Championship matches.
We're going back mid-90s.
Yeah, right.
We've done commentary. I've never worked with Kate. I've had the pleasure. So that I do miss, but I have to say what I'm doing now, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm just
challenges.
It's not just a new challenge. It's just I get to travel. I get to write. I've always wanted to create content. I've been able to do that. I've do the Chessable courses. So that content, I've been sitting on content for years, and I finally get the opportunity to put it out there. And now I'm super excited that the world gets to see that. And I do my corporate speeches still and the like, but it's a different world. It's a different kind of
told this wonderful story the other day at dinner that you were composing a study and you knew that you were going to meet Dr. John Nunn, one of the great problem studiers. So it's like, oh, I'm going to tease him with my latest study. Tell the audience what.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff too that I've gotten into. I've been composing. That's what I'd be a puzzle composer. I've been composing quite a bit, and I always like to make grandmasters suffer. That's my key job. Right. I show you a study and say, okay, try to solve this. As a player myself, a former player and a grandmaster. But I showed one to Dr. Nunn that had Fiddler struggling and the GMs in the studio like, Maurice, get out of here with this study. And I showed Nunn, and within a minute he said, very, very interesting. Maybe I should try this move. Oh, there's a good defense though. Let's do this. And this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Bam! Entire solution in front of me. I was like, this is a cute study, though. Blew up my study. So I had to go back and get harder ones. I got some harder ones for John. Yeah, Dr. Nunn is quite the player. Quite the study solver.
Let's talk about the U.S. Championship for a second.
Look what we got.
I want to ask you about one player. For the first couple of rounds, prime time has been Hans. Tell us about your reaction to his games. That crazy, I don't even remember how he called it, the triple shift. Tell us about
twist.
That. He did triple twist. Did you see that
with 1 second?
I did see it. I did see it. 1 second left on the clock.
And there we have.
I mean, the chess speaks for itself, right?
Yeah.
Hans looks like a mad genius when he's playing. You don't know if he's serious or if he's pulling your tail,
right.
The things that he says. Moment it looks like he's suffering, like right now in agony, and then in the next moment he's super cool, and he looks almost sometimes like he wants to just reach over and punch the guy in the face, right? Like he's just got that attitude about him, and those eyes. I mean, those eyes, those eyebrows. He's got the look of a potential mad scientist. But he's playing chess. Yeah. He's here to play chess. And the pressure that's on him, given the history of what has happened to him, it's insane for a young person like this to have to deal with everything that he's gone through. And then there's the love him or hate him, more people in the hate category than the love. But he's a story for chess right now. And everybody
love him
wants
or hate
to say,
him, you still have to watch him.
Your eyes are transfixed. As what is going to happen next and what is really happening. I don't know how you play against him, frankly. I mean, you're sitting there, people wondering, is there something nefarious going on? It's an incredible tale, to be sure, that we're watching in the chess world.
Exactly. Back to the chess. Quickly, Mishra has not moved since Ray Robson played h4. Mishra did everything. He moved his king all the way from f7 back over to the queen side. Now he's tanked. your knee-jerk, would you
Well,
rather
he just
play?
played the move Queen D8, by the way.
He did
He
play
just
Queen.
played the move Queen D8.
That just
And
got
by the way, we've been
updated
talking
on
about
my-
his really strong preparation, but he spent 20 minutes for the last move. So
That
he's probably
was a
out of
surprise.
preparation now.
That was a surprise for him, that move.
Before I walked in here, I was talking to Var in the back, and he was showing me this position. We were both just like
Mesmerized, yeah.
flabbergasted. Like, what is this? This is not chess. This
Oh,
is,
you didn't analyze this position?
How do you play chess like this
Right.
and play quickly at that? And the lack of coordination with the black pieces. White looks normal, right? Like
Yeah,
white looks like a position,
right.
but then you have these crazy pieces that have just land. These, especially the pawn structure. But you look at the black pieces and they look silly, right? But there's a lot of them.
There is.
There's a lot of them, and so the suggested move was queen to b4 was an alternative to queen
D8,
to d8. And this move, going after the pawn, potentially creating a couple of passers that you could be dynamic with as well. How do you play this move when your king side looks like stuff's going to happen to it any second? And if you drop the g pawn somehow, then the h pawn is prepped
And you're
to move on
telling
the
me
board.
You have
wanna
to
take
you
the
have to do
pawn?
something like rook f7 right now for white. Go
Right.
for the knight, and then the position absolutely goes bananas.
Exactly.
You take on b2, you take my knight, I go a3, a2, and try to get a queen on the board.
Right.
But how do you calculate this type of thing?
And so when that was the choice between this move, queen b4, or queen d8, I said, how do you play queen b4?
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
how do you,
You
do
don't.
it? Like,
You don't.
You
You play
pick your
queen
hand
d8.
up and say, forget about the other side of the board. I'm just going to go straight all in, and you do your worst, especially with a rook landing on the 7th rank. And I just couldn't believe he would play queen
You have to play
b4
queen d8.
in that position.
Yeah.
And the fact that he played queen d8 seems to me much more logical. Keep the queen in the sector and fight it out, duke it out with the connected pieces. He now has a3 potentially if the rook leaves to create a pass pawn. If the rook goes to the 7th, for example, he can play for a3 and then probably push the c pawn. But
Check it out. I
mean,
think I now
I don't know.
understand h4. I now understand h4. Check it out. Give me your queen. Your queen slides over.
Let's go.
Give me your queen.
I can also go to e7, by the way.
I understand, but I kind of thought you wanted.
You want to run, yes.
Yeah.
You want more.
And let's say you go here. Let's say we got, and now I'm really happy I got my pawn on h4.
That's right, exactly. You got a runner.
I got a runner. I mean, I don't know how far it's going up the
And
board, but that's
it doesn't look like it's
Yeah.
going to
But
fly
I-
down. But you got two
I-
passers as well.
right. But I really wanted to get your opinion on the Leinier Dominguez versus Dariusz game.
Yeah, you
because
guys
that.
bring me on when all these easy positions.
No. I got the wrong. Sorry,
Easy
I
to
got the wrong-
analyze. But what is
this one?
I mean,
And
this
we
is-
left it. Check this out. Are you ready for the? This is
No,
This
I'm
was
not.
crazy. This is crazy. So, Kate asked a very normal question here. The last move by Dariusz was knight d4 to f5. She asked Christian, what about queen f3? I want to win back my piece. Well, Christian said, you can have it. Like you just went queen d, like what? And the whole point was, if you do take it, now you're not checkmating black's king, and there's always this king h7, king g6, and it's all good.
normal chess, right?
Normal chess.
Everyday moves you
And
see.
then Christian said, well, what about rook a3 and rook f3? And we were all enthusiastic, and it's almost triple zeros. Well, you know what I have to do. You know what that's about.
And by the way,
35 minutes,
Leinier has been thinking for 35 minutes.
it's a big thing.
Big decision, right?
I think this is precisely the kind of position that you want Leinier to be in if you're his opponent. If you're not lost.
Right? Yeah,
Right?
that's very important.
Because you know
Yeah,
Leinier
yeah.
is going to sit there and think for a while and think more, and he's going to tank and tank. The problem is he's really good.
Exactly.
And he'll
If
come up with
there's a-
moves. If
yeah.
there's a good move, he'll probably find it.
Right.
So they're only, what it looks like on move 18.
Right.
What is his time situation right now?
Now,
Move
you're not going to
18,
believe
yes.
this. We've been doing this for decades, but you're not going to believe this. But Leinier had 1 hour and 32 minutes after 18 moves.
Leinier Dominguez?
The time travel
that's pretty
king
shocking.
of time travel.
Now he's back to 54 minutes.
Okay.
This is a
I think
normal
it's a
zone. You know, back to the normal zone.
Leopard can't change his spots that easily. Sorry.
The world has been restored.
That's what we would expect as we get from him. But this is a wild position. It's interesting that it's only wild because he sacked on g5.
Right.
Right? I mean,
That was the
that's
earlier
the main
sacrifice
point.
right
The fact is, it was already a sharp position to begin with. But the sacrifice followed by this bishop d5 genius idea.
Right.
Followed by this. And now you just want to know what's actually going on. What are
And
the
that's
facts
why
when
we
you're down
brought-
material?
That's why we brought you onto the show.
Oh yeah, sure. I can illuminate all the variations. And it's like, this position is insane. And I think they're going to take some time trying to figure this out.
Okay, last one then.
Please.
Wesley So. Wesley So versus
This was more
Sam.
normal. This was a lot more normal, I thought.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
it's a pawn sack.
All
Well,
right.
you could sack a pawn in the structure. I think before this, when knight d5 happened, that was the real moment right here. Because after check, Wesley had to make a decision here because he entombed his own bishop with this exact moment in time, right?
Right,
Because the
with the
bishop
move E3.
is coming under attack. So this move e3 entombs your bishop, and as you go back to win your material, you have to accept this fractured structure.
For your king. yeah.
Right. And now this one is not one of those, it's totally unmoored, insane, we can't tell exactly what's going on positions. It's more like your king is weak. In fact, both kings are weak. And can black untangle? And what you're doing now is just searching for moves. How does black untangle? Because if black untangles, then it's plus a pawn. Okay, you might give it back soon. But will you have the time? And Wesley's going to try to make sure that rook on h8 stays on h8, never comes into the game. And if that happens, then white will win the game.
Fantastic. Maurice, don't be a stranger. Come often.
here.
Come
I'm not a
often.
stranger. I'm here.
Come often is what I want to say. And good luck with all your projects, your chessable courses. Don't tell me that they're coming out soon, right? The chessable courses.
The chessable, well, the last one, the Dark Forest Rampaging Rooks, landed on Monday. So it's out. People can go check it out.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. I'm very proud of the content there. For those who don't know what it's about, what the Dark Forest is, it's based on a quote that you know well.
Exactly,
The
Michael
quote
Tal's.
of Mikhail Tal. You must take your opponent into a deep dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5, and the way out is only wide enough for one. And this is the kind of chess I like seeing that we see on the board right now. We're in the Dark Forest. So it's really about material imbalances, but not just basic material imbalance, but severe material imbalances. Rooks beating queens, bishop and 2 minors beating a queen or two rooks, double exchange sacrifices and the like. So it's crazy chess. All the positions look like the ones we've seen so far, just wild chess. But then I break it down and say, what are the factors that make you able to go into the Dark Forest and feel comfortable? Wow. So that's the fun one. And of course, more coming soon. The second one will be out in December is what they're looking at. And other courses as well coming out.
In other words, you've been studying my games.
I don't think any Yasser Seirawan games.
Sneak it in there for me. Hey, I'll pay you a little extra if you get a Yas game in there.
I don't think you're in any Dark Forest games in there for you, Yas, but it's been a fun ride.
Thank you for joining us, Maurice. And let's just take a quick look at the pairings, starting with the women, Kate.
So we have Zatonsky playing Eswaran, Jan playing one of the co-leaders, Paikidze, Krush playing against Perkashian, Yu playing Cervantes, Lee playing another leader, Yip, and then 2 co-leaders playing each other, Tokhirjonova against Abrahamyan.
And in the opening, we do have actually a result as well as the pairings.
Right, we have one quick result, super fast draw. Tang drew Aronian.
But we are seeing that crazy game of Ray Robson versus Mishra, as well as Wesley So and Sam Sevian that we've been eyeballing and essaying. Very, very, very nice. And as we come back here, again, a big thanks to our friend Maurice for joining us. And
yes. I hope he has some time to
fun.
celebrate his accomplishments also,
I know.
and not just going one project after another. That must be super busy.
I like the situation for Wesley. I mean, I'm looking at the position, Kate, and I'm seeing a very easy play. I want to go rook to d1 and rook to d7. Even so, Wesley is taking some time, it seems to me, at this exact moment.
Because I believe black can be trying h5 and rook h6.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of. And what Maurice said is we want to make sure that rook stays in the corner. But rook... as expected, rook f to d1 on the board, queen f3, just hanging around and being able to harass the king. And now what happens after the obvious rook to d7? What is Sam's defense? I want to
queen
ask.
to g4 was played.
Queen g4 already on the board?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I don't want to acquiesce to the draw. I'm ready to get on my running shoes after more
I
checks.
have to continue giving you checks.
You do
Queen
continue.
H3?
I have to, yes.
Okay, so King E1.
No.
Not sure about King E2. King E2, Queen G4 check, right? So King E1.
Let's try it out with Queen G2 now.
Queen G2. So give me your bishop. Yum yum.
All right.
I can always take my moves back whenever I failed.
So Queen H1 check,
Queen H1 check, King D2.
Queen D5.
And look at this. I mean,
I think
look
he's
at all
out.
the open,
He's finally out.
All the open. No, Queen F3 check is still a.
Oh, maybe you're not out yet.
So Queen
Okay.
F3.
Queen F3,
Well,
King C4. Keep going, right?
How
there's
fast-
a wide open field. It's like I'm
How
running,
fast and far can you run?
running all the way down the field with the ball. Nobody's tackling me.
So
King
Queen
C4.
E2.
E2 or D5? Queen
E2.
E2. Okay, King. I'll run over here if I can.
All right, so D3.
Okay. Still, you haven't landed a blow. I mean, you've given me a lot of checks, but I do think I'm out of dodge.
Yeah, it looks like you can always save yourself with B4 at the end.
At the very start, where
I think I have to be a bit more precise, right?
Well, you went for the checks. I was about to say somewhere around here.
No, Queen G2 is fine, I think.
I thought you were going to go Queen here.
Queen H4.
Like right here, Queen G4 check, and I thought you were just going to say, okay, because if you do get a chance to play H5, right?
But in the worst case
Sorry.
right now, I can take on E7, right?
Take on E7.
Take on E7, follow it up with Queen C8.
And then? So you take on E7.
With the knight.
With the knight, I beg your pardon. Rook
That's
C8.
an option. I mean, I can also be a bit more...
And you mean grab a pawn?
Actually, you know what? Let's go back. Let's go back for just a second. Just a pawn, not enough. I want to go Rook D1. I want to find a way to checkmate you somehow.
Yes, and before going through all of those permutations with the check and things like that, I was thinking that for whatever reasons you might be able to get in an H5 and get
But
your
now I can take
queen
on
developed
E7, right?
with the knight.
With a rook.
With the rook.
And then Rook D8, Rook takes C8, and Queen C8 mate. Right?
Ah, thank you. That clears the cobwebs. Of course. Check and mate. Very good. Yes, Queen C8. So H5 didn't.
Unless you have
save
some
me.
sort of a perpetual coming, but I don't think you are because you're still a couple of moves away from giving me a check. Queen H3 and Queen G2. I think what you have to focus on is actually, let's go to the first initial variation that
Which
we
was
looked at.
checks.
No, go back.
Check.
Instead of Queen H1, I'm going to try to go Queen to E4.
Queen E4 check.
Start it up like that.
Okay, so if I slip.
But if you do that, I go Queen D3, right?
Okay.
At some point, I will get you to D2.
Yes.
If you try Queen C4,
Queen C4.
Queen C4, and I
Okay.
get you to D2. Now I take on F4, right?
Okay. So you want.
So where do you go?
Same variations, but you want a pawn.
Exactly. But now I can go Queen F6, right?
Queen F6. Oh,
And then we get into that variation.
that's not nice. Okay.
And if you go to D3, I go Queen D6.
And
Oh,
either
then we
way,
are
I'm
happy
stepping into a check.
But how is that endgame is the question, right?
What, you mean
So you
after
go
King
King
C4?
yes.
Okay, but I'm pawns down. You still would just take.
You are, but you're so close to my pawns. I don't know. I'm still not convinced. Knight takes C7. Let's go.
With the queen or with the knight? Yep.
Well, I also have Queen to C8,
Yes,
Queen
you
takes
do.
C5. So perhaps this is the way to do it. Just Queen to C8, Queen takes C5, and play it out like this. And I think we're seeing that. Queen to H3 is on the board.
Really?
We're expecting King to E1.
Wow. That is quite the adventure, to be sure. And what about the other crazy games that were going on? The Mishra game, as well as did Leinier.
Leinier hasn't played. He's down to 45 minutes.
So he's essentially a 45-minute thing because he played everything very quickly.
A
to get
bit
to
more than
here.
that. A bit more than that. Like
Wow.
close to 50 minutes thing because he added some time when he made those first initial moves. So it's around 50-minute think right now. He's trying to calculate all of these things. He has to have a way to pull the brakes if necessary. So I think that's in the back of his mind as well. He's trying to keep those type of options available. So that's not an easy predicament to be in right now. Rook a3 is an option. Queen to f3 is very tempting as well. By the way, queen to f3, knight to d4, queen to d1. That's a way to make a draw. That's a way to pull the brakes if you really have to.
Right.
So once you don't play queen to f3, once you start with these rook to a3 variations, you have to make sure that you're not going to be a piece down later on in the game. But by the way, guys,
yes, please.
It does seem like the bad boy.
The bad boy's back?
Hans is doing well, guys.
Is he?
This is the position that we currently have on the board. But Sam, I have to say, this is a very uncomfortable position. And guess why? Because the knight is coming to f5, right? This is the beautiful square for the knight. What do you do after this move, knight to f5? It feels like all of my pieces are in the right squares. And the problem is bishop takes d4. It's very difficult to make. Because c takes d4, I have this beautiful center controlling e5. I have d5 ideas followed by queen to d4 as well whenever I want to do so. It just feels like a very uncomfortable position. So the way I look at this position after knight to f5, I think he wants to play the move knight to e5.
Right,
the
that's
problem
more
is,
logical.
Aren't you losing a pawn?
Oops.
Take, maybe I can take on d6?
There's an f3 sighting.
You can take on f3 first. Okay, so maybe I'm not even going to hurry with that.
Yeah, but my structure is all messed up now.
Not only that, but you're losing a pawn. You're still losing that pawn,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not happy.
I take on c6, I take on
Agreed.
d6, I'm going to be a pawn up. I also have ideas of g3, f4, kick your knights away.
Right.
It doesn't feel right for black. And look at the time expenditure. Knight to d7, Sam with only 38 minutes left on the clock against 1 hour and 9 minutes.
If you don't mind.
Hans is enjoying his position right now.
Knight f5, knight g6 to e5?
Sure.
Knight g6 to e5?
Okay. This is the move recommended.
Knight h2.
Knight somewhere. And this is actually a typical way to avoid this knight trade. Leave you with the superfluous knights on d7 and e5 and then kick one out from the center with the move f4. Either knight to d2, either knight to h2. Knight to h2 is quite typical in this type of structures.
Right. Wow.
I don't know. This is looking good for Hans.
Exactly. Ray Robson, Mishra, and then we'll just
Let's see. Not that much has happened. Rook to f7 was his decision. His
after queen d8.
After queen to d8. He's trying to go for this knight h7, knight f8, queen takes g7, and make use of his h4 pawn. So rook to f7, this is the position. It seems like rook to e7 is the best move. But again, how exactly do you understand that that's the best move? What if I just, giving up a pawn and then running the a pawn is probably not enough. My rook is controlling the a pawn quite nicely. So I perhaps don't want to start off with that. But yes, kick the rook from the 7th rank with the move rook to e7. This seems to be the predicted option for black.
Wonderful. Let's go to the ladies. Alice Lee up against Carissa Yip, one of our tournament co-leaders coming in today's round. She's put her bishop on h3. This is almost a typical King's Indian style position, but because the knight is on e1 and we still are nowhere close to getting in a3 and b4, my training understanding is that black is actually quite satisfied, and it's a kind of similar to her game against Irina from an earlier round. I think Carissa is going to be satisfied. Let's go to...
what about the co-leaders?
Yes,
Begim
exactly.
against Tatev? Because we see an interesting position where Tatev is pawn up. She managed to keep that pawn, right?
She's an exchange down.
She
gave up the rook for no reason.
There was a check, and then she took it.
What?
Queen took it and took the rook. So there goes the exchange, but she does have a pawn.
Okay, but she did not have to do this.
No.
But was that
After
a blunder?
bishop c6, you can just go king f8.
We thought that was actually a forced move because of the fact that you're losing.
It is a forced move, and it has been played 7 times.
That's what I thought. That we were.
And it's the only move that was played in this position. Nobody ever touched that bishop on c6. Just go king f8, be a pawn up. Still, sure, the king is not great on f8.
Ideal, but on a good day, you would solve
Why
by
not?
fianchettoing either h6 g5 or h6 G6.
It's not so clear how to attack that king, and black has majority of pawns on the queen side.
Well, black has a very solid pawn shield. No reason that the king should be in immediate danger, but this knight takes e7, pardon me, knight e7 takes c6. That was ill-advised. Takes queen a4 check, and, well, white's material up. And with the king still stuck in the center, you've got to think that Begim is doing great.
Oh, Begim is
like
cruising right
queen
now. But
c5.
at the same time,
Yes.
there's still some options left for black.
Okay.
You can go h5, h4, try to create something. You have to do it.
Yes, whether you like to or not.
What's your trump in the
desperado.
position? The lack of the light square bishop around the white key.
Right. So you
Take
want,
advantage of that.
You want to try to coordinate a potential attack. And after an hour of thinking, Kate, we've got a sighting. Leinier Dominguez did not play rook a3, did not play queen f3. He decided to develop his knight.
Develop knight d2, no rook lifts.
Exactly.
It was a very decent move, and this is exactly what Maurice was saying. You know, he's going to go into the tag, but he's a good player. He's going to make the best moves in the position. And the engine was not even showing this move, knight to d2, rook a3, queen f3, knight c3, knight to d2, but right now he's starting to understand, hey,
he's warming up.
Why not? I have a big threat. Knight to e4, right? You have to contend with that. Bishop to d4 has to be played. It's the only move, by the way. If you don't play bishop to d4, you're lost in the position. You don't have a good way to improve your situation.
Sorry, if you don't play bishop d4,
you got to play it.
Okay,
yes.
you got to do it.
Because knight e4 is coming, right?
Yes. Big threat, huge threat, right. Okay. And his idea was, remember, against queen to f3 was knight to d4, queen d1, knight f5. His idea is to wait for black to play the move bishop to d4 and then maybe go queen to f3.
Makes sense.
And
but now you can play queen d7.
Queen c8 is the only move.
Oh, I was about to say defend the knight and make
queen d7 not good enough because I take queen g4. And now your queen is not protected. You cannot go knight to g7. You have to go bishop to g7. But after knight to e4, you're on this perpetual pin. I have this knight to f6 coming along. You have too many things to contend.
That's why my queen must be defended. I have to have my queen on c8.
So you go this, I go knight g3, game over.
Correct.
You don't go that, you have to give
the
knight on
f5. I hate that.
Game over.
Right, agreed. Queen has to be on c8.
You got to go to c8.
Gotcha.
Not easy to understand.
Two difficult moves,
No.
bishop d4, queen c8. A lot of
He
accuracy.
has to be thinking about these things. He has to be calculating these things precisely.
Right.
And you start looking at the position. If you don't see queen c8 after bishop d4, you're like, what am I supposed to do? If I go queen d7, I see that I'm getting killed. So what am I supposed to do? And then you start panicking, and then you make a bad move. That's usually how it goes, at least for me. But Dariusz here at the US Championship, he's a much better player. He's ready to ask and answer these difficult questions that Leinier is posing.
Thank you for that. And again, I'm just going to go back to our games of the ladies for just a moment. I want to go into the game of Irina. Again, a Queen's Gambit declined. It does look like Tusha did manage to no f4 by Irina. We were looking at moves like f4 to try to ensnare that bishop.
Yeah, I really like that idea, trying to trap the bishop.
But we did go in this direction, and that looks like a very tame position. I wanted to go to, we've seen this one, and I wanted to go to Nashi's. Rook ending. It looks like
that's going to be
a draw.
A draw. What about Jennifer Yu and Talia Cervantes? I think we did not look at that game yet. Jennifer Yu is the defending champion who had a very tough loss yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like a Grunfeld. Yeah, it feels like a Grunfeld, right?
The pawn on a4 is so advanced.
I know. Knight, bishop. Talia said, give me the pawn. And she says, if you want, you can take a rook on f8, give me a pawn. And Jennifer said, I'll take the exchange. And I must say that for Grunfeld defense players, Talia, whatever the computer says doesn't really matter. I just know that for Grunfeld players, whenever they get a bishop, and a pawn for with a dominating bishop and then looking at the pawn on b2, black is happy.
Right.
That just the Grunfeld players are happy.
That bishop is just probably better than a rook, especially after maybe c5, just to cement the bishop there and really attack on those two great diagonals.
Exactly.
And a3 is a threat.
True. I mean, looks like great compensation for Talia in this one as our defending champion. Having struggles, I want to say.
Also, look at the time. There's already almost 30 minutes difference.
I see that. Yeah, 1 hour for Talia. Anna Zatansky, she's playing up against a player who lost her first 2 games, and you know you don't want that to happen. You do not want to come into these national championships with a target on your shoulder. I mean, we can criticize Andrew Tang for making a short draw as white, but guess what? You know,
it's better than 2 losses.
And an alternative. Takes. What do you think about this one, Kate? Because bishop takes is on the board.
And black is enjoying pair of bishops.
Right.
That is a strong diagonal.
Anna's a pawn up, but it's
but
not
how
so
are you going to
easy
defend that pawn on
how do
c4?
you keep it? Well, if I do play knight to d5 blocking the threat, it's not that you take on b2 right away, but you can toss in the move c7, c6. Now here, I don't know if you're threatening to take my knight, but I don't have a very comfortable way. I mean, you know what I mean. If
you want knight c7 or?
Oh, thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't see it. Knight c7, brilliant. Yes, of course.
But now I'm going to go rook f8. Because if you don't escape with the knight now...
Oh, no. I'm going to escape with the knight now. And here I can make a pretense of being material ahead.
But no capturing on b2.
I'll play rook b1.
Going back to g7.
And of course I wanted to capture on a7, but I'm not a big fan of that. So let me, after you take on b2, let me offer a trade of rooks. And
yeah, rook d8, rook f8.
Rook f8 to d8, right?
I need to stay active. If I don't stay active, then I'm in trouble.
Exactly. Now, I'm not really a big fan of that one, but you're going to play b5.
Yes.
Or maybe
that's
rook d2.
Yeah.
But b5 actually is very nice.
Yeah, b5 is annoying.
That's a nice one, yeah.
Rook to b1.
But you're not threatening to capture the bishop, so I can play a6. Right.
Well, then I'll take on h6 in that case. And then you could go rook d4.
Not that easy, right?
Ashritha's he's got some compensation. And why is this game so important? Because Anna, tied for that 5th position, she needs the win, and for Ashritha, boy, she's just got to get off the schneid and reestablish herself in the tournament.
Speaking of players, guys, that have a target on their back, look at the standings right there, and I didn't think that I would have to say that, but Alice Lee has a target on her back as well.
She drew and lost.
Especially after that last game against Tatev. That move f5, even at the end, no fight at that particular moment, just simply losing like that so easily.
Right.
All of these players, all of these sharks are looking, oh, you played that move. You usually don't do that. You must be in a bad shape. And take a look what's happening in this one.
Right.
This is the position we currently have. And I'm not even, okay, I'm looking at the eval, but I'm looking at the position and I understand King's Indian defense. Whenever you have this type of attacks, black going on the king side, white trying to do something on the queen side. When black already managed to break through, you're supposed to have the pawn on b4 and ready to break through yourself with c5.
Right.
That's not happening.
We're many
You're
moves away.
nowhere close to that. a3 you cannot play because of knight takes b3. So you have so many things that you need to solve before you can launch your own attack, your counter attack, that you're just getting killed on the king side. Right now, I can go knight h7 followed by knight g5. Your bishop on h3 is going to be in big trouble. At some point, I'm going to take on h3 and go f4. This is not looking good for white. And in fact, the engine is saying black is almost winning at this particular moment in time. And look at the time. 1 hour and 5 minutes, 28 minutes for Alice Lee. Really?
So knight h7 is on the board, so it looks like Carissa doesn't care if Alice captures that pawn on h6?
Carissa is cruising right now. If you take on h6, I'm going to go f4. I'm going to sacrifice If you take on g7, I can take on h3. I can also take on g7. But take a look at this. I mean, where is your counter chance? You take on c8, I take back, queen to g5 or queen to h4 is coming. I'm going to go king to f7. I'm going to bring the other rook on the g file. The knight coming into play via g5. This is not compensation. This is a deadly attack brewing on the king side. This is your extra pawn. You're going to get checkmate after I capture and reestablish the material balance on h2. This is looking really, really bad for Alice Lee.
Bobby Fischer, Big King's Indian attack enthusiast himself, he did this to a lot of players, as did Garry Kasparov too. That does look like a terrible position for white there. Just everything about it just feels wrong. But I'm still kind of reeling by the decision of Tatev to sacrifice the exchange. I really don't get that, because the compensation is just not there. And I was playing around with it in my mind as we were getting to these positions with h5 and h4, and I didn't believe it. By the way, Begim played the move knight d2. She didn't go for the knight c3 ideas that we were looking at. Knight
so
d2
did not go for h5.
But now she's going to be very slow with this knight already here.
So maybe Tatev can try to play along that diagonal, a8, h1, maybe queen c7, try to transfer the queen to c6 for some movements of the pawns, and then play h5, h6, h4.
Okay,
at some point she has to do it. And by the way, there's some drama right there. I think there's going to be
probably a draw, as the arbiter was probably called to confirm a repetition. Let me just check in on that game. Yeah, well, for sure.
That's a good result for Nazi.
Yeah.
She wanted to make this draw. She played
very
that
safe, solid draw with black.
Yeah, I mean, that Caro-Kann exchanged the pieces.
Well, it was that game with Anna from yesterday that she was on the edge. She was a pawn down, and she didn't like what happened. So kind of righting the ship a little bit in this one. Tatev again. Knight d2. You wanted to say queen c7. I was going to play rook c1. The difference, what I wanted to say is, if you get on that diagonal and you're going to checkmate me, the difference of bringing the knight from b1 was I can block the diagonal with knight f3, and away we go.
Yeah, maybe knight d5.
Knight d5.
I mean, I don't like the position for black, but I don't think it's that crazily easy for white to transfer this to winning position. I think it still requires some
good play,
strong moves.
Okay, good. As we transition ourselves to our next break, I just wanted to say that Sabina, our social media coordinator, caught up with Carissa. That will be coming up. I'm not going there yet, but you were just saying knight d5, queen a3. Did you want to play b4? Kate, I just saw you were like, it was almost like you were reaching,
h5, but I don't really know what to do with the king there. If I want to play like f6 and force the knight to possibly don't have a move on e5.
f6. Okay.
I feel like it's too slow.
f6. Yeah, I was waiting for the h5 knight e5 business, but f6 kind of takes a little bit of the wind out of my sails too, because you do want to play king f7. And you're right, it's not like there's an open file in the position. Maybe I have to just bite the bullet and go, crazy to open up the files for my rook, right?
Yeah.
Get to play something like knight.
But still, I feel it's such a risky decision for Tatev to go into this position.
Exactly.
When after king f8, I mean, the king is safe, position is good, pawns are connected.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, Christian, what's happening in that Wesley So versus Sam Sevian position? Because we were trying to run with the king.
Right, but Sam is really trying to figure things out right now because, okay, we understand queen g2 and queen to e4 is the way to do it, but this is not easy to find out.
I think he did. I think as
he
we were
just
talking,
played.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. As we were discussing it.
Commentator's curse.
Not a curse so far. That was a good move.
That was a good move.
That was a really good move. Queen to g2 and queen to e4 is going to come. If he finds this idea of queen to e4, Queen takes f4, and from f4 you can touch both d6 and f6. So depending on how you try to escape with a king, I'm going to be able to give that double attack, queen d6 or queen to f6, get my piece back, and make a draw most likely. So he probably spent some time, by the way, how much time did he? More than 10 minutes on this move, queen to g2. Figured it out, and right now is on Wesley to show whether there's anything in this position at all.
You were mentioning the Hans Niemann versus Sam Shankland. If
They're following what we discussed.
Yeah,
yes.
and Sam Shankland's queenside pawn structure has been ruptured, and that's looking really good for Hans Niemann.
Oh yes, it's a long-term advantage. And I can pick up that pawn after knight d4. I can even play it slowly with g3.
I mean, if you have this position with knight on f5 and black having double pawn, delayed pawn,
it's not good,
so
right?
comfortable for white.
No, absolutely. I like that idea too of what you had recommended earlier, which was this whole, keep the pieces on the board, knight h2, g3, because this pawn, sometimes you spend so much effort defending the pawn that your pieces get all messed up and tangled.
But right now, it just feels like probably that d4 square is more active, right, in this particular pawn structure.
I also like that I want to just capture the bishop and grab that pawn on a4.
Why not?
Free
or
pawn.
the pawn on d6, right? I mean, you can capture whichever pawn you want.
Kate, you had me to capture that pawn on a4.
I am getting that membership.
Yes. Platinum. Knight
there
c4.
is one move that he needs to find. After knight to d4, if he decides to move this knight jump in the center. Knight to c4 is the question, right? That's the critical way of
Give me the pawn.
Now there is a very
d6.
good move. Knight to e3. That's the key move. Very difficult to spot.
Knight e3.
Yes, because if you take on b2, then there's no way out.
The knight's just basically trapped.
It's over.
And you're saying what you want to do is force that trade.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're ready to go back?
I'm going to go back.
Or be like Katrina and take the bishop. And
But it's so interesting. We run away with one knight because we don't want to trade the knight, and suddenly we offer a trade.
Yes.
It's kind of counterintuitive.
There are still pitfalls for white as well. It's not that easy to prove the advantage, but there's
even after
a clear
93.
advantage. Yeah. Knight to e3, the engine is saying something like +1, so still 1 point advantage. That's significant.
Yes,
yeah,
please.
rook b1.
Humor me for a moment. Why aren't I just defending the knight on f5? That's my pride and joy. I don't want to just...
can do that as well. Then I will go b5. I have to, because otherwise you take my a4 pawn.
Right, I gotcha. That's the idea. Mm-hmm. All right. We're just going to go to the studio, and with Cristian, we have Ruiyang.
Ruiyang, welcome to the show. A draw with the white pieces. I see you always smiling, but you wanted to nurture an advantage out of the opening. It wasn't meant to be. Tell us your story about this game.
Yeah, I had prepped bishop g4 instead like this d takes e4 line. But like I couldn't do it much, I guess. Like she just traded like a lot of pieces, and there was
bishop g4 here, yeah, instead of knight takes e4.
Oh no, like instead of d takes e4 on move 3.
Got it. Here, bishop to g4.
Yeah,
this was
like
your
here.
preparation.
Yeah, yeah.
And did she surprise you with this knight takes e4 and queen to a5 specifically?
So I had faced this line like a long time ago. But I kind of forgot what to do after it. So like I just kind of like knew this like bishop c4, like this basic idea.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was about it. Yeah.
And here at knight takes e5, bishop takes c5, bishop to d6, there was one opportunity to try to get something on the king side with this idea of g4 followed by f4. Did you consider it at all?
Not really. I didn't like really look at like g4 f4, but this looks interesting.
You do have some
looks
initiative.
probably good, yeah.
At the same time, you are offering some weakness on the king
like
side
my
as
king
well.
side, yeah.
So you wanted to
I
keep
guess
the
this
position
could
close.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe like queen b6 here. I don't know. Like sorry, not Can you play? You could play queen b6.
I think bishop
And you
takes
get- I don't know.
c5 was the best, and then
B5.
And then
B5.
queen
b5
queen
first.
yeah, maybe like my king is too weak.
It did feel like that. At the same time, it's kind of a back
Yeah.
and forth situation because you
Yeah.
either do something on the king side with
Because I
f5.
also have like f5 ideas.
That's right. That's right. But after that, it just simplified and not much after it, right?
Yeah, I couldn't do much. Yeah.
Ruiyang, you're the wild card coming into this event. Obviously, you know, it feels like there's a little bit of a target on your back. How do you deal with that? What is the strategy for facing these extraordinary opponents?
Well, my goal for this term was just like 50%. So like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying not to be too stressed about every game. Yeah.
That's probably a good strategy.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Congratulations, Ruiyang. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. And I'm just going down the games and I'm looking at Talia's position. I got to say, I really like everything that she's doing in this game. She's putting a majority to work. As soon as this knight, you know, just magically, you know, becomes this monster on the queen side, knight a6, knight b4. You mentioned pawn on a2. You mentioned a3. A4, A3, bishop takes B2. It really feels to me like Talia is the one having all the fun here and Jennifer's on the back foot.
I think the b5 is a very interesting move because if you move it back, she has the chance to play a3 here immediately.
Right.
Right? But maybe you rook a d1,
Yep.
offering that pawn if you recapture it with the bishop, and maybe
Then I
you
have a
can
check.
get to the back rank.
And that's a little awkward, right? Although I must say, I still have to.
Oh, wow.
I still have to pay attention. That's why the pawn is on b5, because she's probably Talia is probably looking at this and saying, if I got my pawn to b5, there's no bishop c4 business either. Like we could get a position like this, and maybe it's, I don't know.
Right. So it looks like black has a lot of time. So she's just playing b5, improving her pieces, and still threatening that bishop b2.
Exactly. It feels to me like Jennifer's on the back foot, as is Alice Lee on the white side. Alice, guess what? She took a pawn.
She did
Bishop
capture the
takes
pawn on h6.
And just as Cristian advised, this move f4, and you know, obviously, I'm not trying to win a piece or get some crazy bishops of opposite color. You take my bishop. No. I just want to invite trades in a very nice, pedantic way. And what I'm going to do, well, you don't have to ask me twice. Queen h4, knight g5, king f7, rook h8. And those open g-file and half-open h-file. White's king is going to come out under a really very, very unpleasant attack.
It's
so
really
easy to
unclear
play.
what white is going to do with her pieces, right? The knight on e1, yes, it is defending the pawn on g2 and it's doing an important job, but the pieces don't have cooperation. I cannot really move the knight somewhere else.
Right.
Then the rook on a1 is kind of stuck, and any a3, b4 is too slow or simply impossible right now because it's giving up the pawn on b3.
Right.
Very difficult position for Alice.
These old Soviet journals, good advice is hard to come by. It's not a nice position at all for Alice in this one. As I do think we're ready for a break. Are we? Let's take a break. And we do have Sabina and Carissa. I hope you enjoyed the interview.
Carissa, thank you so much for joining me here today. I want to ask you a little bit about your chess upbringing.
So I started when I was in elementary school. So I was 7 when I first started playing tournament chess, but I first was interested in it when I was 6. There's like a flyer for the school chess club, and it met like before school in the mornings, and I really wanted to go and play. But the problem was like they didn't have any instructors there. It was just like to go and play chess with each other. I had no idea how the pieces moved, nothing. And so my parents were just like, it's okay, don't join the club. And I was like, okay. And then like the year after, I was like, Mom, Dad, can I join chess club? And then they were like, oh, this is something that, maybe she's like really interested in. And so my dad first taught himself how to play and like how pieces move and stuff, and then taught me. And we used to play all the time when I was a kid, just like on the floor in the living room. And I was always trying super hard to beat him. Never really could until one day, a few months later. But yeah, and since we played so much, eventually he got like really tired of it. And he was like, one night he's just like, I'm just gonna take you to like a actual chess club. And that was where I played my first tournament.
Was there something specific or a specific person that influenced you most or you looked up to the most as you're growing up?
Yeah, so definitely my dad was up there. We spent so many hours just like playing chess together. I was always like really fighting and struggling to beat him, which I think is probably where like that spirit comes from for me. Another big influence was when I was starting out, I played in one club, Wachusett Chess Club, and I remember, so it met like every Wednesday night, and it would be like one game a night. It would be like one of those month-long tournaments sort of situations, and everyone there was super nice. I was the only kid there, but after all my games, they'd always offer to like analyze it with me. We would go over all the moves, and like all the club members would be there and like offering suggestions and helping me improve my chess, and they've also been like a great source of support.
Nice. Was there something specific that attracted you to the game?
I think the first time I was like really into chess was when I was at my school chess club, and I was playing a friend, and this friend was like probably the smartest person I knew at the time. She still is like super smart, maybe still the smartest person I know. And we were playing chess, and I beat her like 3 times in a row. To be fair, we weren't really playing with actual chess rules. It was like this idea that if you put the king in check and the other person didn't notice, then you just take the king and win.
Nice.
So it doesn't really count, but I beat her 3 times in a row, and I was like, whoa, maybe this is something that I'm like kind of good at.
I see. And since then, you went to college. You're combining chess and college, and recently you became world junior vice champion for girls. How were you able to balance your schoolwork and chess and coming back to chess? I know you had this short period of time where you didn't play as much.
Yeah, so my school is actually on the quarter system, which is super convenient because it doesn't start until really late September, almost October really. And so I wasn't missing too much of my academic work when sort of playing these tournaments, but this is actually the first tournament where I'll be like missing full weeks of school along with playing chess. So we'll see how that goes.
So this is the first time, so I can't ask you how you're balancing everything, but hopefully you did a good job in planning everything so that you don't have exams during the event.
Yeah, no exams during, just homework and stuff like that.
And last question for you, Carissa. I was wondering if you are doing any other extracurricular activities in your university besides, working on chess and going to school.
Nope.
Nothing.
Nothing interesting, no. Yeah.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing you back on the over the board. I know you haven't played last year, so I can't wait to see how you're gonna do.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Lucia's club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Ruiyang. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage as we are in round 3. We have a few games in our standings. Let's just take a quick gander at where we stand in this round thus far.
So far, we have only one result in round 3. Yan drew against Paikidze. Very calm game, very good.
For the ladies, but also one very short draw happened in the open section. Let's take a look at where that draw occurred.
Yeah, that's probably the shortest draw
of the championships.
tournament. Tang drew against Aronian, 3-fold repetition very early on in the London.
But that belies the fact that we have some really, really sharp games going on. And in that Leinier Dominguez game, Cristian, Dariusz played the same mistake that I played.
Yep, Queen D7, and he played it fast. And we
Which
were
was
talking,
very strange, yeah.
Yes, with
Because he
his
had so much
head
time.
coach at SLU, and he was saying, look, he had so much time. He should have focused at this particular moment and found that only way out with the move Queen to C8. It wasn't easy. He played a move Queen to D7, and unfortunately, after Queen to G4, the big difference is that with the Queen on C8, you would be able to play the move Knight to G7.
At this
with
moment.
the Queen not protected on D7, I just simply pick that Queen up and win the game.
Exactly.
So Bishop to G7 seems like a normal way out, but unfortunately, this is a double attack. I'm not actually threatening any physical pieces right now in one move, but I'm threatening to give you a check on F6. That's going to kill you on the spot.
Right.
Also, if you try to defend against it, let's say King to H8, then I can just simply drop to G3, and that's all.
That's your double threat.
You take on G3, I pick up the Queen, and that's that. Your knight is pinned on F5. Unfortunately, you cannot get out. Also, once the knight lands on F5, you get checkmated. It's not only that you're a couple of pawns down, you get checkmated, right? So this is the big problem in the position. After Queen to G4, I'm sure maybe we can see his reaction. He must be fuming because he knows he missed this one. Right now, he's realizing that Queen to C8 was the move, and yeah, this is looking good for Leinier, and this is what Maurice predicted as well. He said he is spending almost 50 minutes, but you know he's going to calculate fast. And he spotted this, he prepared this masterfully, I might add, and right now he has a winning position.
There was 3 crazy games in the Open, including the game between Wesley So and Sam Sevian. And more or less, they're kind of going to that whole analysis, Kate, that we did some time ago.
Sam Sevian played accurately and picked up the pawn on F4, and now was able to retrieve with the Queen. And we're going to have that endgame that we were talking about.
Right. I think we actually had it somehow. Our king was on the square C4, but it was check and check. Queen C8 check and Queen takes C5 check was the lines that we were going. And of course, it was the Mishra Ray Robson game too that was defied understanding, Cristian.
Absolutely. Rook to F7, that was the move that we expected. Rook to E7 to cover the 7th rank and also hide from ideas of knight to H7. Immediate knight to H7 put a lot of pressure on the bishop on F8. That was the plan. Go to H7, take on F8, and then take on G7. That was White's plan in the position. Rook to E7 kind of covers against that. And now we see Rook to F4 back. You do not want to exchange the rooks in this position and Queen to E8. That's what we have right now. I'm looking at the time. It's always about the time, especially in this type of very, very complicated positions, because you know, This is only move 24, but it's so difficult to make a move because, you know, if you make a mistake, you lose instantaneously in this type of complex situations, right? Imbalanced positions. That is the nature of them. And after queen to e8, I can guarantee you these two players are going to go down to the wire, down to the last few minutes. Who's going to come on top at that particular moment? That is the question right now. Ray Robson, 27 minutes, 42 minutes for Abhimanyu. This is getting intense at the moment.
As we switch to the ladies, just give me an update on the Hans Niemann, Sam Shankland affair, because that looked like it was going in Hans Niemann's favor.
We left it off after the move knight to d4, I believe. Bishop takes b6, c takes b6. We messed up the pawn structure on the queen side for black. Knight to d4, going for that a4 pawn after the exchange on c6 or the d6 pawn. And he decided to respond with the move b5. And I was wondering, why not just simply take the pawn, right?
Well,
Knight
Kate
c6, b takes c6, and maybe queen takes d6. But the problem is, not a good move. In fact, a losing move.
No.
Wow. This is losing for white right now because of this move, queen to g5. I have a lot of threats. Knight to f3 is one of them. If you try to shy away,
are we going to trap the queen?
Not yet, not really. Queen to c5, but the problem is I'm going to go rook to d2 and look at your pieces. It's not looking good. The bishop on c2, the knight is coming to f4 with checkmating threats. I have all this complex of pieces attacking your king and you don't have any defenders. This is one of those instances in which you simply count attackers versus defenders. I have a lot of attackers, you don't have any defenders. You're going to get checkmated or you're going to lose a lot of material. So don't take the pawn on d6. He did not play the move knight to e3, putting a lot of pressure. And look at the time, 18 minutes. Shankland is not a player that enjoys, and who enjoys playing in time trouble, but he particularly takes a lot of pride in the fact that he almost never gets in time trouble situations. That's predominantly because he plays so well and he knows so much theory. So he gets out of theory with a sizable time advantage. That's not the case in this game. And right now he's in trouble.
Exactly. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Jennifer Yu versus Talia, because we were thinking Jennifer Yu, our defending champion, she's got to deal with these threats of bishop takes b2 and a3, and b5 was like, okay, so Jennifer understood that things are really, really difficult. Rook d1, bishop takes b2, rook check, king here, and she's looking at bishop takes a2 and 3 connected pass pawns. Yes, I agree. This is a nasty pin, and it's unfortunate.
But that pawn, a4, a3, just going down so fast.
It launches all by itself. So she decided it was time to throw a monkey wrench into the plans. Knight d5, stopping bishop takes a2. Okay. By the way, those monkey wrenches are really heavy. You know, heavy monkey wrench. Knight c7 on tap, but shall we have a look? What happens if we take the knight?
Let's just grab that knight.
Okay, this is just some sort of strategical sacrifice.
Okay, bishop f5.
Bishop, sorry?
f5.
Yes,
now
give me the
bishop
pawn.
takes b5, is that it?
I was hoping you were going to go bishop f6 and take my rook.
Don't I have knight c6 right now?
Yeah, knight c6.
Knight c6 I didn't see. Oh, that is... That's a visual. That's a visual.
That's a visual. Yeah.
You know, all 3 rooks suddenly hanging in one
that's
move.
A nice one.
Wow. So the rook is hanging, but so is this.
No, I think what she wants is bishop to b5 followed by bishop to c6.
I'm sure you are right. I'm sure she intended bishop takes. Knight c6 rocked my world there. Bishop takes.
And that's an interesting question, right? You go bishop f6.
Now?
To defend. And bishop c6, right? Now we get this position, knight c6, rook takes a8. How is this? 3 pieces.
For 2 rooks.
A couple of rooks. But I have to say, I kind of like the pieces, right? I don't know.
I don't know.
This is such a difficult one to assess.
Right? Yeah? Wow. Yeah. Normally we like 3 pieces against the queen, depending on safe king. This is a pretty safe king here.
This is a very difficult one to understand.
But do we have maybe something better after bishop takes b5?
Nope, we played perfect.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm teasing. Bishop takes b5. What's better? Do we have e5? No.
I thought maybe bishop e6? C3, bishop a5.
Bishop C3,
oh, better for black. I thought black was getting.
Oh, you
like
the 3 pieces for the?
I thought so, but I'm not so sure anymore.
Bishop takes b5. So what did we like? I beg your pardon.
I sort of didn't like knight c6, to be honest. I'm trying to find something better for white.
Okay, so in this position, if I'm in
But I don't see it.
white shoes, can I do? Can I try to exploit this knight? Do something like g4, so I get to play bishop d3 and rook b1.
Okay, but what exactly happens if I take that pawn?
Bishop d3, so I'm kind of setting myself.
But I can play a3 and bishop b2.
Oh, that's
That
a
might
nice
be a
way
problem.
of.
Yes.
That's a nice way of stopping my open.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which means, okay, here it comes, guys.
We are ready.
Is your white squared bishop getting trapped? Like, I want to go f3 and g4. So let me play king here so that I can play f3 and g4. What I'm trying to do, the whole point is to maintain this pin, not to play the move
Right.
bishop c6 and allow knight takes c6, but try to exploit the pin as best I can. Double-edged, I'm really, really not too sure. What's happening in the Talia Cervantes Tatev game?
No, Talia is with the black pieces in this one, right?
Sorry, I meant Tatev's
And
game.
by the way, after looking at the engine, it's not c takes d5, which is the best, but bishop to e5. And even after c takes d5, bishop f5, the whole idea of bishop takes b5, that was the right way to do so for both players, by the way. Bishop to f6, we analyzed it quite precisely. Bishop to c6, and by the way, this is given as an almost decisive advantage for black.
What?
Surprisingly so. Because of this move, knight to d4, or perhaps, oh no, never mind. I missed it. e6? Whoa. What is this move?
Attacking the rook.
Okay, but what is the difference? Okay, this is the difference. And with a d pawn going down the board.
It's going to be running.
That's a
You have a
problem.
runner. You
That's
have
a
a
problem.
runner.
And that's an easy one to fall
Very
into. An easy
easy.
trap to fall into, right? This
Wow.
move e6. Interesting. Very, very interesting. But right now, it seems like black has the decisive advantage. C takes d5, not as precise. Bishop to e5 seems to be the more precise option. Just to simply get ready for knight to b6 by defending the knight on b8.
But I have to say this bishop e5, just offering the pawn on e7, saying, I don't care if you take it. That's also a difficult decision to
Well,
make.
defend the knight, though. Once the knight is defended, then your rook is free to roam.
You have to
can
go rook
move-
a7,
You can
yeah.
get out of that pin, and
And the knight is trapped.
That's it.
Wow.
Don't you hate that feeling of being in a pin and like physically incapable of getting? So when you could play a move like rook a7, that's nice. Let's take us to the Tatev Begim game because that's for first place. What's going on?
Well, that one is pretty intriguing as well because Tatev seems to have found her footing in terms of compensation in the position. Take a look at this. Queen to b4, I think we left it at this point. Knight to
Right,
d2,
d2.
and it was this move h5. By the way, b3 right now with a sense of urgency to open things up on this side was the right way. The idea being that once you take on b3, and this is so precise and so difficult to understand all these details, you don't touch that pawn.
No.
You actually go knight d2 now. And the difference is, and of course, you're going to take with the knight on b3, follow it up with knight to c5. Once you land the knight on c5,
Then it's visually
that's
insane,
problematic,
yeah.
right? But after knight to d2, and perhaps this was her intention as well from the beginning, the problem is you're not in time. After b3, I actually go h4. You take on c4, I take on g3, you cannot, by the way, take with the h-pawn because you get checkmated, right? That's checkmate in one move. So you have to take with the f-pawn. The problem is knight to g4 comes, once again, look at all my pieces. The rook on h8, the knight on g4, the bishop on b7, and the queen on b8 are playing an active role. So this one will be a successful attack, most likely, for a black. A lot of compensation, at least. She did not play this move b3, missed a bit. Play this move knight to d2 with a different idea of e4, and that's what we have right now. A lot of compensation for Tatev, but still it feels like with good play, maybe Begim still has a slight edge.
All right. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Alice Lee versus Carissa Yip. This was that King's Indian attack. Bishop takes h6. Young Alice Lee said, give me the pawn on h6, f4.
Very important move by Carissa. She found it
Yes.
to keep that kind of king side closed and maybe start attacking there on the open piles.
A little bit of a surprise with this queen takes c8. It looks like it's easy to get, I don't know, lured into this idea of bringing your queen to h3. Actually, I really like rook takes c8 and bringing the queen to h4. She did play queen takes, bishop takes, rook takes, queen to c2. Well, actually, the idea is not just to cover the g2 pawn, but really to be able to play knight d3. The game continued, queen h3. And again, when you took with the queen, you kind of got to follow up like this, right? You could have had your queen on h4, king h1, now the queen goes back, and knight d3. If Alice gets the opportunity to trade knights on c5, puts her knight on e4, maybe she has defensive chances. I still think that this is great compensation. I really like this. One key question I might ask also is, what happens after queen, you want a pin, right?
Right.
Queen to g6. You got to play rook to d1, I'm assuming, right? Rook to d1, something like, I don't know, knight to f6? Just want to take away any possibilities of knight e4.
So maybe rook f2, but I see your idea, knight h5,
yes.
and then checkmate there.
Indeed, I remember, I think it was from Herceg-Novi, a blitz tournament that Bobby Fischer won with some unbelievable score, like ridiculous score. It's 20 out of 23, and it was everybody. And he beat Viktor Korchnoi by maneuvering his knight to g3 in one of the blitz games. And it was, for a blitz game, it was like one of the masterpieces. What has caught your eye? Christian?
Chess is a game of confidence.
Yes,
guys.
it is.
You really need the confidence to be able to assess and master this type of positions. This type of positions I'm talking about. This chaos, complete chaos. Ray Robson versus Abhimanyu. Take a look at this move. Queen to h7.
What?
What is he trying to do? He's
is
trying
that?
to go from behind via g8 to put pressure on the bishop on f8 and the pawn on e6. Knight to d5, I'm looking through these variations right now. Bishop takes d5. And now c takes d5, the most natural move, the most natural recapture in the position is not the correct one. Because after you take with the c pawn, I go queen g8 now. And now you have to set up this defense with a rook on e8. Otherwise, you just simply lose the bishop on f8. So the way to do that is queen to d8 or queen to c8. The problem is you lose a pawn right now.
Right.
Knight takes c6, and this is losing for black. So you have to take like this, queen to g8 or queen to h8, queen c8, knight e6 or knight h7, and we get into something along the lines of this position. How do you assess it?
I don't know how.
It's impossible, right?
Yeah.
You have to, by the way, see the move knight to f8, otherwise you're in some sort of danger
But
in the position.
But yeah, knight f8, knight e6 makes such sense, though.
Rook to f7, now the pawn is going down the board.
I think I assess
so
it that I'm scared for black.
With which side?
Panic.
With which side? That's
For
the question.
black, I mean, the pawn on h is running, the pawn on e is potentially running.
Yes. But
it's
right
actually
now,
kind
you
of
also have to be precise with the white pieces. For example, if you go queen g4 to defend the square d4, after c5, you lose.
Right. It's
Take
actually
d4 and stuff like that.
it's actually quite
Open
funny.
up, you get checkmated.
Four
This is
connected
crazy.
pass pawns.
Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy position.
4 connected pass pawns on the
Okay,
left-hand side.
I'll ask you a question. From
Please.
a practical perspective, who would you rather be, white or black in this position?
In this position, black.
Not in this one. In this one, after queen h7,
In
the
this
one that we're
position,
seeing.
practically speaking, black. I like, in general, I like
I don't know.
playing the pieces. My experience at the clumsy rook. I don't know about yourselves, but I always felt that the rooks were very clumsy in the middle game. In the end game, it's not a problem. But in the middle game, I like the minor pieces. I thought that
go with white.
Mishra was going to go queen c8 and c5. I thought his idea was like
Queen
you...
c8, I go knight f7 now.
Ah, now you're not going queen g8.
Now I go
was
towards d6.
the d6.
And
so,
actually, you're worse.
I would certainly pick white here because I think black has to be really accurate, and I think black is going to make a mistake, and I don't want to be black. I think it's really difficult to defend.
And in this position, I thought I was being clever by trying to attract your knight to the f7 square. Knight b5, why am I worse?
Knight to b5.
I'm still trying to
knight
understand.
to d6. So
Take,
the exchange,
take.
I would assume. You
Rook
go back to
E8.
e8, right? And now rook f7.
So I took a pawn?
You take a pawn, but now my h pawn is extremely fast, so I will take that.
What?
And then my h pawn, boom, 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 boom.
But, okay, I'm still reeling. I'm trying to understand, because I've got my pawns also on the queen's.
I know, I know. That's the thing. You need to have the confidence to actually assess this position, because you don't understand. You don't have the engine next to you.
I don't.
You think you're better with the black pieces. The engine's
Right.
saying, forget about it.
No. It's really good for you. That is just amazing. I'm sitting there going, wow, I thought with A3 and C3 and, okay, if I just continue for just a moment here, Cristian, I'm just trying to figure out if I go, I want to go knight b6, if you don't mind. Just put knight b6 on the board.
B6, I push.
Bishop a6, because I can't play c5 with your bishop on g2.
Pushing. Okay, you're trying
Yes,
to go
I wanted
C3.
to play c3.
So
That's
let's
exactly
get out
right.
of that. Let's get out of that first.
And if I go a3?
Probably have to, yes.
And
I'll
c3?
And c3, and I go rook c1.
Oh, because I was about to play bishop takes a3 just a
I'm
second
curious, actually,
before.
whether h6 is also good. Bishop takes a3. Yes, it's still good because of queen to e5, and you're actually having some trouble with your king as well. Not that easy. Queen
No, it's
e5,
not.
rook c7, bishop takes c6 next. There's still this bishop on the board.
I wanted to put my knight on d5 as well, of course.
Yeah.
But
look at this pawn.
that time. I mean, the pawn went fast.
Yes,
Well,
it
Ray
did.
Robson played the move h4 very early after bringing his rook over, and at first it was a mystery move, but it all makes perfect sense. It's a link in a chain of moves, and h4.
Double the amount of time for Mishra, but this
Wow.
one is not an easy position.
Right.
Also, it looked like in that position that white's pieces are standing in a really good position, so you don't really have an improvement for you with them, so you can play h4 and just advance the pawn.
Exactly. And I was just saying that Shritha looks to my eyes like she's righted her ship there. She was a pawn down, and now her pieces are harmonious, and her bishop's on d4. So for Anna Zatansky, who kind of came in with ambitions, after all, Shritha losing her first two games, very, very awkward. Looks like she's okay.
What about
Jennifer?
Irina Krush and Atusa Purkashian?
It was, well, unless things have heated
We want
up.
to go to the h file and checkmate the king, so maybe queen h4 now.
Okay, so
You have to play something like queen f6, or...
I'm just getting the zen of the position, because you're right. Rook h3 is a very frightening move indeed. Queen f6, as you said. And how did you want to continue? Because knight d2 is a fork of the rooks. So queen f6.
So if I go still rook h3, because I can also checkmate you if I have two rooks on the file.
Yeah, but that's a lot of work, right? I mean, how are you going to... Okay, this guy does get there fast, right?
And you don't have f6 because g6 is always weak.
That is true. I have g5 just to kind of trip you up a little bit. Not so easy for you to get your rook swing, your rover rook up and over in the game.
And you don't worry about opening that file?
I worry about everything. But for the moment, I really didn't have a choice. You didn't leave me any options. I have to do something to avoid getting checkmate down the h file, what you were showing.
So let's say I capture that pawn.
Yep, take, munch, munch.
Rook f5.
You know, sometimes you get those moments where you never get a chance to breathe. The opponent always is making moves.
I see f6, knight g6, exactly.
Yeah, but this is the moment I'm thinking I get to breathe at last. Like, I don't see the checkmate at this moment. And I just feel like somehow if I do get the moment to go back with my knight and get to play king f7, life will be fine. You didn't kill me. Yeah, you didn't kill me. Unless you do kill me.
So if I play rook h5, planning to play h4, and
I
you
was
don't...
planning on moving my knight anyway.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't see the mate. I actually do want to play king f7, whether you give me a check or not.
Yeah, that looks okay.
Yeah, I mean, and h4 chasing me to e4 is okay. And by the way, I think they have played queen f6. So the players might be heading towards us. Where's the action, Cristian?
Well, the action is that Alice Lee is down to her last 2 minutes.
Ooh.
So there's some big action going on there, but I have to say she has improved her position dramatically in the last few moves. Take a look at this. You're defending everything on this side. Once you put the knight on g5, I'll exchange that and then play the move h3, and then how do you break?
Exactly. Right? I'll defend g2 with everything I've got.
In the meantime, I'm going to go b4, and that's why she played the move a3. Well, double purpose move to go b4, but also to defend the second rank with rook to a2. So I really like what she's doing right now. The question is, will she be able to make the time control in a safe position? And that is what Carissa is trying to exploit right now, her time situation. That's why she played a very, very quick move, which is...
Yeah, as we
what is it?
in.
King h8.
King
okay.
h8.
King h8.
She's getting ready to double her rooks on the g file.
Problem with the rook on a2 is that you cannot go b4 right now, because I just simply take. So you have to find a move at this particular moment in time.
Right.
Which is what?
Rook f2?
Okay, which rook? This
No,
one?
no.
The other
sorry,
one.
the rook on f1 to f2. I'm actually getting on my running shoes here. I'm thinking that I might want to go king g1.
Why not? Why
Exit stage left. Get out of...
well, let's see what she's going to do.
Get out of dodge.
Because right now she's down to her last minute.
Is Alice.
She made a move.
She played queen d3?
King? No, she played king g1.
King to g1.
Without rook f2.
She's starting the run.
yeah. She's getting
trying.
on her sneakers.
She's trying, yeah.
That's exactly right. Now, the important point there, too, is that this rook on a2 does defend h2. It's kind of like an x-ray. Carissa quickly played rook g8, and away they go. But if the move rook h6 had been played, there is the possibility of defending a la g4 and being able to defend h2
by
that
the way. I have
rook
a big
g8.
threat right now. After rook g8, rook h6, right?
Yes, that's...
You have to play h3, and then I pick up that pawn. If I pick up that pawn, it's over. g4!
Wow!
Whoa! Best move in the position.
Okay.
Wow.
For
Best
Alice,
move.
How much time did she...
Oh, that's a great move.
g4.
With 2 minutes on the clock to play the move g4 in the position?
Yeah.
That's a ballsy
Yeah.
decision.
That's really, really courageous. You talked
Yes.
about confidence. That's the type of move you only make when you're very, very confident that you can keep your king. You've exposed your king. Now, queen h3, no. I mean, rook takes g4 is just a one-move threat. I think I could just dodge that by moving my queen, right?
But you probably have to take. And maybe this was her plan all along, to set up for this g4 move.
En passant?
g4, if you take, I take.
With the pawn.
With the pawn. With the pawn.
Now White is happy that the rook from a2 can go to h2
Exactly.
and actually become really active.
That's really, really, really good.
That was her plan, it seems like.
And takes, rook takes. The knight on h7 isn't playing a role, so just simply rook g2 and you've run out of firewood.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Did Carissa speed things up prematurely, maybe, and allow this move g4?
Exactly.
She was playing on her opponent's clock, which sometimes works, sometimes it backfires.
Right.
Maybe it backfired in this instance.
In this particular instance. And in the game between Begim and Tatev,
Nothing has happened.
Our two co-leaders.
Actually,
two of our four
some
co-leaders,
things have happened. After the move h4, she played rook fe1 to solidify the defense on the e4 spot. H takes, H takes. And this is the key position right now. Because Tatev needs to do something. Tatev needs to find an avenue for her queen to join the attack via the h file. That's the question that she needs to ask herself.
How do I do that?
And the way to do it is with the move king to d7, followed by queen to g8, queen to h7. Really difficult stuff to see and to play, right? Because you've been trying to shield this king away for a long time, and that's why she played this move, queen to a4, queen to b4, no more castle for you. So that's one option. I'm trying to find another option, and to be honest, I actually don't see it.
Very, very hard.
Maybe with the move e5, but allowing d5 after e5 doesn't feel right.
It really does not.
The idea being that if you do go d5, I go queen to c8. So that was my idea with e5, to go
Right.
queen c8, queen h3, open
Gotcha.
up this diagonal.
Right.
Maybe, you know, again, if she asks herself the right question, how do I get my queen to that side, then she will be able to find the right moves. If she doesn't, and she misses a bit, give me one more move.
Right.
And I will play b3. Knight g4, okay. Okay, knight g4, okay. I like this move from a practical perspective. The problem is, how do you continue after? And that's why she played the move rook to e1, to defend the pawn on e4. What about knight to f3? I need to defend against rook h2. I don't like that rook h2 coming around my king. So what do you do after knight f3?
Maybe queen d8, just transferring the queen via f6, because you don't have e5 now.
Yeah, but now I go d5, right?
Rook
now I'm starting to attack you.
Still queen f6?
Queen f6.
Rook a3.
Okay.
No, not even rook a3. We're rook h1. Gotcha.
I just want to go for rook h1.
Wow.
No, this is actually pretty decent right now. Again, you cannot take on d5 because you're actually opening the position
your
for
king.
me,
Yes.
for white, to
Right.
checkmate your king. This one is a crucial game for the standings, guys. Take a look at this.
Absolutely. Well, they come in tied for first. 4 players. Kate.
Yeah, so far we have one result, Yan drew against Paikidze. And if we see the standings,
Well, we know 4 players are tied for first, including Carissa Yip and Alice Lee, needing a victory. That game is so confusing. King d7, queen g8. It reminded me of a game I played against Vlado Kovacevic, where I did play king d7, and
I've seen this pattern before.
Yeah.
I've never played it myself.
Right.
I've seen it in books. You know? Yeah, you do this.
very old books.
Some books, yes. You go queen d7, and then you make space for your queen to join the fray.
Yes.
it's just so difficult. The d5 can also be played right now.
Exactly.
It's
don't play
difficult.
You really don't play it. It's so difficult to do it.
Right.
But it was the best move in the
By
position.
the way, guys, if we
Carissa
can...
Yip, sorry.
Yeah.
G4, HG, FG. I really like this move that Alice played. Again, it's so very easy to panic. You see these checks and your king's going to take a walk. Alice very calmly plays rook g2, brings her rook over to the defense of her king. Any checks, she's happy to take a walk. And after rook g2, Carissa is thinking, sorry, go ahead, Kate.
No, good. I thought the game Anna Zatonsky and Ashrita Eswaran, because it looks like we can get... Oh, okay. If we move a little bit back, after e4 move.
Back here, I think we actually left it here, yes?
Right, so she captured here. I was looking at rook d2.
Yes.
With the idea that if maybe black wanted to capture the bishop on e3, pawn captures back, and now h4 to try to target the g3. Maybe it's a good idea, but maybe black is too slow because the rooks, just rook d7.
Kind of flood into the position, right? And something like this. And no, this must be winning for Anna. But
she didn't go for it.
Well, the exchange sacrifice is kind of compelling as well, right? First of all, there's a bishop and a pawn for the exchange. We're picking up another one, and we're going to have this marvelous 3 versus 1 majority over here. This feels winning for white. I like the bishop.
You don't like just rook d2, just move back?
I do. I think that's a kind of a stylistic, like for example, if you move your king, a kind of a style choice. Rook takes. Your h4 is actually kind of helping me now suddenly, because all you're doing is, and if you, is it time?
b6, I think I have to.
Yeah, more or less you got to play a move like b7, b6, right? If I give you a check, where would you like to go?
e5.
e5.
e5, I give you another check. And you're probably going to go back. And now you kind of see what Anna has in mind.
Right.
That is a third pawn. And if you play a move like this...
No, that would be a fourth.
A fourth pawn? I beg your pardon. Oh, well, 4.
There's already 3. This is not good.
This is easy play. Back over to the open section, and And what do you have for us, Cristian?
This one, Hans Niemann versus Shankland. Big missed opportunity for Hans. I'm going to tell you in advance. Queen to g5. We left it after knight df5, and he played the move h5. Makes sense, right? You're trying to get more space on this side, maybe set up the idea of h4, follow it up with knight to f4, and there's no more g3, right? That's the plan.
You're anchored nicely there.
And he didn't play the move f4. This was the big missed opportunity. f4 in this position. I'm free like that. Okay, take it. What do you want to take it with? The knight, the queen?
The knight.
It doesn't matter. Let's start with the knight. h4. Where's the queen going?
f6?
f6, rook f1. All right.
No, that's, yeah. f6.
Maybe g5?
Ooh, g5, yes. g5, now I go g3.
Very, very confident to play a move like
Leaving this guy on f5. No. I don't think you want to do that.
All right.
g3, you go back, I take this. You can see how the position opens up, and I have so many resources, so many forces around. Your king knight h6 is a big threat.
Knight
Not
d6
good for you.
is also a nice threat.
Knight d6, huge threat. Not a good idea.
Okay.
So what do you do?
But f4...
I mean, you can go knight to e6 back, but then I take on h5 once again. There's a lot of threats. Knight takes d6 in particular in the position. And you don't... I'm the one attacking you right now. You played h5, you're threatening to go h4. I'm the one attacking you. My rook is already on f1. With the open f file, I'm going to get the other one to d1. In fact, this is +2 advantage right now for white. This is looking really, really good. So what if you take with a queen? Right? Then I can just simply take on h5. And in fact, you don't really have how to get your queen back.
Right, rook f1
It's very difficult. Rook to f1 is coming, and it's actually trapping the queen. So f4, big missed opportunity, would have given Hans the decisive advantage. Instead, he played the move king to h1, h4, queen to d2. And now after knight to f4, it is black who is on the offensive. So a big missed opportunity, a big swindle in terms of evaluation of the position right now. Black is slightly better when he could have been completely losing.
Wow. And just to remind everybody, we have two players at the top of the standings. It's not Levon Aronian, by the way. It is Mishra.
Well, Levon made a draw already.
Oh, sorry, because of correct. That is
so
the
he joined the leaders.
He joined the Hans and Mishra came into today's round tied for first, but yes, Levon Aronian does have, in fact, 1.5 points. I stand corrected. Wow. I have to tell you that move f4, I mean, if you had given me that as a puzzle, because the square f4 is protected twice by both the knight and the queen, you're looking at strategically playing g3.
You don't even look at this move. That's the problem.
Well, you aspire to it by the move g3,
and
rook
then you
f1,
see h4,
f4,
and you're a bit worried, right?
Yeah, right? But f4 immediately, wow.
Double Isclam. I mean, this one is also going to go into a book, right? Okay, what's the best way to continue this position? f4.
Because also you have to see that after knight takes f4 and h4, the queen really doesn't have a good square.
You can go g6 or f6. I will still continue with the same idea, rook f1.
But also, in principle, you're not trying to trade the f2 pawn off for the h5 pawn. So after h4, queen f6, rook f1, go back to h4, sorry, queen f6, rook f1, knight moves, queen takes h5, and you've purposely traded your f pawn for the h pawn, which is not something you normally aspire to. You normally you try to play center pawns for center pawns.
We are very happy here to have the f file open.
Exactly. Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, we have a few more moves that happen.
Sure.
Queen d2, knight f4.
Queen d2, knight f4, and f3. By the way, d5 right now gives black a decisive advantage.
Wow. I was about to suggest rook e6, and I thought,
I'm trying to understand the idea. So if you take,
I knew what I was doing.
I just simply take back.
Yeah, that's a nice pin.
You cannot take because of queen takes d2. That's a nice pin.
Right.
But what if you take with the knight first, right? Then you take, and knight to c4, and now everything comes into play in the position. You go
queen
to f2. then I take on b2. This is not easy to understand. Once again, it's all about the eval, right?
Yeah, right.
There's a problem on d3. One of the knights is landing on d3. And if you cannot, first of all, touch that pawn
G2 is...
because you get checkmated, right? So you can take with the knight on h4.
With knight d3.
But knight d3 is coming. So,
wow.
Yeah, d5 is a strong move, but will he find it? That's a completely different question because this is not easy. And he doesn't have a lot of time left. 14 minutes only. And you're starting to get pressed by the time. Look at him. Okay, d5.
He's going to play rook e6. No.
G6.
Wow. G6. I thought he was going to go rook e6 and rook g6. That seemed natural. But he is saying, take my pawn and walk into a pin. You can't take the pawn on d6. That's just terrible. So knight d4.
I think he'll drop back to d4.
Yeah, and then... But I must say, I mean... It feels like no harm, no foul, right? G6.
You continue with d5, right?
Yeah.
Or what do you do
exactly.
now?
I like that. I liked what you were saying, d5. I like that.
But now that I can take on c6, it doesn't feel like it comes with the same impact, right?
Right.
If I can take on c6, that bishop, I was dreaming of opening it at some point and some sacrifices on h3 and land on f3. That would have been nice, but no longer possible.
By the way, Cristian, I wanted to point out the computer doesn't like the move f3, but I understand its idea because if you don't play f3, if you move it back for a second, I feel like black will want to maybe capture knight take h3 if you play something, whatever.
Let's say rook
d1.
Rook d1, yes.
Yeah, so knight take h3, can we do that?
Yes.
And then like knight f3 and queen f4.
Okay.
And just try to...
Checkmate.
Okay.
Just checkmate you.
Funny enough, I actually run, but
you can
because I
Hold on, don't stop there. I mean, are you still
running?
running?
But I just go knight to g3.
I was about to say, you're not running to f4.
Now I cover, but I have enough pieces. I have enough loot.
You got the loot.
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy stuff. And we came into this after the break thinking that Ray Robson and Mishra's game was a chaos. And it's been chaos more or less from the get-go. And the players have still been playing relatively slowly. But I do see a missing g7 pawn here. So when we left it, we kind of left it here. Queen h7, g6, rook f7, c5 by Mishra.
Black is trying to kind of get that pass pawn.
There goes the pawn, and we're up to date. Well, may I ask the
question?
Capture? Why not? Let's take a look. Where's the follow?
h5?
h5. Well,
oh, but knight takes.
Knight takes e5, but there's a check. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is a complete
Also, I
mess.
can take first the rook, right, on e7.
Sorry, what? At what moment?
After knight takes e5, maybe rook takes e7.
And I will probably recapture.
And then I move back.
Check, and we get this position. But Mishra, in his mind, is saying, okay, you'll get your pawn to h7, but I'll protect when absolutely necessary with the move bishop to g7 as well. It started chaotically. It's continuing, and we're still at pains.
Are you asking for my help?
Absolutely. We're at pains to understand what's going on.
Okay, let's try to figure things out. So queen to h7, that was the move that personally I actually liked from white. And g6 was the response, rook to f7. Knight to f7 apparently was the better move. In fact, maybe even giving white the advantage because I'm going to take next with the queen on g6.
Maybe.
Knight f7, very difficult move to spot. And to be honest, now that I look at it, it makes perfect sense.
Because you want to go queen g6, h5, knight d6.
Push the pawn.
You're good.
Right.
Yeah.
Push the pawn as fast as possible.
And you're good to go.
Take the pawn on g6. And perhaps this is something that he missed as well. Both of the players, perhaps this was a blind spot. He played rook f7, which in fact gives black the advantage. It switches hand, like hot potato, the advantage in the position. It is white who is better if you play knight f7. It is black who is better right now if you play rook to f7 because of c5. Bishop takes b7, king takes b7, queen takes d6, g6. But right now, the best move in the position is King A6.
Get lost. Look, we have
goodness.
a fair play policy here at the St. Louis Chess Club, and you know.
What is this?
King
No,
A6.
like
What
King
is
A6.
King A6.
Okay, he played Rook F7. Oh, we're not checking his pockets yet.
Right.
Not checking his pockets yet.
Yeah.
Knight takes F7 and C takes D4. That's how
Right.
you should probably play, right?
Normal chess.
There's no Knight D6 yet. How do you continue?
H5?
You go, right?
Yeah,
H5. King
Can't get him off a
Why
topic.
not? The idea is that if you go H6, I actually
Then
take
you can
that.
take it.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
nice.
yes. This is the idea. So
Wow.
Knight F7 is on the board.
So what's the difference between King A6 and let's say King B8?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Are you a premium member?
Now apparently I go Queen to H7, and I guess at one point in time you will Queen and you will Queen with check. That's my guess. All right, that's an educated guess at this point. Queen to H7, apparently this position is zeros. Don't ask me why. But let's try to understand. If you do go Queen to A7, now I go Queen to E7. Okay.
Pinning the queen.
And if you go Queen to G8, the bishop is not pinned. So now you go Knight to B6, and my guess is once you go H6,
shouldn't I just
I'll
get
take that.
rid of that?
Yes, yes.
And A3
sacrifice
and
everything.
C3, A3.
D3, A3, C3, Knight D5. The king is actually very safe on A6,
is.
right?
It
With a
is.
knight on B6 next to it. So, nice move.
Wow.
Very difficult to find. We'll
Wow.
see if Abhimanyu has the resources necessary in his arsenal, the weapons in his arsenal to find this spectacular move.
I find it extraordinary that the player that I picked to win the competition, Fabiano, and he's having a marvelous, marvelous year. Today he's playing against Jeffery Xiong. We've hardly even touched this
Right.
game because the game of Wesley, the game of Leinier, and of course this crazy game of Mishra has, you know, taken all of our mind share. What's going on in the game of Jeffery and Fabi? It's two bishops, but there's some weaknesses around White's king, and this knight on E4. I don't know if there was a threat of mate that prescribed H4. The sacrifices, knight takes G3, queen takes E3.
Or G5 maybe,
Guys,
potentially?
Yes.
Carissa is about to finish her game.
Ooh.
Alice Lee didn't
And-
make it out of this
No, she
situation, and the problem was her time. She hasn't made 40th move, and right now, unfortunately for her, she's lost.
Yes. Oh. We
In
left
fact, it's
it.
just simply over.
We thought with the move Rook G2, she was covering up her king nicely. Rook F8, King F2. I'm not sure she had to evacuate so fast, but okay, Knight F6, trade. Uh-oh. I'm not a big fan of the move G4. Maybe it was time to
King E2
continue
maybe.
with
But maybe King E2 there is E4.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
You
That's a
cannot
nice
capture because Rook
Rook
E8.
E8.
That's
Got
a nice
you.
move, yeah.
Got you. All right. That is what she
So how
did
do you pull the brakes right now? I guess you pull the brakes by playing King E1?
Maybe King G1? Okay. No, I don't know.
King G1, yeah. Yeah.
Alice played G4, Rook G3.
That's it, right?
Check. What?
Shaking hands, yeah.
And King G7, and this is where it all went.
Heartbreaking for Alice Lee, but I have to say, Carissa's
Carissa,
gamble once again pays off.
And she's just defeated two key rivals in a row. Has Carissa? She defeated our defending,
Right.
reigning, if you will.
Jennifer Yu.
Jennifer Yu, U.S. champion Jennifer Yu. And now Carissa has just defeated Alice Lee.
That's a good start.
Well, thank
That's
you.
why you get paid the big bucks. Okay. Yeah, good call on that one. And I see minus 57.
The game is over. Yes.
That's pretty clear after minus 57. Wow.
What a game. What a game, you know.
And again,
It was all about the time. I mean, Alice Lee was playing on her last 1 minute for the last 15 moves. in such a complicated position, this is very difficult because you start seeing ghosts. You start seeing things that don't actually exist in the position. You panic, you make the wrong call, and then you end up in this type of situations. That's what happened. Her position was fine. She found that move G4, but the problem is you don't only have to find one good move. You have to find 10 good moves, and if you don't make those good decisions, then you end up losing like this.
A very nervous, nerve-wracking affair is going on between Tatev and Begim. After, when we left it, can you imagine in this position with your king still stuck in the center?
They should just
Cristian,
play F3.
Yeah, no, Cristian was asking, how will Tatev bring her queen from B8 to the H file? And we were looking at king D7, queen G8, we're looking at E5 with the idea of queen C8, maybe swinging the queen into the king side that way. No, F5.
Wow.
That's a visual, right?
You have to be
F5.
careful, do not capture that pawn because there is a pin
Exactly.
on E6.
There's a mate.
There's checkmate.
On the first rank. I actually thought she might throw in, you know, a move like E5, like to produce complete chaos. We got F3. Whoa. Okay.
Actually curious to see
Can
how
I go knight
Tatev-
H2?
Yes, you can.
That's the move, right? Because the knight is protecting G3, so you just want to get the knight out of the way as well as maybe threaten knight takes F3 as well.
I think she missed knight H2, guys.
Well, is it completely convincing, Cristian?
I mean, you're not losing on the spot, but
maybe I am actually.
Knight takes F1 and take on E4,
and taking on E4.
I mean, who's mating who?
Well, again, that bishop is terrifying me. Oops,
I've been
excuse me.
trying to open up that bishop the whole game.
Well, that's what F5 did. It does serve its purpose. Against F5, I'm not sure I like F3. How about D5? What would have happened in case of D5?
In case of D5, the problem is queen to E5.
Now the queen does jump. Whoa, queen to E5.
Knight H2, she found it.
She found it.
Wow.
Uh-oh. And for Tatev, you know, she's always been the bridesmaid. I don't know how many times she's taken second place in the U.S. Championships. Because why? Anna Zatansky and Irina Krush were always taking first. But for Tatev, with this move, knight H2, she's winning. I mean,
Well,
that looks winning.
She's in a good position, yes. She's in a favorable position. It's not yet completely winning.
Wow.
But I'm looking at the position, and you have to make the best moves right now to survive. You have to take on F5, in fact. This is not a move that you're thinking about.
No, not at all.
Because it allows knight takes F3. I mean, this
that's
is
a check,
extremely
a fork.
scary. You have to take,
right,
and bishop to D5 so that you cannot take with the rook and checkmate me yourself. So this is the position. If you do take, I have a feeling you're going to get in trouble after rook to F8.
Right.
You don't want to do that. Queen to C5, king to D7, and the game continues.
Okay.
Right? The game continues,
It's still
but
a
she
fight.
needs to find this E takes F5. Otherwise, it just feels like the position is borderline losing. If you go into that line that you were discussing with king G2,
no.
The problem with that position is that it's too easy to play for black.
Exactly.
You're not afraid of getting checkmated at all with black pieces. So that's
So
the
E4
situation
takes
right
F5
now.
is
Play it.
actually
You have to play it.
mandatory, and 11 minutes
Yeah,
against 11 minutes. Kate.
Exactly. If we look at the clock, they don't have that much time to be calculating very deep. They're just going to have to go by their intuition to decide what's the best move.
And again, these two ladies came in tied for first with Carissa and Nasi. Nasi already making an earlier draw, Carissa winning her game, and the winner of this game will join Carissa. And King G2, well, unfortunately for Begim, she didn't find that move, E4 takes F5, to keep the game alive. This is kind of too easy now for Tatev. Take on F1.
It's almost play on one goal, right?
Yes.
Take on F1, take on E4, and that bishop opens up.
It's
And
kind
in fact,
of like the Anna Zatansky game. You're getting a bishop and lots of pawns
right,
against the exchange.
and an attack against the king.
And an attack as well.
And in fact, you're not supposed to save even the F3 pawn right now. You have to do something like rook H1, trying to create your own counterplay. leave the f3 pawn.
Hide behind it, actually.
Hide behind it, yes.
Like that's a very, yes, protecting against frontal checks, rook f8, no checks.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's intending that, by the way.
Probably,
and that's what
yes.
They're both calculating.
Yeah, I'm curious whether the queen ever moves from b4, then maybe castle, right? It's moved 25, but black still has the right to castle.
Yes, she does. Yeah, because she didn't play that move king to f8
right.
when she should have.
Wow. All right, we'll keep an eye on this one. What is going on in our open section?
Our defending champion, first of all, in the ladies section, Jennifer Yu, she's completely losing.
She's completely
losing.
So we left it off somewhere.
Well, she played knight d5. There was a take-take. Bishop c3, tickling the rook. The rook went to b1. Oh, look at this. Talia says, give me this rook. Where are you going to go, Jennifer, with this rook? Rook went. Now, actually, she's out of the back rank pin as well. So that was a beautiful sequence of moves by Talia. And she could just drive this rook completely away. I love what she's doing.
I like that, bishop d8.
Bishop d8, and if the rook goes back, I'm not really too sure what I'm going to suggest is you just defend this pawn and, you know, two minor pieces against the rook.
It's
this
kind of
feels
funny
really
the
good.
bishops and knights are on the back ranks, but
they're
you
covering
can
all
attack them.
Yeah, and not only that, but the bishops are covering all of the entry squares, what our predecessors called the business squares, c7, c8, e8, e7. Looks good.
Oh, it looks completely crushing right now.
Wow. Yeah. And for Jennifer, she would fall to her second loss in a row.
Yeah, that's
rough.
Good for her chances.
Not at all. Jumping back to the Fabi game for a moment, he's up against Jeffery Xiong. When we left it, we just left it in this double-edged position. d5 takes. Bishop g4 takes. Okay, let's try to decipher what's going on here. Can I take the rook?
People are giving up rooks today.
I know, like there's no
Left and
problem.
right.
Bishop takes, I'm assuming rook takes. And what is the story here, Kate? Break
Maybe
it
the
down.
knight takes g3 or
Knight takes g3?
maybe it's too much because now the bishop on b2 can be hanging in the...
You know, the funny part is there's actually this wacky, crazy move, queen g4 that might... But I wasn't really too sure. Yeah, maybe you can sacrifice like this because you are, once again, driving my king into the center of the board, right? Once I'm going to have to get on my running shoes in this game as well. I don't know if, like Alice, but knight takes g3. I think I've got queen g4. Attacking this guy.
Yeah, that looks very strong.
Oh, by the way, also, now I notice I'm actually coordinating there as well. What's going on in this game?
That
Fabi?
one is looking really good for Fabi, but we do have a special guest. We are with Carissa in the studio after another brilliant victory. Back-to-back victories for you, Carissa. First of all, congratulations, but I mean, you took a lot of risks with that opening choice. Who advised you to do so, or are you just feeling in good shape, ready to battle at each and every corner?
I mean, yeah, King's Indian is sort of like my go-to almost. I feel that I know it pretty well. I've been playing it almost since I started playing chess. So I felt it was a good weapon to use against Alice. Obviously, she's looking for a win as well. I felt so it would be a double-edged game, but I thought I would have the edge in like the structures and such.
Tell us a bit about this idea of h6.
Yeah, so I think h6 is pretty trendy these days, and I didn't look super deeply into it, but the whole idea is sort of like, you know, avoids like bishop e3, because then there's knight g4, you know, bishop g5. In some lines, the knight can go to h7 as well, and I thought this one was especially good because in all of her games in the database, Alice really likes this bishop e3 move. So to sort of stop it right here, I thought would be practically a good choice.
Playing against her style as well.
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense. Cool. And you guys got to this position. And it felt like you did everything you wanted. You got your attack going on the queen side, and on the contrary, she didn't get her attack going and her expansion going on the queen side. So it felt like you were definitely in the driver's seat. But then you decided to sacrifice the pawn, and she took it. The problem with her situation was that she only had 17 minutes against more than an hour for you. Did that play into this decision to sacrifice a pawn and go all in for the attack?
Yeah, for sure. So I thought what she was doing is kind of odd with like this bishop g4, bishop h3 idea. And she could have also taken the pawn the move before. I think this is better for white actually, but I was evaluating a position and like around here as well, you know, and I sort of thought like this idea that I have in the game with f4, trading off my bad bishop, and then kind of removing one of white's defenders from the king side as well, the bishop on h3. And I just have these two open files, and I thought this was better than playing like, let's say, f4 immediately without allowing taking on h6, because maybe white's bishop could be helpful in the defense, or and like my bishop's sort of in the way of like the files that I want to get onto. So I felt that this sacrifice was good. I felt that she was low on time, and it would be like sort of hard to play.
Yep, and but she was
defended well.
She defended very well, right? And this was a critical moment when she played g4. You were blitzing out her moves, playing in her time trouble situation. But this move g4, it stopped you for a second. You started realizing that things are not that easy.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I thought she was gonna play knight takes g3. I'm not sure why. I just after h takes g3, rook h6, I missed there was like this rook g2 idea. So after knight takes g3, I was trying to sort of take a moment to evaluate position. After h takes g3, I was surprised, but I still wanted to keep playing kind of quickly because I felt I'd given her a lot of time to think.
You had to, yes.
Yes. And, you know, she's just up a pawn, so if she can consolidate, then it'll be okay for her.
And then this was the start of her downfall. This move g4, just opening the king a bit too much.
Yes, I felt after taking on f6, white's already sort of struggling a bit, and I thought maybe like, you know, king g1 is the move to play. A king e2 runs into like e4 and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's a nice tactic.
So
but yeah, I felt pretty good about my situation here. g4, queen h3, rook g3.
And this is perhaps what she missed, right? If you take, sure, this is a checkmate, very nice. But you just simply get ready to do that with king to g7.
Yeah, exactly. And then all of her pieces can't protect each other properly. So I have this nice rook takes f3 combination.
Carissa, excellent play, excellent attacking chess, your brand of chess. Tell us how you feel about your chances. Are you starting to dream about potentially another championship?
I'm trying not to think too far ahead, but I feel pretty good about my situation. You know, I felt getting black against Irina round 1 was a little tough, but I managed to survive that. And then Alice, too, is definitely a really big competitor in this tournament. So I'm really happy about this win.
Congratulations. Carissa, we'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely. Our congratulations to you as well, Carissa. As the time trouble, take us to the action, Cristian. I was going to say, what
action? Yes, I was interviewing Carissa. You guys were looking at the action.
No,
where's the action?
I was watching your interview. The time troubles.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes.
Is Leinier in time trouble?
I don't think he is. Let's take a look.
He's not in time trouble?
Okay, 5 minutes for 12 moves and a winning position. I wouldn't call this a time trouble situation for him.
He's comfy is what you're saying.
I feel he's comfy. I feel he believes this position is winning for good reasons. He is completely crushing right now.
Right.
And I think he's going to lead this attack successfully.
So I see a cool position here. Irina Krush against Atusa Porkashian. I see some tricks.
Okay.
You do?
All right.
So let's take a look.
Irina where are you? You're right down here. This was the game that we were seeing the attack along the H file, right back here. Queen H4, Queen F6. She went back, keeping the queens on the board. G4, Rook H3, and where? Tell me when.
So let's say she plays King G7, trying to bring the other rook to H8.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
So we play Queen H4.
Makes a lot of sense, defending the rook.
Now Rook H8.
I'll fall for it.
And now Rook takes F7.
Sweet. Caroline. Rook takes F7.
And Black is in big trouble because you cannot recapture with the knight. There is a pin.
Exactly. And
so
if
if
I
you don't,
take with the queen,
then I recapture with knight.
And you're defending.
Oh, but there is knight F3. That is so sad. So do I have something else?
Yes, you do.
So queen takes G5.
Queen takes G5. And I was just trying to assess this because everything is hanging. You managed to create a position where everything is hanging. The queen, the rook.
But that's a lucky move. I did not see this.
But that's okay. This does win for white.
Looks like a lot of pawns.
So what is the current position? Let me just, I apologize. I'm going to refresh my board to get the current position. And this was the whole setup. King G7 is a very natural move, but it walks into what looks like a winning variation.
Because even, let's say, King G7, Queen H4, even if you don't play Rook H8 and play something Rook AD8, something normal, there is still this Rook takes F7, right?
Exactly, followed.
Because, again, Rook H6, Queen H6.
Yes.
That should be winning.
That looks really, really, really promising, right? This maybe even,
that's even
right?
faster.
And just, sweet, checkmate. Okay, I've got to see how to defend. It's not easy. Yeah. By the way, let's just interrupt our analysis here to check in on the Anna Zatansky game. That was the bishop for, the exchange for 3 pawns. But now,
Anna has a lot of extra pawns.
She sure does. Poor Shritha, she is going to fall for her 3rd loss in as many games as Anna, just too many pawns ahead. And this is the current situation. And after King G2, I just don't see what a Shritha.
There's Rook A5 coming up, another pawn hanging on H5.
Exactly.
And that's a very simple win.
Very, very simple. So Anna will win her first game. Again, I'm going to check in on the Begim game because she's done precisely that strategy of hiding behind the F3 pawn. Wasn't that a cool concept when you first discovered it as a kid, this idea that you needed pawns to protect your king? But sometimes your opponent's pawns can shield your king as well. And in this case, the pawn on F3 is stopping any frontal attacks.
Right.
Rook H4, Queen D8, Queen C5, Bishop D5. We're up to date with the game 1, 2, 3, 6. 3 pawns.
3 pawns and a bishop for a rook.
Monster bishop.
Plus that pawn on F3, I mean, whenever the queen gets to G2...
Oh, forget about it.
Yeah.
That's just over.
Can I pick up a pawn, maybe Queen A7?
Yeah, I was about to say, sometimes you just got to close your eyes and grab and hope.
No.
No?
Don't do that. Rook G4.
Oh, saying?
I think
what am I saying?
You
Rook
get
G4.
mated.
I got to go back.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Maybe
Queen
I pick up
takes
the pawn.
A6. Yeah, I just got to make sure that I don't allow Black's queen to somehow infiltrate.
So Queen...
I guess you can
G5?
put your pawn on B3, maybe, and just say that,
B4,
okay,
B3.
I'm losing a pawn, but at least whenever we go into the endgame, I have this C3 idea. Which
Right,
is,
pawn breakthroughs.
Yes.
Could be nice.
And that bishop defends everything except that
pawn on G7. You'd almost like it to be able to do that. That would be superb. Yeah. Is time a factor in this game, Kate?
3 minutes for Tatev, 9 minutes for Begim.
Now, I've seen Tatev in time trouble and sometimes just meltdowns. Begim, she's your student. She a good time trouble player?
She usually doesn't get in time trouble.
Avoids
and
it.
She's decent in time trouble. Yes, I would say so.
Okay.
And it looks like she is going to play Queen A7. She was about to grab the queen, but she changed her mind.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. What's happening in
the action is in the open situation right now.
Open section, yeah.
By the way, I was looking at this position. I just saw a funny mate. I will show it to you really quick. Rook to e4, and it seems like he's trying to concentrate his forces on the h file. Take a look at this type of ideas. a4, forget about the engine eval, right? Okay, you go here, and now I go queen to g6.
That's neat.
I don't take because now you escape,
the king
right?
Escapes.
The king escapes, but I go queen to g6. And then if you take, then it's a checkmate like this.
No escape to g6.
It's a nice checkmate. It's not going to
visual.
happen. It's a visual, right?
Yeah.
It's a pattern that people at home might enjoy. This is the position right now we have knight to g4 and a4 on the board. The best move seems to be king to h1 to get the rook to a g1 and then take on h6 like that. So it does seem like white has a decisive advantage. There's going to be some checkmating situation coming on the board.
Gotcha.
And by the way, in Fabi's game also, I mean, what is happening in this one, right? A lot of sacrifices and exchange down, but once again, a lot of pawns. Bishop takes a4, that's 3 pawns on that side. Rook to e5. We expect rook takes e5, right?
Right.
In the position, bishop takes e5. How do we assess this one after
3 connected pass pawns?
It's a lot of pawns. Look, I understand. You have this idea of going queen to a6 and maybe queen takes b6 and queen to c8, right?
Sure.
So that's a threat. But if I stop you from doing that, and if I try to create my own mating ideas with queen to h3 or queen to d5, also you have to worry about the bishop. This is looking good, right?
Oh, very good. And you also have b6, b5 in your pocket just to stop queen a6.
And also, Jeffery only 2 minutes on his clock right now. 2 minutes for still plenty of moves to make, I believe 10. And Fabi down to his last 7 minutes. So a sizable time advantage for Fabiano with a good position. He took on e5. Now we're expecting queen to e6. That's the key move.
Yeah, it's just a nice consolidating move, for sure. Queen to e6.
And Sam is winning as well. My goodness.
Sam Shankland?
Sam Shankland is winning.
Wow.
We have this endgame. No extra pawns for Sam. But in fact, the computer is saying -6. Are you kidding me? What is this?
Just coordination. And
-6 though? I mean, okay, what's happening?
It's not a rook up,
Please,
right?
I'm trying to understand why is it -6? King to h1 was the last move. It seems like knight takes f3 right now works in the position. Did he miss this move?
Rook takes e7,
and
knight takes e1.
Okay, now I'm starting to understand.
Yeah, rook takes e8, bishop takes e8,
we
knight
get
takes
into this
e6,
position,
yes.
E7. I take on c2 or take on
I just
e7.
won a pawn. And
I'm
bishop
taking
is
another
hanging,
one.
And c2 is hanging.
Yeah, now I understand why it's -6.
Right.
He needs to find knight takes f3. Big opportunity right now. This is move 40 with 2 minutes and 40 seconds if he finds it.
Not a difficult move,
And he
though,
should.
because you really do see that knight f3, knight takes e1.
He should find it. He should find it, and his last move was, his last few moves were rook to e7 and rook to a8. So a8. He's definitely setting something up on the e file. King to h1, a bad move in a bad position, but knight to f3, if he finds it, finishes the job.
Wow, we can get a bird's eye view of that one. And again, 2 minutes for, I think he played knight d5.
He did not find it?
So knight d5?
No, but knight d5 is okay because it's move 40. He's going to go after
you can go back to
knight f4. I think that's very professional.
You can go back to
of Sam Shankland.
That's good. That's good.
So now you will have extra 30 minutes to really calculate
and just
the whole variation.
Doubly sure.
But do I have knight takes c6?
And as an in-between move?
as an in-between move after knight to f4.
Yeah, and I think Sam was just double checking to make sure he had made the time control.
Yes, 40 moves, and now he actually will take his time. This is a critical position. He needs to take his time. He knows he's a professional. He knows it. He's going to take his time, probably calculate everything, find knight to f4, and win this game.
Wow. And just going to go and check in on, you're not going to believe this. Remember we were talking about Ray Robson's past h-pawn and how he's going to go h4, h5 up the board? You were wrong.
Oh, wow. There is another pawn running.
But it's on d7, not the one on the h5.
Where did
I don't
that guy
know.
come from?
Okay, so we left it around these parts. Queen takes g6, knight takes f7, takes on d4, check, check, and it's a rook versus two knights. That last move, d7, is just so funny. Like, how did that guy get there? And did they make time control?
No, it's move 34.
Move 34, pardon me.
So I really want to give up that pawn on d8 so the queen has to recapture, and then I can capture freely the knight on e5.
Right. Right. So your idea is simply to queen and follow it up with queen takes e5.
Okay, guys, but I think we should go to the other game because the Leinier Dominguez versus Dariusz. I'm not sure things are that easy. Now the more I look at this position and I see Leinier down to his last 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes, this is not an easy position. And that pawn on a3.
It's there, right? There's runners everywhere.
There's runners everywhere.
Yeah.
And if you don't checkmate me,
yeah,
you might get in trouble.
Right?
So how do you do it? Where's the mate? Find me the mate.
Find me the mate. Okay.
I need to keep the queen on that diagonal. I know that.
Definitely don't want to be playing moves like g5 takes h6, because then when the bishop moves, I've done you the biggest favor by closing off the h file. Rook e1, and that's an indication that Leinier doesn't see the mate either.
Queen b2 should come on the board.
Okay, yeah. Just seeing what you're doing here with this. What a move. Queen f6. Oh.
I see you're picking, Yasser. So if he doesn't find this, he's not winning it.
Wow.
Take a look at this line. a3, rook to e3, a2, now I take, and in this position, the only winning move is queen f6.
Because queen g7 would be a winning move for black.
Oh my goodness. And if you take, you get checkmated. Okay, you get another queen, but you got checkmated. Right on cue. Wow. This is the position we see right now. We're expecting rook to a1 from queen to a1 from Dariusz.
Right.
Very quickly played. And if Leinier doesn't find this incredible rook to e3,
queen f6,
and queen to f6,
that
the game probably will just fizzle out into a draw, into a repetition, rook to e1.
So, Cristian, what if I first capture on h6?
With the knight?
Yes.
And then do the same thing, queen f6?
But now you don't have the checks, so I have a feeling I can just simply take
on
now.
e3.
And now king to h7.
Yeah, your rook's not on e3.
Key. I run away, and you cannot stop me because I go rook to g8.
I get to trade a rook.
Right, right. With a rook on e3, you would stop me and then checkmate me.
Right.
But that's not the case. So let's keep an eye on that game right now, because big battle brewing right now. Big moments happening.
I'm looking at the time.
He needs to find it. Will he find rook to e3? That's a difficult move to find.
Well, it's that queen f6. 1 minute, 45 seconds. And this is, for Leinier, this is an extraordinary game, because at 1 minute, at one moment, he had an hour and 32 minutes and was way ahead on the clock. But as is typical of his practice, he spent like 45 minutes on a single move and got back into his
And then I think another 30 minutes on the upcoming 2 moves.
Yes.
So.
And here's the moment where rook e3 is key.
Only move.
a2, remarkable move. Knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes. Black to move, we all understand. Black to move, queen g7.
And resign.
And resign, because then the next move is queen. But we stop you from bringing your queen back by playing the move queen f6, and after trades, the black king is caught
this is
in a
absolutely
mating net.
sick. This whole sequence is absolutely sick.
Yeah, this move queen f6, wow.
Sweet.
And Leinier has 40 seconds.
I must say, I can't recall in my practice doing a move like that.
I haven't
queen
seen
c6.
it. I haven't seen this pattern before.
Wow. Wow, chess is a game of infinite possibilities. But it
20
requires
seconds, guys.
rook e3, and I don't think he sees it. I think we might see
He can repeat the position one more time.
a repetition with
One
rook
more time,
e1.
rook e1, rook e2, and then try to go for rook e3.
But if you don't see it now, you're not going to see it.
20 seconds from
Yeah.
now, right? Yeah.
Okay, less than 10 seconds, just make a move.
Less than 10? Whoa, whoa,
Less
whoa.
than 5?
4, 3.
Okay, rook e1, queen b2 is going to come instantaneously.
Right. Well, yes, it is. But at the same time, you start to think to yourself, maybe my opponent is giving me an option to avoid a repetition as
But
well.
you know, queen c3, you have to stay on that diagonal, and queen
Of
c3
course.
is met by rook e3.
Which is
then
only
rook
helpful.
e3 with a tempo.
That's right. So queen b2 forced. And I tell you, those seconds tick by so quickly.
I mean, if he's going to find it now, then that's incredible.
But the thing is, you cannot go rook e3 now. That's not
What's
good
the
enough.
difference?
King g8. No.
Because after a2, you take on h6, I take, and you do the same thing with queen
Now
f6.
you go
now
quick.
I go
Now you
a1. I promote
Wow.
4,
3,
3, 2.
1 second on
You
the
did
clock.
it with one. Oh.
Is this the third move repetition? Let's see.
Now,
I think this
Leinier,
might be...
how many times in his career has he done that with 1 second? I think we've witnessed it a number of times. Maybe also during the American Cup, he's done that. But whew, how do they get away? How do they do that? I flag.
He's looking.
And Dariusz is like, how did he not flag?
Dariusz was looking like, where is the arbiter? I think I'm going to
Is
claim 3-4 repetition.
Would queen a1? Can he claim?
Yeah,
with
I think queen a1.
Yes. Queen a1 is threefold.
But he first needs to write it down on his score sheet and then pause the clock.
Queen a1 is threefold repetition. What a save by Dariusz. And that's because of the time.
Yes.
That's purely because of the time. Yeah. If you give this position to Leinier with 10 minutes on the clock, he's going to find it.
Right.
But not with 30 seconds.
You know, Leinier strikes me as the type of player that if he took up correspondence chess and he got 2 weeks to send in his move, he'd send in his move like 10 minutes before midnight the second week. And there you see it, the stoppage of the clock and Mr.
I don't
Arbiter.
think he wrote down the move.
He's saying, I will play queen a1. The arbiter. So hard to find good help these days, you know what I mean?
And Leinier is not happy.
Queen a1, because he knows he's missed something. He
feels
has
it.
that sense.
He feels it, yes.
But it's not obvious to him.
But Frank is saying...
It's not obvious to anybody.
No, queen f6. You got to see that. That's such a hidden gem.
That's what he's doing right now. He's trying to figure the win out.
Yeah, it's a
How
hidden
am I
gem.
winning? Okay, he understands. With queen a1, he calculated correctly. This is going to be a draw.
And there's your handshake.
There's handshake, and that's a draw.
Okay, so how do I win? And by the way, we have to applaud the professional way in which Dariusz actually asked for this, because sometimes you get greedy and you play queen a1 and you're like, okay, maybe you're going to flag, right? Maybe I can ask next time.
Right.
But what if he plays rook e3?
Yes, exactly.
Then you're in a world of hurt.
Maybe Dariusz saw it too, and
They're
just was
discussing it.
hoping that he didn't, that his opponent didn't find it. Right. And let's just see that 1 second replay, because we saw it yesterday with the Hans Niemann triple twist.
The triple twist.
And there it is. With
1
1
second.
second, you see the 31 seconds. Whoa.
But
Because of
sometimes
the 30
Leinier
second
never
bonus.
flags. Like, how does
I
that
know.
happen?
I don't get that. I mean,
How is he never flagging?
Right. And what side of the 1 second was he on?
Right. That's a good question.
Amazing. I wanted to go to Ray Robson's game because that was a rook versus the 2 knights. We left it, there was a pawn on d7, remember? And he did play d7, and we do have a win. Yeah, Anna won. She was 3 pawns ahead, that was no question.
I do believe we should go to Fabi versus Jeffery just because they're both under 30 seconds.
Let's do it.
And they're playing the last few moves on increment, so perhaps we should stay with that one for this duration.
Well, when we left it, we did see the rook trade, bishop takes e5,
Queen
e6, as expected, bishop c7, knight c3, knight comes back to d5. That's a nice tempo.
Yeah, I like the maneuver.
And Sam Shankland has in fact won his game.
Yeah, all right.
Great victory for Sam with the black pieces, never easy.
And Kay, what number move was that? That was h7, h6.
That's move 34.
Both players, both Jeffery and Fabi playing on increment, although Fabi looks like he has a minute.
50 seconds, yes.
50 seconds.
And Jeffery just played his last move with 4 seconds on the clock.
Which was rook d1, yeah?
Rook d1, yes.
With 4 seconds on
4 seconds, yes.
I still remember that America's Cup where Fabi won the tournament, but in round 1, he nearly got eliminated.
Queen to e6.
Queen to e6.
He's starting to circle around those juicy light squares.
Yeah, just kind of eyeballing. This bishop is looking good. Not to mention, again, we have 3 connected
That's a lot of pawns. That truly is a lot of pawns.
I mean...
Okay, bishop to b8. Okay, can I go queen h3 now?
I guess e3, e4 is going to slow your progress down, right? Queen h3.
Okay. So how do I put the finishing touches?
Well, I find myself drawn to the move knight f6, personally. I love the idea of planting a bishop on f3 and then going queen h3. But knight, I find how about you, Kate? What?
I like a4. I would just run.
You like the runner. I like it. I like that runner too. a4 is very, very nice.
Because if you want to push e4, then I'm going to play knight f6 and I'm targeting the pawn.
Knight f6 is following your suggestion.
Yeah, I love a4. I really do. One thing I might be a little bit annoyed about is if I could play e4 and f3, I kind of get a blockade against the diagonal. And by playing the move knight f6 as Fabi played, it means that this diagonal stays open.
15 seconds for Jeffery.
Queen h3 on tap. Those are easy moves to play for.
By the way, do not allow me to go bishop to e4 or something like that because you're never stopping me after that.
No. And we have
Queen
b1.
Ooh, excuse me, what?
That's allowing bishop e4.
Well,
and
he does have a threat of mate. Well, actually, it's not even a mate threat, but he does. His intention is to keep h7, but I like your bishop
e4, queen h3.
Rook to d8. He wants to go queen f1.
Exactly.
But this is too passive. No
But
way,
then I do run with my pawn.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Or queen g4. I mean, queen g4, queen f3. That looks good as well.
Or bishop f3, just to...
Yeah, I love it. Anytime you can set up such a battery with on the light squares, that's over. So that will be winning for Fabi and would be his first win of the tournament too,
It would
by
be,
the way.
yes. It would be his first plus.
By the way, guys, I think Begim is winning against Tatev.
Whoa. Whoa. That is definitely a turnaround.
Oh, that's over. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, that's
wow.
over.
In fact, resignation on the board.
What has happened there?
Whoa. Whoa, what happened indeed? We left it here. We did see the move queen a7 check, king g8. We didn't calculate rook f4. We were more looking at queen takes and here. And this move, rook f4, came with serious threat. Rook g4, checkmate on g7. Queen e7. Let me stop my analysis right here and say Cristian, you have Sam in studio.
Absolutely. Sam, welcome back to the show. Great victory for you with the black pieces. This was not an easy game. There was a lot of pressure out of the opening. Your structure wasn't looking right. There's that knight on f5 swarming around your king. Tell us the story of this game from your perspective.
Yeah. Well, it was sort of funny that I just think I really outplayed my opponents the previous 2 days, and just somehow they defended right when the time came, and I didn't manage to get points on the board. But then the one game where I'm supposed to get crushed is where I win. So, yeah, I mean, I think Hans prepared better than me. I somehow fudged the move order, and I had prepared something where he had played h3, but the line that I had chosen to play, h3 is strictly a wasted tempo. I probably should have done a different move order or prepared more carefully. And I think very quickly I was just worse. But the big move that I think, I mean, when he played knight f5 back to e3, I just couldn't believe my eyes. I mean, I get it. He wants to stop knight c4, bring the other knight to f5, and just dribble the ball into the goal. But it just felt like such a backwards move. And then once I got queen g5, h5, once I played queen g5, I thought he absolutely should have played g3, and then it gets quite messy after h5, knight g2. I don't know if you have the board.
So there, yes, we do have the board. There was this moment, in fact, after the move h5.
Knight e3, I was very surprised.
Did you spot this idea of f4?
I saw it right after I moved, but it didn't scare me very much. What's the point after knight takes f4?
Knight takes f4, h4.
And then queen like f6 or whatever? Am I just busted after g3
rook f1.
or something? Or rook f1? Ah, okay. And here am I just lost?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's bad. So f4 is a winner?
f4 is winning on the spot, but it's very difficult to play, right? I mean, very difficult to understand why.
Yeah, that's an incredibly hard move.
Yeah.
See. I had seen h4 and then f4, but that doesn't work even or come even close. And here, if I take with the queen, he just goes queen h5 or something?
Queen takes h5, yes.
And is this that? Yeah, okay. Rook
it's
f1
+4.
coming, yeah.
Plus, yeah.
Yeah, no, my queen's trapped. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I guess we both just missed this. After queen g5, I was after queen g5 here. I thought I was doing totally fine. I mean,
and
I was expecting him.
After
was knight df5 necessary? I thought after queen g5 was knight df5 the best move. I guess if he's got this.
Yes.
This f4 it works, because I was actually curious about the line here, g3. If he plays g3 instead of knight f5, I wanted to go h5, and then knight g2. And this one was very interesting to me, because f4 is coming. I thought I have to play knight c4, otherwise I'm dead on the spot. And I was trying to figure out what was going on after h4 now, and it just seemed very complicated. I couldn't quite make it work, like queen g4, and it felt wrong somehow, queen c1. Maybe it's holding together for black, but I was worried. But once he let me get my pawn to h4 and the knight to f4, I mean, I know my queenside structure is sort of deficient, but I was already thinking I can play for an advantage. And
very nicely spotted, because indeed you right now have the advantage after this move knight f4.
Yeah, and I don't know if I was the cleanest, but I did decline the repetition when I had 3 minutes against 20 or something, and yeah, so here.
Yeah. For a good reason.
This is just bad news for white, yeah. And then, yeah, he just can't do a thing about the attack. And then, yeah, now he's dead. Okay,
very professionally made the 40th move, knight d5, knight f4, calculated everything, and then took on
I saw knight takes f3. I saw knight takes f3 wins the move on move 39, but I just thought I might as well repeat once. He's not going rook f2, so why do I care? But yeah, no, it's funny that, I mean, the last 2 days were just so frustrating, and today I just totally outplayed, and I should have been crushed, and that's the game I won. So, chess works like that sometimes, even at a very high level.
Guys, any questions for
Sam? No, our congratulations, Sam, and nicely spotted that whole knight f3. For us as well, I just want to emphasize the move f4 is like, it's freakish, because everything that you were doing just made natural, good sense. Queen g5, h5, h4, knight f4. And the fact that white had this move f4 was a real shock for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, what?
Well, I mean, even considering Hans missed that, I think he should have just been much better easily if he hadn't brought the knight back to e3. I think I'm just much worse either way there. So. Yeah, I guess he was clearly better and missed a clean win, but I took my chance when it came.
Congratulations, Sam. Absolutely.
Thank you.
as several games remaining. Kate, take us, where should we go?
Yeah, let's take a look at Irina Krush. But
First,
before
results.
that, yes, results. So in the women's section, we do have a lot of results. Zatonsky won against Eswaran, Yen drew Paikidze, Krush won against Burkashian, Lee lost to Yip, and Tokhirjonova won against Abrahamyan.
One game remaining.
That's a bloody round right there.
Yeah, I was about to say, and I think Jennifer was actually losing when our defending champion, Jennifer Yu, playing against Talia. That's the remaining game, so you're right. Really bloody round. And tell us about the Open.
Yeah, in the Open section, we also have number of results. Tang drew very early on against Aronian, Niemann lost to Shankland, and Dominguez drew with Swiercz.
But what a draw that was.
Yeah.
And yeah, just looking at Jennifer's game, Jennifer struggling. She's a pawn down against Talia. Sure looks like Talia should be able to wrap this game up with a3 and knight takes a2. But
by the way,
what happened to Mishra and Ray Robson?
Mishra has a couple of knights. He's about to get a queen, but he needs to stop the h-pawn. The h-pawn is still alive.
Knight
right?
f6.
Knight f6 is the key move, of course. G4, knight h7, don't allow g5, of course. And if you do go f4, first of all, I can just simply take it.
No, take the rook. Take the rook.
You want to take the rook?
Yes, I want to take the rook.
Okay, why not? You can do that as well, of course. Take, and we have to calculate this position. You don't have time to go g5 because of knight e2, knight takes f4, so you have to stop me first, somehow with the move king to f2, but I can just simply go knight to d3 back. I can go king c6 and try to get the king back on this side as well. This is winning for Mishra. But while we let them stew about their decisions in this one, Irina Krush is with us. Irina, welcome to the show and congratulations. Great victory for you today.
Thanks, guys. I can't see you, but yeah, we're a little bit of a distance here. It's an unusual experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't get that intimate feeling that we usually get when you're with us in the studio. Now you will be able to see us as well. Tell us about today's game. I know it's been a frustrating event up to this point. The first game, you had a great position against Carissa. After that, you saved it, so it kind of balanced out. But finally, you got that elusive victory. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, definitely. Last few days were kind of disappointing because I was also doing really well against Talia, and again, like in the last few moves before the time control, I blew it. So obviously, one of the goals is not to get low on time because I think that's really where I'm gonna give up points. Of course, today's game was so complicated that it was kind of hard to avoid the time trouble, even though I was trying to. Well, fortunately, at the end, I still managed to have a lot more time than my opponent. Her position was also not easy to play, and it's a game that I feel really good about because you can win in a lot of ways, but this sort of way, it's like you kind of made your whole concept work, right? That I gave up my light squared bishop in order to keep my knight on e5, and basically, the way the game worked out, it was like that's the culmination of that whole concept right from the opening.
Yep, absolutely. And at this point, you were already breaking through. We were looking at your position at right now. Rook takes f7 was coming. There were a lot of things hanging in the air. And that doesn't feel like...
Can we look at rook h8 here? Because I actually realized, one of the things I realized that after a rook takes f7, queen f7, I have... Oh, queen g5, right, because at first I didn't see this fork in f3. Like I literally was gonna play knight f7 and blunder this fork, so that's why I played king g2 on my next move.
That's
okay,
a nice
so this one was,
yeah.
Yeah,
don't touch that queen,
I guess,
of course.
I guess actually, maybe I thought her chance instead of g6, I don't know, was g6 a mistake? Maybe she should have played f6 there.
f6 was the best
I was thinking
defense,
maybe her,
yes.
Yeah, she has to give up the queen, right? Like because I have to go for this line, and it's actually, well, okay, I'm going to have to still do a lot of work to win. But okay, it's not so easy for black to, let's say, go for this, because then you really have to admit that you're getting mated otherwise.
Yes, that's right. No, very nicely played, a beautiful attack successfully conducted by you, Irina. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow, unless we have other questions from Yasser and Katerina.
No, our congratulations, Irina. Something strange about today's round. Lots and lots of decisive games. The tournament started slowly. What happened in this round 3? Everybody's suddenly swinging for the fence.
Yeah, I mean, I guess after a few days of calm, it's kind of normal that we have an explosive day.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, our congratulations, Irina.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
Absolutely, absolutely, because we do expect that Talia will also win. In the open section, you were about to tell us that Mishra, who had tied for first coming into today's game, is completely winning against Ray Robson. That will cement his grip on first place.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be
14-year-old debutante?
Sole leader
Wow.
of the U.S. Chess Championships after 3 rounds.
That's extraordinary.
That's very good.
That's very good.
That's really good.
That's really good.
Really good. And with the black pieces, by the way, I think he had, if I'm not mistaken, 2 blacks up to this point. He started off with the black pieces. Then he scored a big victory with the white pieces.
Right.
And now he's scoring once again. And what a crazy game this was.
I mean, I almost hate to ask, but after the move D7 way back when, because D7 is a kind of a visual move. It's almost like a problem, like I'm going to give you a study. Right. Because I put this random pawn on D7. You don't expect. How did white get his pawn to D7? At this point, was Ray worse or better?
Losing.
He was losing.
He's already losing.
Actually.
Yes, he's already losing. I think
that wasn't obvious either.
The mistake came long time ago. In fact, when he could have played that move, knight to f7. This was the key move. Yes, rook to f7 already gives black the initiative. And I was looking through the game. Abhimanyu never let it go after rook f7. Very nicely played by Abhimanyu.
Wow.
But while, once again, we let them figure it out, we do have a back-to-back victor. That is Begim Tokhirjonova after a crazy game against Tatev Abrahamyan. Begim, congratulations. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Tell us about the game, because it felt smooth at the beginning. You got that exchange up. It didn't feel like you have any problems. But then that swinging attack came in your direction with h5, h4. Were you worried at that time?
To be honest, at first I thought after h5 I can even play h4. I have so many defensive moves, so I didn't really care about it. Even queen a4, queen b4 wasn't necessary. Like, I just had an exchange up. It's not an easy position to play, of course, but I did so many moves that I didn't have to do to let this attack. And then, I don't know, even after
But it wasn't easy. I mean, we were looking at it with the position is not easy. It wasn't easy at all.
No, absolutely. I'm not sure about queen a4, queen b4. The problem is that I didn't know how... I thought probably queen c2 or knight d2 is most logical move, but I don't know why I played queen a4, queen b4. I immediately regretted it. I'm like, I'm just giving away a tempo for no reason.
You're leaving one tempo on the table, yes.
Exactly. Their only idea is to play h5, h4. That's why it didn't make sense.
And it was at this point when she infiltrated with her knight on h2. Now things are starting to look dangerous for you.
Yeah, before I played rook e1, knight f1, I calculated this line, and for some reason, I thought I should be fine after king g2, what I played during the game. Then I just realized text, and then like after rook h1, she had to play king d7 immediately. That's what I missed. King d7, and I cannot take on h8, and I don't have any counterplay.
To leave the f file potentially open so that she can go rook to f8, followed by e3, yeah? To force you to open up that
the thing is that I just cannot take on h8. That's why I was like, I felt like my position should be fine when I was calculating. I totally missed king d7.
Yeah, king to d7 was the key move. And when she didn't spot it, did you get a new burst of energy at that point?
I was like, I saw rook h4, rook f4 idea before as well. So this was my like initial calculation. I thought I'm getting this position, I should be fine. At least I have a draw because the king is very weak.
Yes.
So that's why king d7 was so important for her. But here, then I
I thought, okay, I have only one trick. After rook h4, she needs to find queen e8, which is not that hard. But if she finds queen e8, then I will make a draw. If she doesn't, anything else is losing for her. That's why I just decided to try this last option, and it worked out.
And it worked out because after queen to f6, queen to h5, there are just simply no more ways to defend against this connection of the queen and the rook. Begim, congratulations, back-to-back victories, 2.5 out of 3. This is a good start for you. Keep it up, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Begim, indeed. We're starting to see a lot of victories suddenly, and including yet another one with Jennifer. There, Wesley So versus Sam Sevian. That was that king run, but we didn't see anything since.
I don't remember that game. Let's take a look.
I mean, that was that crazy game where the king was...
Somehow Wesley kept the game going,
right?
Actually, yeah.
Well, let's see what we've got. Because just to recall the game, there was this king on g1 that went to c2, and we're about to see the current game position. I'm just going to get there quickly. The king got to a2, look at that. But 2 connected pass pawns, 4 versus 2 on the king side for Sam, and we're up to date with the position. Whoa. Kate, your take. Who's
I'm
winning?
wondering what's the assessment here.
Exactly.
Because the queen is targeting f2, h2, and then the pawns are running.
You know, it's funny, in these major piece endings, one of the keys are king safety, but it's very rare where you have a situation where both kings are safe, and then you've got to try to calculate what's going on in the pawn structure, and this is not easy. My first take is I like black, and the reason why I like black is because what you just said, I'm targeting one of these 2 pawns, and whichever one I take is going to, make room for a passer.
So what if I start running a4?
A4. Let's go. Let's just do it. So let me take a pawn and attack your rook.
Okay. So now I need to make a decision. Can I trade? Takes.
Sure.
A5.
Takes A5, and let me take another one. And if you go A6.
No, I give check first and then A6.
Check and now. A6, yeah?
Yes.
So, wow, this is what the players are going to stew over, but we're going to take a break from our analysis because we've got Anna Zatansky with Cristian.
Anna, you could smell that elusive victory. Even yesterday against Nazi, you were so close. But finally, you got it in today's game. Take us through the game and your initial emotions after this important victory.
I didn't expect King's Indian. It came to me as a surprise. I was expected Nimzo, and I spent a lot of time making decision in which line, where should I go, and usually I'm playing something different, and I think I never played this before. I knew, of course, a little bit about this line. I was preparing my student, and I was trying to recall some lines, and I spent really a lot of time decided where should I go.
Yes, and it was after this knight to h5 that it felt a little bit off because of this bishop takes h5 and the transition.
Yes, I think g5. Position. She should play g5 here,
That's
right?
After bishop f4, g5 is the best move. G5, and what was your plan?
Yeah, but still, you cannot. I wasn't sure because, in the beginning, I was thinking about h3, knight a6, something. F3, but I didn't like...
so maybe bishop e3?
Yes, I was thinking maybe bishop e3 or bishop d2 to go... Yes, because after bishop g3 I didn't like knight... yes, so to give up. Yeah, there's many options. Bishop g3 is the most logical move, and after knight a6 I was thinking h3, knight c5, f3...
Now I can
Here
go
I didn't like knight h5 and knight f4.
Yeah.
Okay, she will have. She will have a bad pawn structure, but I think her initiative. Yes, this is bad for me. Yeah.
Yes. So this was.
I didn't like this position. Yes.
This
so
was
that's
the key
why
moment.
I would. Yes. I would probably come up with something else. Knight h, I think after knight h5 I have good position.
You do.
But she couldn't like remember on lines, especially I never played this line before, and
yeah, and you got to this position.
here I'm slightly better. Yes.
You started picking up pawns, and at the right moment,
yes,
you sacrificed the exchange with rook, bishop takes d4. How did you assess
yeah,
it
so I think
right
now? Like winning. I have like 3 pawns for exchange, and her rooks are bad. It's like winning.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you were right about that. She never got back
like,
into the game.
Like here, here was interesting. Could you please go ahead? It's interesting that if I play h3 here, rook e4, rook g5, king h6, and I don't like win right away. I have to play okay, then just king goes
king
back.
g6, yeah. You're not winning
king
immediately,
g6,
for sure. Yes, you can go
yeah,
h4.
so that's why I was, yes, h4. That's why I was here thinking a little bit and play king f3. This is winning right away.
Yes, yes. Very nice. King to f3.
Not here, not here. Yes, king f3, and this is just winning.
Yeah.
And it was a surprise that she didn't resign much earlier and like checking how I can promote 3 connected pawns.
Well, you did manage to do so. Congratulations on a good start for this tournament for you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Our congratulations
so
as well. We're going to take results, and after the results, we're going to take a break. Very decisive round for the ladies.
A lot of decisive results. Zatonsky won against Eswaran. 1 draw here, Yan against Paikidze, but then Krush won against Purkashian. Lee lost to Yip, and Tokhirjonova won against Abrahamyan.
And in the open section?
In the open section, we have actually 2 draws. Tang drew against Aronian, Dominguez drew against Swiercz, and Niemann lost to Shankland.
A very nervous affair for sure. And as we take a break, we have a special message for you from our board of directors. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 U.S. Championships. This round 3 has really been eventful with lots of results. Let's see those results, starting with the ladies. Kate, do the honors.
Yeah, let's take a look. A lot of decisive results. Zatonsky won against Eswaran, Yen drew Paikidze, Krush won against Purkashian, Lee lost to Yip, and Tokhirjonova won against Abrahamyan.
And in the open section?
In the open section, we have also a number of results. Tang very quickly drew against Aronian, Niemann lost to Shankland, and Dominguez drew to Swiercz.
But the really big news is our 14-year-old Mishra, with the black pieces up against Ray Robson, is putting his finishing touches on a victory. And what a victory that will be for Mishra as he, wow. I mean, 2.5 in this field as a debutante. Yes, I mean, Christian, it's just extraordinary.
There it is, A5. Next,
Right.
I'm going to put the king on F5,
F5.
and then I'm going to push my E-pawn.
Exactly. You're welcome to go and win my knight on the H8 square. We just saw the move A5. What are we discussing? We're discussing king H5, king F5, H7, E5, king H6, E4. You can go and promote your pawn, but I'm going to go king takes, and I'm going to promote this pawn. And for Ray, this couldn't be the worst start. I mean, he lost a first game where he was much better, probably winning. And with this result, he's going to crash to half a point out of 3, Cristian.
Absolutely, and he was in the 2700 club. Unfortunately, after this couple of losses, no more 2700 for him.
Exactly. As King E5, again, just the whole thing of A5, H7, King E5. He's just waiting, as Mishra, to get this opportunity to play King F5 and E5.
And by the way, both of those losses came with the white pieces.
Ouch.
That's painful.
Ouch.
That's painful. You don't expect that.
No, you don't. And Kate, I mean, different Ray Robson than a few months ago when Ray Robson won an incredibly strong tournament in Prague, the Prague Masters.
Right.
And he came into this tournament full of ambition, did Ray. This is really painful for him.
And again, he had a great game in the first round. It just didn't go his way. But, you know, the tournament is long. Things can change. So we will see.
Incredible preparation, I want to say, by both players for this game. The whole Rook A3, Rook F3, H4.
Yes.
Ray did a lot of work, but it seemed to me that Mishra matched him as well in this
Both
preparation.
players knew what they were doing. They got to a position in which they more or less canceled each other's preparations out.
Right.
They got a complex battle, what they probably wanted out
Right.
of the opening.
Absolutely.
But then just Mishra was the better player. He was able to handle the complications much more precisely.
Exactly. As we wait for Ray to acknowledge King G7, King takes G5, and it's all over but the shouting. And a game that somehow yes, there you have it.
Handshake has arrived.
A game that I thought Fabi was actually putting away some time ago is still ongoing. Jeffery Xiong.
Oh, that's no longer easy at all.
Wow.
Jeffery somehow managed to fight back.
Wow.
He's not completely out.
No.
But he's fighting back in this one. And I'm looking at the position. If you do take this bishop, the problem is I will take back. And then I have so many checks coming your way. Your king is still not safe. If this pawn would be on G7, and if you would have a shell like I do, right? A pawn on G7 and a pawn on G6, then it would be an easy win, right? I'm just simply going to push my pawns. But unfortunately, that's not the case. You go A4, try to push the pawns, immediately queen to D7 comes. And in fact, these pawns are protecting my king very nicely, right? There's no checks following it up by queen to C7 because my king is going to come and hide on G3. So I really like what Jeffery has been doing for the last few moves. He's fighting back, he's fighting hard, and he's making life difficult for Fabiano to convert. And that's exactly what you have to do. Look, you have to stay resilient. At the same time, this is not over. Fabi still has the upper hand, still has a decent chance of converting, but his mission to convert just became much, much more difficult.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering how he, that is to say, how Jeffery managed to stay in the game, because if you recall, it was here, Kate, when we thought, oh boy, Queen F5, terrible, terrible things are happening, light square domination, and yes, there's 3 connected pass pawns on the queen side. Well, this is what Jeffery managed. He managed to be able to sacrifice an exchange, and this is how we got the current position on the board. So, well, kudos to Jeffery for making it very, very difficult for Fabi to convert.
As Jeffery, the only thing you can do is just take it one move at a time, right? You know you were completely busted, you know you had a losing position, but you managed to find some chances. Just keep it going.
Exactly.
Keep the game going.
Making a double check on the game of Wesley So and Sam. When we were looking at it ourselves, Kate, we were looking at these positions where you were trying to bust free with A4, A5 and get the pawns going. First the check, we caught up to the players. I mean, not really, not many moves have been played. Queen takes F2. You know, it's strange. If you're black in these positions, you know exactly what you have to do. You know you got to take the pawn, you got to play F4, and you just got to hope that you'll be able to equally match White's passer on the queen side.
So I'm wondering if Wesley is now thinking about playing F4. Because
F4.
if you play G4, suddenly the king is kind of locked, and maybe white can go kind of from behind, like queen F8 or.
You kind of
If
setting
I'm
up
worried,
some
yeah.
mating patterns. The problem I see, can I take?
Okay,
Can I
that's a
take?
problem. Yeah, means
just
that's
just keeping that pin alive so that. Yeah, I know what you wanted to do, which was mess up my structure with F4 takes G5.
But then I have to just run, just A4.
And just hope, just toss the dice and hope that you can. There you go.
Okay.
He's done it, and well, who gets there fastest with the mostest? And please don't tell me that it's going to be triple zeros if I ask you what's going on.
Triple zeros, yes, or triple zeros.
I told you not to tell me that it was.
It is what it is. You have to accept reality at some point.
Agent Maxwell Smart.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Sam.
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
A4. Did I lie to you?
Oh, you
I might have
misled
lied
me.
to you.
You misled me.
After this last move, A4, queen takes F2.
Right.
The engine is saying black is actually better.
Because A5, F4, right?
Right. So who's faster, right?
Well, black's queen happens to be nicely
You go here, I
positioned.
go here.
Yeah. And the
There
black
has to
king-
be some sort of a perpetual, right, though?
I'm not sure about
Wait
that.
a minute.
Well, that wasn't
I
the
have a feeling
perpetual.
as we move closer to the climax of this position, we're going to see some sort of triple zeros, but maybe not. Queen to E to A7. You give a check. Now we're seeing the triple zeros. Finally, we see the triple zeros. Okay, queen to E8, and now we're going to see some sort of a perpetual like this.
Gotcha.
And queen takes F5.
Okay.
You get a queen. I get a queen.
Fair deal.
Take. I get a queen. Sure, you're probably going to take this pawn on H2. That's not going to be enough because my pawn is going down the board as well.
Wow.
Sure. Triple zeros, probably a very, very deep analysis in the position. But right now, I mean, I have a feeling Sam is getting some chances. He is a pawn up
After all, yeah. And we'll interrupt our analysis to congratulate the leader of the Open Tournament, Mishra, in studio with you, Cristian.
Mishra, congratulations. What an incredible game. A lot of preparation, a lot of back and forth between you two guys. He was very well prepared as well, but you matched that consistently. Tell us a bit about this game. Where did you feel that you're taking over the initiative?
Okay, first of all, Cristian, could you do me a favor today and not tell me what the engine moves are? Like,
Sure.
Of course, I understand. The reason is that after I go back to my hotel room, I always try to retry the positions that I missed in the game.
Okay,
That's like a second
okay.
attempt.
That's your training. I remember that. You mentioned that during the juniors, yes. But how do you still have the energy to do that?
Well, okay, it comes with time.
All right, tell us about the game.
So, yeah, this game was very, very interesting. Like, this first move, H4, I didn't know. Like, I think Rook F3, B takes A4, this was all my preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the point is, in this position, instead of H4, I knew, like, Rook F7, Queen D8, and, like, Knight H7, I think, is some line. Apparently, okay, of course, engine says triple zeros, but it's still very, very complicated. Like, A3 here, and black gets A3, and black gets counterplay.
Right. So he played this move
So
H4.
in the game, yeah, so now H4 is a very interesting move because now my pieces, like now when you look at this without an engine, it looks very strange because all your pieces are kind of stuck on the back rank and your pawn structure is completely ruined and it's like, what do you play?
Right.
Like one idea I was considering here was Knight B6, but Knight B6 fails to, I think it was Rook F7, Queen D8, Rook takes C7.
So now
King
you
takes
cannot
C7,
take
Knight
with the
takes
queen,
C6.
you have to take with the king, and then Knight takes C6. You consider
And
this
yeah,
to
this
be
is-
good for white.
Yes, because the main line here goes like say Rook takes E6, Queen takes E6, and now Queen takes D4 is impossible due to Queen F7 check, Knight D7 E6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So okay, maybe I'm pretty sure I must have missed like 20 things here, but my idea was Queen D8.
Well,
the point
we'll
of
let
Queen
you
D8 is that
train in your room after that, so we're not going to tell you anything.
Sure, sure.
Tell us a bit about this.
Another candidate move I had here was C5. Because of course, if c5 ever works, it's the move you always want to play because everything opens up and your position starts looking a lot better. But now the issue is rook f7, queen d8, bishop takes b7.
Yes.
I think king takes b7, but actually rook d1 here, you have knight takes e5. Wow, but yeah, this is the line I calculated. Like rook d1, knight takes e5. I think it was queen e4 check, knight c6, knight takes e6.
By the way, is this completely over after rook takes c7?
Yeah, yes, but rook, yeah, that was also...
Rook c7,
but rook
king
takes c7, king takes c7?
Knight e6.
Knight e6 takes knight f3?
Yeah.
Knight f3, king g2, knight takes d4, queen takes c4. Like, yeah, I think white is probably a bit better, but this doesn't all look too clear to me.
Right.
Queen
you have
a8
some
check.
queen a8. Yeah, this is looking good for you.
So I think the main issue is instead of, after knight takes e5, this queen e4. But so I played this idea of queen d8. The point of queen d8 is now every time I go c5, you don't have rook f7 with tempo.
Right.
The
and
other
that's
thing
why he
is
played rook f7.
with the yes, and now now I was very happy. Like then I kind of knew that queen d8 was not that bad because rook I can get this position by rook f7, queen d8, h4.
Right. So you guys got
So
to
now
this
after,
position. This was another critical moment when he played this move, and he thought for a long time about this idea of queen h7, queen g8, knight h7. He was trying to create something from behind. How did you assess this one? How did you come to the conclusion that g6 has to be the right move?
Yeah, this was frankly one of the scariest moments of the game because this queen h7 at first I underestimated this. Like now, like once I realized that queen g8, knight h7 was a threat, like my first idea was to go g6, and this is what eventually I did. But I was very worried, like when I was calculating, I was worried that if I go g6, rook f7, the most natural move after rook f7 is of course to play rook takes f7 immediately.
Right.
But I believe that this is a mistake because after rook takes f7, knight takes f7, now every time I go c5, I don't attack e5. Like, I think here you can even go, like, say, bishop takes b7, king takes b7, d takes e5, and then take on g6. And this is basically just, like, much worse version of the game, because now h-pawn just starts running. I don't have too much real counterplay.
Yeah. So you played c5 first, after rook to f7. By the way, did you consider knight to f7 after g6?
Yes, I considered this, but I thought knight f7, I thought knight d5, bishop takes d5, and I think here e takes d5.
Okay.
Like, of course, maybe I would still calculate and come up with something different, but my idea behind this was that somewhere I can go c5. Like, say, rook e6, after queen takes g6, rook e6, and say queen g4, maybe c5. Or, yeah, queen g8, c5.
Got it.
But okay, maybe actually knight g5 might be some issue here, but yeah, it's still I need to check out the details.
But you played rook f7, and now you're starting to take over. Queen to e4.
Yeah, this was also a very critical moment after like queen e4. Because queen e4 I actually have a couple different options. Instead of knight d5, I had king b6 and king b8. The most natural move is of course king b8, but now knight d6, bishop takes d6, e takes d6, and now if I go knight b5, you have queen c6.
Yeah.
And I tried to make this work by going a6, but okay, this feels very... Okay, I don't want to go... I really didn't want to go into this.
Go knight king a6 here or what?
No, king a6 here, there's queen c6.
Or here a6.
Yes.
Yeah, here a6.
Got it.
And now like queen takes c... now, okay, this position I really wasn't sure, but I liked what I did in the game a lot more because other than king b8, king b6 was another move I calculated. But king b6, I was worried that he can go queen takes d4 check. The whole point of king b6 is, okay, in this knight d6 line, you don't have queen c6. So I can take and go knight b5, and I have all this...
But you played this move knight d5, which definitely feels like the right move. You're keeping more pawns on the board, especially with this move queen to h8. You had to find it, you did find it, and right now the pressure is on your opponent. And I have to say...
Yeah, queen h8 was a very nice move because I kept my center intact. Because if I lose d4, for example, I can almost resign, frankly, because he has too many pawns.
The h-pawn is going along, but you did not lose, and when you lost it, you managed to create another weapon, the c-pawn that ultimately became your tool for victory. So congratulations, Abhimanyu, 2.5 out of 3. Was that anywhere in your dreams that you would start so well in your first US Championships?
No, I came here hoping to play my best chess. I didn't really think about the results, but it feels amazing, frankly, to be the sole leader of the US Championship.
Congratulations. Go get your energy back up. look at the game with your dad, and
Will do.
we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Mishra. Very, very deserved. And listening to him analyze, I was forcibly reminded of a time I had visited Prague for a match between Kasparov and Jan Timman. And a very young David Navarro was in the audience, giving me variations, calculating just like that. And I was like, wow, very, very impressive there by Mishra.
He's like, no, don't tell me what the engine is saying. I still have some training to do
Yeah,
later on
my
today.
training,
My training has not finished yet.
Exactly. And from what you're showing, it looks like Jeffery is putting up fantastic
Very good fight.
resistance.
Very, very good fight. Yeah,
Maybe he's saving a draw. Wow.
Maybe after the move F4, maybe even King to F2, seems like he's getting very close to saving a draw. Yeah. How do you promote your pawn, right?
Yeah. No.
So
the
for
queen on
example,
E6
F4.
is incredibly strong.
Take, right?
Yes.
I need to take with the pawn so that I keep some attack around your king, right? If you start trying to push your pawn like this, then I have F6 ideas, queen to E7, queen G7. You're in danger as well.
I've got a pipette on the spot.
You have to be careful.
Maybe I have more after queen E7 check and a pipette on the
This
spot.
is not easy, guys.
No.
This is really not easy. I have a feeling that right now the more likely result is no longer a victory for Fabiano, but a draw.
Wow, great fight by Jeffery. And these queen endings, I'm reminded of one of my worst experiences as a chess commentator. It was a game from the Tata Steel Championships there where Wesley So was a pawn down in a queen ending against Anish Giri. Anish Giri being Dutch, it was like 6 hours into the broadcast and everybody wanted to see the outcome of the game between Anish and Wesley. So they said, please, Yasser, keep going with the show. And I was trying to give my variations, and then I said, forget about it. Let me turn on the engine. And it was instantly minus 47.
Wow.
Just instantly minus. The players would make a move, and that was instant triple zeros.
All right, there we go.
Back and forth. And this one is over as Wesley So and Sam Sevian, again, a queen ending.
Yeah.
And just at the end there, it seemed like Sam didn't realize, well,
no,
maybe
there
he
was
had a
nothing.
little bit.
There was nothing. No.
Nothing?
I mean, maybe, again, this F5 line that we, in fact, looked at,
Right.
if you go deep enough, and my moves are not very difficult. I'm just pushing my pawn. Right?
Clear.
You're pushing yours, I'm pushing mine. And at the end, it's going to be either a perpetual or a slightly better position for you, but I should be able to simply push the B pawn as well, create enough counter chances and make a draw. And Sam probably, after what happened yesterday, just wanted to make a draw in this one. Why not?
Exactly.
It's a good result with the black pieces. He's been on the back foot from the beginning of the game. Wesley has been trying to keep the game going, and right now, finally, Wesley said, okay, you've earned it. This is a draw.
And
So Cristian, show me, how exactly are we going to play, let's say after queen h3, what if black goes, instead of king g6 back, queen h4?
Queen to h4, I think I can take that, right?
But then we are promoting...
We're both
We're
Am I
promoting at the
missing
same
something?
time. Yes. Well, I'm promoting first, but...
Yeah, but I have extra one pawn, and I
but-
feel like my king can go forward.
Yes, but at some point I'm going to push my...
you're going to love this, Tata.
my pawn as well. What if I go
You're going to
here?
love this, Kate. The engine agrees with you by 1/10 of a pawn. It actually thinks that way.
Spoke too fast.
Zero. But
This
the
one
engine
is
was-
0-0. This one is 0. I understand. Yes, he could have kept the game going, but again, I don't think he was in the mood to do so.
Right.
Okay.
Fair. And
we
that
have
leaves
last game here.
Jennifer and Talia in the ladies section. Jennifer, you are defending champion, has been on the back foot for quite some time. In fact, we thought that Talia was on the verge of winning the game, but that's not the case. And here we have it. This is Jennifer against Talia, and you can see on your screen, nice split screen there.
The
Kudos
last
to
two
her.
games, one game in each section of the championships.
Right. Well, Talia is basically saying, my pawns on a4, b4, I'm ready to escort them. Knight takes a2. My king's going to be over on the queen side, well, to support the pawns. Like if you go, for example, move like rook b6, I've got king c5, and again, I'm ready to escort the pawns. Check. And whether I take with a knight or even a rook on a2, I think those two pawns are going to make it. So
that one is looking good. And by the way,
very
Jennifer
good.
Down to her last 3 minutes and 50 seconds. And the pawns are coming.
Right.
That's the problem. The pawns are coming. And where's your counter chance?
No, I mean, even if I were to somehow go rook g6, rook takes g5, that pawn is on h3.
So let's keep it up. Let's go rook to b6, right?
Rook b6, king c5.
King c5. Now let's go rook b7.
Okay, so this is where
I need to stay connected with your
Okay,
b
check.
pawn.
Yeah, check.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
This is over.
And I was even thinking that I can play either rook takes a2 or knight takes a2. It's just that the two pawns and escorted by the king are just simply too much. She has played rook g6, by
She's
the way.
going for the g pawn. She's trying to create at least something.
Right.
Some sort of a counter chance in the position.
Well, excuse me. This was the moment where Jennifer's played rook to g6. The problem, as I see it, is that even if I do end up capturing this pawn, I mean, it takes so long to choo-choo the h pawn up the board that something is going to.
Yeah, now I have rook f8, right?
Tickling the bishop. Yeah,
You have
where am I
only
going to go?
moved pretty
Bishop
much.
e6.
And now maybe knight e4 back.
And you don't have the rook a6 to attack my pawns anymore.
Right,
And my rook
f2
is
is
going to
coming.
become active. Yeah,
Yeah,
knight
no,
e4. And
This might be over.
Knight e4 looks very strong.
And by the way, at
Rook
any
f2.
point, if you allow me to go rook f6.
Yeah, any trade of rooks would be very nice.
I'd be very happy, yes.
Yes, exactly. Pawn breakthroughs and all that good stuff. And anybody up for knight takes?
rook f8 was played.
Yeah.
Okay, Yasser, come on.
I mean, would you calculate this?
No,
or
no,
you
I would never do that.
You would never do
Rook
this.
a6, and that's how you don't win.
You spoil. You were so close, right?
Yeah.
Rook a6, nice move. Rook f8, by the way, Talia was quick to spot that. And I think she's looking at that knight e4 because really she does want to play rook f2 check in many of these lines.
Yeah, this is a great position for Talia.
We're probably going to see a resignation very soon.
Exactly. Well, hold on. That would mean 5 out of 6
decisive results. Ruiyang against Nazi Paikidze was the only draw in today's round.
Wow. And the tournament had started so slowly, and then suddenly everybody started winning.
So let's take a look maybe at Jeffery Xiong's and Fabiano. Fabiano's game, because a cool thing happened. They exchanged the pawns.
Okay.
Pawn on a2.
Okay,
When we left it, we were just here, and Cristian was showing us how dangerous this f5 pawn was. Queen f7, queen b6, a2, and we're up to date.
Fabi
with
at
players.
least must be thinking, okay, I got my pawn to a2.
But
And there is another runner on h-file.
Okay.
I have that
Potential
one as
runner.
well. Why not?
Queen.
Let's try it out.
Queen a6 to stop you, and well, maybe.
So I maybe can I do king g3? Go forward?
Oh, hold on. It's black to move. Queen a6 was the last.
Oh,
one.
right. Okay.
Sorry. Queen a6. Okay, black to move. Go ahead. Tell me what you wanted. H4.
King g3.
Yeah. Well, the problem is whenever I go queen b3 in order to try to promote my pawn, queen g6 check immediately gets you at least a perpetual, and I have to be careful that I don't find myself in a checkmating net, right? So, yeah, I think this one's heading for a draw.
But it's not that easy still, right? I mean,
Is it or not?
I don't think it's that easy. I
You
mean, I
can try
understand.
with some h4 tricks. So queen a6.
So once again, a2, queen a6.
d4 was played.
a2.
Queen d4.
Queen d4
Queen
check.
d4 check. Excuse me.
On the board.
He did it.
No queen to f6. Well, if you do go queen to f6, I can go queen to a7, and that's going to be a repetition.
instantly.
F7, you have to defend that.
Right.
Then queen to d4.
So queen back to d4 check, and if you're trying to play for a win, something like king h7.
Well, now I'm controlling your promotion square. Can I just try to go f6 perhaps?
Yes, yes, no, I think that's a very good move, f6 king, and you just kind of say, okay, we're on a standoff. Anytime you take, I take.
And if I try to go queen c4?
Your next move, go ahead, kill me.
I'm not sure what my next move is.
H5, let's go.
Or maybe h5, let's go.
Okay, yes, why not?
h5, let's go. Okay. It's not that simple, right? h5. Huh. I was thinking if I just hang out over here, king h3.
H4? Because at
Right.
one moment I will go queen f4, allow you to capture that pawn, because I want to checkmate you.
On g3,
Yeah.
exactly. Exactly. So I have to, and maybe queen f4 anyway, right? Because you can take the pawn. No, all you do is take the pawn with check.
Right.
So I'm
So I have to
sorry.
wait.
Yeah, you have to wait. Queen f4, I can just take, and even when you take this pawn with check, I'll be in the corner happily waiting. Help me out here. Would this be 3 draws in a row for Fabi? Our
It
number
would
one
be,
seed?
yes.
Yeah, I believe so.
Number 1 seed, and he's sitting there saying, who is this young punk? Mishra. I mean, what's he doing to the field here, guys?
Trying to run away with it.
Somebody stop this 14-year-old phenom. Wow.
Okay, this is
Impressive.
still not over. It's all going to go down to the wire, even in this position. Somehow there is ways in which you can
keep the game
include the king into play, right? This is your dream as black. You want to include the king, maybe get it down the board and try to do something like that. Now, how are we doing on time? Is the question.
I see 14 minutes for Fabi and for
Jeffery only 2 minutes.
That's the problem that I'm looking at. If you drop down to your last few seconds, you're going to once again start seeing ghosts.
Okay, I've got a different setup in mind for Jeffery. The setup I have in mind is I'm going to leave my pawn on f5. Let's say you move your king, yes, king h7, and instead of going queen b2, let me drop in behind the a and king h7 on the board. Let me try queen a4. That stops your queen c4 business that you were doing.
Okay, let's centralize now, queen d5.
Well, now I have a check, and your king has to go to the back rank.
Let's go to g8.
Yeah, that's a big, big difference, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It's now f6, or
now maybe you can go f6, yes.
because then I will have queen a8 always check and queen e4 kind of perpetual.
I like it.
Well,
f6.
If you go queen f7 now, queen a8, and that's a draw.
That is right.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't have h5 yet.
That makes it very, very clean, actually. So yes. So I like this idea of just going behind the pawn with queen a4 and keeping this.
So let me try
here.
h5.
Yeah,
Yes,
I like
yes.
h5. Just let's stop running and making space for our king.
Okay.
Jeffery, I think he's
Okay,
down to his
h4.
last minute, right?
h4 and, well, okay.
Because if you want king g2,
I
I'm
was
gonna play
about to say queen
g7.
That would be scary. That would be bad news.
Less than a minute for Jeffery.
And king h7 on the board. He wasn't prepared, which is a bit of a surprise because you could expect that king h7. I mean, again, we are looking at queen a4. We've also looked at queen b2.
Played.
Queen a4 is on the board.
The first move, queen b2, I began to have some doubts about it, and I preferred queen a4, and it took Jeffery half his time.
Yes.
To agree with us, queen a4.
And now Fabi needs to play h5 to continue posing problems.
h5. Okay, and just help me out here because I'm still I'm struggling. What's your next move? I'm keeping an eye on the h pawn.
Okay, queen d5 maybe.
Queen d5. That's a good move. And you're not afraid of checks, right?
No.
I assume not. So I'll go back.
Cool.
But let's interrupt our analysis, Kate, and say we have a special guest in studio, Cristian.
Sam, welcome back to the show. Today was not a difficult game against Wesley with the black pieces. It felt that maybe you will get a repetition early on, but he kept the game going and he kept trying to push you over the edge. Tell us a bit about the game. Tell us a bit about how you reacted to yesterday's loss, very difficult loss as well.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a really tough day. I was just much worse out of the opening and kind of defended really well until the time control. But after, moves 40 and 41, I just spent way too much time and didn't have time to either win or even draw that position at the end.
Yeah, how psychologically, how do you recover? Do you get a good night's sleep? What do you do when those difficult moments come?
I just try to forget the game. I mean, I did win the first game, which kind of lessened the blow a bit. So I'm still on 50%, and I just thought like that, the tournament starts now, a 9-round event.
Absolutely, always try to see the positive side of things. And today's game, did you feel at any point that you're losing control? Maybe you felt at any point that you're even better towards the end?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a lot of pressure. And he played this line, which is very tricky. I didn't check it today, and I think I kind of defended pretty well with this knight d5, knight takes f4.
Yes.
He had this very interesting idea with queen c7, queen b7. I don't know if it's been played before.
This was not
position,
played
rook e8.
Before, yes.
Rook fd1, yeah, queen g4. Here I was calculating a really interesting line. White goes knight e5. Queen g1 check, very important line. King e2, queen takes a1.
Yes.
Rook takes e7, rook takes e7, queen b8 check. Rook e8, knight d7 check. King e7, queen b7. And it's very important. I mean, I thought you have to find queen d1 here.
You do, yes. That's a nice
line. King takes d1, rook d8, and black's just better with the two rooks. Yeah. So I spent a lot of time on this knight e5 because if knight e5 works, I'm just lost, I think.
Right.
Yeah, trading queens is just a horrible endgame. But he went for this rook takes e7, which I initially thought was pretty simple for black, but turns out there were some practical problems. With I mean, here he could put the king on c4 as well instead of c2. I thought maybe that's the best try.
Yes.
Just I didn't see a reason why not to play king c4.
Right.
Yeah.
Queen to a8, queen to e8, take the pawn,
queen
take
e8.
the other pawn as well.
I think there's one interesting difference. So if you put the king here, I would play g6, and if you put the king on c2, like the game was. I think here I played queen c6. I should, maybe g6, queen takes c5, king g7, just get out of the.
But with a king on c4, you cannot go queen to c6 because queen takes c5, and that's a losing endgame.
Right, exactly. Maybe this is the best way to defend, because after queen c6, he found this very strong move, rook e1, which stops the perpetual check, and wow, h5 is okay here. Interesting. Well, h5. The thing about moves like h5 is after queen b8 check. Queen e8, I have to now, I guess, calculate these rook endings, which are
that's probably
far more
not a
dangerous
good idea,
for black.
Right?
I basically never wanted to play a rook ending, but I'm thinking, can I play king d7 here?
Yeah.
Rook takes c5.
Maybe rook c8?
And rook c8?
No, rook c8 is maybe still a draw, but yeah, good luck calculating this.
I definitely don't want to do that. Yeah. So
that's
I
not
went
the
for
practical
this
way
g5.
of playing chess, of course.
Yeah, of course. So I went for this g5, rook e5, queen c5, queen a4, king c3. And I think I found king f6 really nice move.
Yes. Best move in
because,
the position.
Because if h6, his trick is to go queen d4, and then rook c8 check, rook c5 check.
Yep.
And
now
again,
things become difficult.
Rook ending.
If not completely losing. It could be just
It might be completely losing, yeah. I mean, my pawns are so slow. 4 against 2 is really difficult. So yeah, we got this position, rook e8, king b3. Yeah, I think this is the critical position from his perspective after rook b5. I think he missed queen c3, queen a8, which is a very nice move. It stops queen h8 and also wants to play queen d5, and there's no queen d3 because of rook f5.
Here I thought I was completely fine.
Yeah.
Instead of queen c3, I was thinking maybe b4. I know it's risky, but
b4 was the best
if you want to try,
yeah.
you probably, yeah, maybe you have to try this. Yeah, queen b6, king b3, rook f5, maybe king b3 now. Yeah.
But this is dangerous, yeah, for both sides.
Yeah, yeah, the good thing is black can also definitely win this position.
Yes.
It's so risky for white.
Three result game for sure. He didn't go for that, and you guys ended up splitting the point. Sam,
yeah, I think
congratulations.
the final position was. I think the final position is just a draw.
Yes, you can try a little bit with f5, but you know the engine is saying you're doing really well here, but as you move along through the lines, it becomes apparent that it's not that easy.
Okay.
Yeah, so here a6, and I think queen to a7 was a big one, and f3. Queen to a7, I think, is probably the most difficult move to deal with.
I think queen a6 check was an idea for white instead of queen d6 check.
Queen to a6, okay. King h5.
Yeah. King h5.
Yes.
Queen b7.
Queen to b7, and now f3.
a6.
And queen e2, and I guess you want to fight with two queens.
That's amazing. Okay.
And just play this position with the pawn up, and maybe this is...
Yes, yes, I understand.
This looks good for you, for sure.
Looks equal.
Well, you can take a pawn, but I'm hiding, you know. Yeah.
4 queens.
Looks
good
equal.
luck calculating this after like 4 hours of playing.
Feels equal.
yeah, it was f5 was an opportunity. Yeah. Okay, it was a very interesting game.
It was. Our congratulations, Sam. It was a tough save. Wesley, with the white pieces, was really putting on the pressure, and we thought you handled it really well. Seriously, congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely. And what's happening in Talia's game, by the way?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Jennifer is defending incredibly well.
But Jennifer is on an increment. She has 36 seconds, and Talia has about 7 minutes.
So when we left it around these parts. Nope, that wasn't it. Let me just refresh my board. I apologize. I'll only take a quick second. Yes, this is where we saw this nice move, rook f8, and we thought, well, that should be winning, knight e4, right? Rook g7, and she didn't play.
And we were expecting rook f2, right, to activate the rook?
No, she kicked out the bishop, but the bishop hung around. What's going on? Somehow this breakthrough that we imagine b3 takes a3, this type of pawn breakthrough, we still have the move b4 at the end of the line, as well as for that matter, rook a7. So the pawn breakthrough.
I know now what she wants to do. Maybe she wants to do knight d6, yep, and knight c4.
Knight c4. I've got rook d7 check though.
Yeah, king c3. I always have rook f4.
Thank you. That clears some cobwebs, because at first I thought, what are you doing, Kate? You're walking into this terrible pin. Rook f4. Gotcha.
And then b3 and...
Then it's all good. Yeah, no, this makes absolutely great sense if you can get in b3.
Guys,
yes.
I think Fabi's back to winning.
What?
Yes, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Take a look. We were actually looking at something very similar.
The twists and turns that are going on in this game.
But look at this move, queen to d5, the last final move, and what do you do next?
Well, he did play queen a4, and he just kind of...
Weren't we looking at this position exactly?
I think we were, yeah. Something very similar.
Because now queen d2 is a threat.
It's a big threat, yes.
Why is queen d2 a threat? I'm going to go king h3.
Then queen g5, and I'm threatening queen g3 checkmate.
Yes.
But don't I always have perpetual
queen
checks?
To g4
queen
check.
g4 check.
But now I can hide, right? King to f8.
Yes, king to f8. He's done it.
He's done it, yes.
Queen check.
Queen check, I go king f7.
King f7.
No more checks.
No more checks.
That's it.
And again, I just wanted to ask you, why is queen d2 such a big threat? I didn't see it.
Okay, queen d2.
King h3.
Queen g5.
Okay. So now that
no, now you can take on a2 with check.
Wait. Okay, no, the king has to be somewhere else.
So let's go king f7.
Sorry,
let's go back.
Moment.
Let's just think right now after queen to b2, because we think we're going to see something along those lines, right? Or queen to a3.
Yeah, so I can go queen d2 check.
You might queen d2 check, king h3, and now move your king, or?
I thought king f6, but can you capture the pawn on h4 afterwards? No, you cannot because I have queen e1. Okay.
King f6?
King f6.
Okay, pause for a moment here because...
Well, none of this will happen because queen b2 is actually on the board.
I got queen f8 check, and I'm just... Okay, sorry, I'm going to refresh my board, everybody. Please don't panic. Queen b2 check is on the board.
Okay, how do we deal with this move?
Exactly, so we are covering the square.
Can you go h3? Okay, let's... Should we look at h3? Just
king over. Again, I'm capturing with check. You'd love to play queen takes f3 and
no,
trade
but now
queens.
I have check. Queen d6.
I take a pawn.
Queen h6, queen g7.
Nice.
I exchange the queens.
Wow.
That's a geometry. That's pretty. You force me on the g file and then trade queens and your a pawn promotes. Very nice. That is very, very nice.
So what can you do?
So queen b2, how did we get that? h3 check.
Where do you put the king?
I mean, the two runners, a pawn, h pawn.
Right. Oh
Maybe you can... No, but if you take on h3, I take on f3. That should be winning.
Okay, now you got to tell
Right?
me why. No.
Right? No? You don't believe me? Okay. Okay.
We need proof.
All right,
Our viewers need proof.
I'm going to try to do the same thing. So with this
Check.
queen to h5
and
queen to
now,
g5.
And now I cannot go to the h file
Because of queen h6.
Right, so I have to go to the f
So
file.
now you have to allow me to take that with a check. And now you keep running, right?
Towards the pawn? I don't think, if you can force the trade of queens, I resign, of course.
But if you get close enough with a king.
But hold on, I mean, you've got checks on
That's
the
right.
side as
King,
well.
King d2, but you get very close to the pawn. So, I'm
But
not
now
sure.
I have queen b1, right? And that's game over.
I don't have any checks. This is actually kind of ridiculous.
Nice.
Why don't I have any checks?
Where's check?
The board is wide open. I mean, I need my checks.
But is this one of those like studies where you have an extra queen, but I never check you in a way that allows you to put your...
No way. No.
No
That
way?
doesn't work with two queens. It only works with a queen and a rook, I think.
That you can't put the queen in the way, right?
Yes, the queen and a rook sometimes is some sort of a draw.
Wow.
But the two queens, I have a feeling I'm going to be able to cover.
Well, I like to play with the extra queen as well. Time? Is time a factor, Kate?
Yeah, so
sure.
Jeffery
I
has
can't
less than
tell.
1 minute and Fabi has 6 minutes, 40 seconds.
For an incredibly difficult queen and pawn endgame. I mean, I always feel like I don't have enough time for these endings.
I think h3 is kind of a logical move, but finding this idea of trading the queens on g7, that's...
The geometry of that was really outstanding.
That's difficult. But maybe Fabi can wait with like a queen c4 move. No, h3, here we go.
Gone for it. Instantly king g3 by Jeffery. Jeffery was waiting for that one.
King to g3, okay, all right. But now
queen
d6? Wasn't that our plan all along?
So we can't take the pawn?
He wants to go to g4, I guess.
But
now h2.
No,
Now I
that's
take with
a2
the
check.
Oh.
Always, yeah, we keep forgetting about the queen takes a2 check business. So queen d6 check, king g4, don't capture the pawn. But now, where's your next check, Kate?
Yeah, no, then maybe let's move back. Let's wait with queen d6.
All right. You know what one of the best moves in the positions is?
No, we don't.
King g8 right now.
I was thinking about a waiting move because if you look at White's position, like we want the king to capture on h3, so we can recapture on f5 with check. Yeah, this is a nice study.
The other way to do it, which I'm not sure how easy it is from a practical perspective, is to go check queen d6.
Okay.
King G4.
Yes.
And now queen to A6, allowing a variety of checks. Queen to B3, queen to B4 later on, things of that nature.
Wow.
Would you allow this? Allow this check?
No, I would be. I'd be worried that I wouldn't be able to escape a perpetual.
I would be too. Yeah, and that king on G4 finally.
Somehow it's safer than
safe.
Yeah, yeah, it's unusually safe. Usually you get to put your queen with a check. I answer a check with a check of my own, but this is tough.
Oh, this is a very difficult endgame, I have to say, for both sides. And Fabi is just about to join Jeffery at those 1-2 minute marks.
Oh, his 6 minutes became
4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
But it's going down fast.
Yeah. And you're keeping an eye, Kate, on the Talia Jennifer Yu game?
Yes, I'm looking at Jennifer Yu and Talia Cervantes game.
Amazing.
We do have some advancement there with the pawns.
Right.
If you want to quickly switch just to see.
Okay, I'll do it.
What is happening?
I'm going to refresh as we keep also a bird's eye view. Wow, well, for Jennifer, I was going to say she's made getting rid of that A2 pawn, that's pretty good, because now whenever she can sacrifice her bishop and trade the remaining pawns, she'll have a draw. She'll get a draw out of that.
But let's take a look. So king c3, very natural move.
Very natural indeed. I'll drop
Knight
back.
c4.
Okay, can I just get your king away from the action for a moment?
King b4. King b4.
And something like, I'm trying to get the king and the knight away so that they don't coordinate so well.
But rook a6?
Oh, yes. Rook a6. She's done. She's going in this direction. Check.
King c5.
King c5, and now you're forcing me.
Rook a1.
And I'm hoping to be able to sacrifice my bishop.
This is still not over.
Not at all. Still a lot of work for Talia.
Well, this trade of pawns, this recent trade of pawns has definitely helped Jennifer.
Big time.
So we were worried about losing that a2 pawn.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But
And are the clocks a factor? I'm sure they are.
Yeah, so Jennifer has 1 minute and Talia has a little bit over 2 minutes.
Okay.
But like rook d1 here.
Rook d1?
Yes.
Yes. So again, if all I'm trying to do really is to get the remaining 2 pawns off the board, because rook and knight versus rook obviously is a draw.
Okay, rook d2 check. But yeah, if you get that pawn, you're right.
Exactly. Just begging for the opportunity.
So I have to go back, rook d5.
Yeah, and reset and recharge. Let's just check in on Fabi and
what?
Something happened.
What happened here?
We were right around these parts, and
King
the checks have happened. And Jeffery to play. I liked it when the king was on g4, because if we had this position, then we easily could go king g4, queen g7 check with the king on g4. You're not threatening the queen. That's one important point, right?
Queen h8, okay.
Queen h8 check.
But now, king takes f5.
King takes f5 probably has to be played, right? What else?
Oh, I can go queen takes h3 check as well. What?
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, you're right. That you have a check, queen takes h3.
But is that a good check? Because after king g6, I'm crying, aren't I?
I think you are.
Well, I mean, I'm crying, and it's like one of those things. It's like some kind of a study, and every single move.
So Jeffery is not
changes.
capturing that pawn, but
No,
queen
he didn't.
h5 check.
I'm just
Which is probably
resetting the
better
board.
choice. So now is the time to capture the pawn, or do we ignore that pawn, just queen g6?
We can check also from behind, which was his
queen
choice.
King
And
f6.
King f6.
Yeah, he's going towards the g file so that you always have these queen g5 ideas and try to stop you like that.
Yeah, so
well, you got G8 covered as well.
That's right. That's also true.
So now again, you cannot recapture the pawn on h3 because queen f5, and then we are trading queens.
No, you're just running out of checks, right? So queen f8 maybe?
Queen f8, king g6.
G6, queen e8.
Is it time
king
to...
g7?
Is it time to interpose or not?
No, I like king g7.
Okay. King g7 makes
No
sense.
checks, you cannot recapture the pawn.
Okay, queen e7. I have to give checks. Continue giving checks.
Okay, now queen f7.
Queen f7, queen e5.
And king h6.
h6 or h7?
Oh, no. Okay, now it's easy. Queen f6, your only check is on c7, and then I hide on h6. And next move, white queen.
That's nice. There you go. There you go. That's the setup. That's ideal, actually.
No more
checks.
checks. No more checks, yeah.
Queen c1 check is met by queen g5 check. That was why I liked the king on g4 and the pawns on f5 and f3. The defending king, very safe. I'm going to just refresh, and he's done. Queen f8, king g6.
These endgames are so difficult to hold.
Terrible.
I mean, forget what the engine is saying. It doesn't really matter.
So Jeffery has only check queen e8.
But I do believe that right now it's kind of a straight line, right? So
right. Intriguingly, I think Fabi is getting into a number of queen endings of late.
He has, yes, quite a few actually.
Right.
He hasn't maximized every single one of them. I remember this game from the Incr Cup against himself and MVL, and he was completely winning 2 pawns, A and B connected, but MVL managed to survive.
That's right. That one especially.
Extra 2 pawns, but he managed to find the perpetual.
Right.
Yeah, king g7, this is what we were looking at. Queen e7, queen f7. That is the forced line.
Yep.
There's no way to do anything else, and that's why he took the sip of that water. That's why he was like, "Okay, I know how to do it right now."
You know your fellow podcaster. The sip of water.
That's right.
Is,
that's right. That's a big sign.
Is the finish.
That's the big
finishing
sign.
touch.
He's relaxed basically right now. He sees the clear path towards victory.
50 seconds, counting, but I don't see any tricks for Jeffery at this point. He's out of bullets.
I guess the only question is, how do you do it after, let's say, queen e1? Just try to stop you from promoting.
Yes, because you need to keep an eye on queen e5 check and a1. Queen e1. Well, you've kind of given up all your checks, right? So maybe queen e7 check, by the way. He's going into our main line.
Queen f7,
and
yes.
Yeah, Fabi was ready for that one.
Yes.
Like he certainly was.
And now queen e1 once again. You kind of have to do it. But queen e1, queen f6, actually there's no more checks.
Yeah, then the inclusion of
queen f7 actually helps.
Helped a lot. Queen e1, queen f6.
Okay,
queen a3. Okay, that makes more sense. Not only attacking the pawn, but also x-raying the a square. Hey, another advantage of that is we're defending f3.
By the way, we have another big change in Talia's and Jennifer's game. I know this is interesting. So we may
did win,
but she did
piece.
Promote and get a piece. But is this winning?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think Jennifer has the opportunity of king g3, king g4, and managing to trade off the remaining pawn. I see you've got your screen there. That game on your screen.
Do you actually do it though?
What? Which game?
So let's take Jennifer and Talia's game.
Okay, I'm going to switch to...
Just for a second, and we will go back
please.
to Fabi's game.
Absolutely, let's check this one out. So this is where the last move was king g3 by Jennifer. She's looking to just get in the move h4, knight, so that Talia can get in knight e4 check.
I'm a little bit surprised she didn't
King
play
g4
h4 first.
Because if you go h4 first, then I give you check on e5, on e4, and if you go king
No,
h3.
no, with the king on g2, actually.
Oh.
All the way here to go h4.
And instead of king g3, just h4, force the pawn.
And if you go g4, I think I have rook g5.
That's forcing. That's very, very forcing. And if you take, then you also have this in your back
and
pocket.
rook a4, yes.
Yeah. And that forces the trade. But I don't think she's taking any risk, right? She's got king g4, she's got king f5, as well as h4, and she's going to be able to force, or have I misunderstood the position? I can also go king, yes.
Yeah.
I can play h4, sorry.
Are we missing anything?
No.
Okay, she's going for king f5.
King f5, oh, that's a surprise move. King f5.
Really? King f5? Rook g8?
Right?
I don't know.
I thought I was going h4.
Sometimes this doesn't feel right.
Yeah. Something. I'm moving away from h3, h4.
Oh, but you
she's
can
got
play
rook
h4
a4.
now.
Yes, of course. She's got rook a4 check. So rook g8 and
h4 now.
Now. Any
But
knight.
king, knight e6. Oh, rook a4 check. We have.
No, but h4, g4. You actually lose that because you cannot capture on g4.
There's a fork with
Right.
knight e3.
So you're saying check, or let's say king d3. I don't know. Talia? She's
Talia
a little
is
nervous.
very low on time.
Little nervous too.
I don't
The
see.
hand.
Okay, 40 seconds.
Okay.
She's reaching. No, she went king c5, not king d3.
But sorry.
King c5.
What do you do now?
Yeah, h4, g4.
h4, g4, it's over. Rook g4, it's over, knight d3.
So I give again check, rook a5.
That's fine. At some point I will hide. I don't know exactly how, but king c4, for example. Rook a4, knight b4.
Right.
Like she's making life much more difficult than it should have been.
Right. I mean, when her king was right here, I thought, okay, now's the time for h4, right? Your king is protecting the pawn and he trades. But after king f5, after king f5, it became difficult.
King d6.
Oops. No, I'm going to refresh my board. Apologies. King d6.
By the way, Jeffery with... yes, Jeffery, I think, might resign soon. So perhaps we should go to that one, because this one is going to go on for a while, I have a feeling.
For sure.
Queens are going to be traded, or
When
Fabi
we
is
left
promoting.
it was queen... Oops, excuse me.
I think there is a promotion coming. Queen f6 if you go to h4, queen e5, or queen g8. Now it's over, yes. Queen g8 is over, and that's it.
Yeah, that forces the trade of queens.
Resignation.
Very nice geometry.
Wow.
Big victory for Fabi.
What a difficult game.
A labored victory for Fabi. I mean, he had to work for this one.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, very good technique with those two pawns
But
running.
at a certain moment, didn't Jeffery have a draw, or did he?
He did,
Where,
yes.
where did he spoil it?
It seems like he did, but to be honest,
I mean, it was very early in the queen ending. Because
let's go back to the
Yes,
ladies'
please,
game.
of course.
Just to finish that one off, and then we'll try to figure out exactly
all.
where he spoiled it.
Because this is feeling more and more like Talia might pull this one out
Jennifer
of the
would
bag as
love
well.
to play rook g6, just trade the rooks, get the pawn, but there are always these forks.
Right? Knight checks on e7 against rook g6.
And if you can't do that,
Yeah, if you can't play rook g6, and you can't play h4, h4, g4, and the pawn just boldly marches right up the board, right?
I can attack the knight. Again, rook a5. If you go back with the king, I'm going to give check again.
Okay, but where do you put your king now?
f6.
Ah, yes, of course, with the rook on g5. Ah, excuse me. Excuse me, that was a bummer.
Because how do you make progress?
Rook a3. Boy, I'm having a hard time guessing the moves on this one. rook a3.
Okay.
It's a waiting move because you can move your rook from g8 anywhere to make
Right,
progress.
I'm
If you-
tethered to the pawn, I
Yeah.
get that.
If you give me check with the knight, I move back or forward with my king.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you want to do? If you improve your king, I'm going to give you check.
Maybe there's actually no way.
Yeah, I feel like Talia had really big advantage, but it slowly disappeared.
Quick question for you guys. Did Talia make the right decision in bringing her king, which was, let's say, on d3 to d7? Shouldn't she have been walking her king towards h3?
She might
if
try to do that again.
If I go king d6 and you give
Check.
me these checks from the side, let me try to make that repositioning like this. And if you keep giving me checks, I want to zigzag my way to g2.
Mm-hmm.
Well, never mind. She played knight to c7.
She's trying to get the knight to e6. That much is
To
clear.
release her rook from the defensive duties. Then she could check with her rook.
But can I push h4 now?
h4, g4, it's always the problem.
But now I
feel
first give you check on d3 to
Okay,
force
that's
the
fine.
king
King
away.
d7, yeah.
Okay, as we look at this game, let's just take a quick peek of where we currently stand after 3 rounds.
Yeah,
Kate,
we have a
honors.
sole leader, the youngest player in the open section, Abhimanyu and Mishra, with 2.5 points. And then we have a two-way tie for the second place, Fabiano, Caruana, and Sam Shankland with 2 points.
A lot of players tied at 50% there. quite the pack, I should say. But really, they take a moment here, folks, and just give Mishra a big round of applause. 14 years young, his debut in these U.S. championships, and he's leading the tournament. Wow, simply amazing. As we have one game remaining, defending champion Jennifer Yu is doing her best to make life as difficult as possible for Talia. Is she going to succeed? That's the question. As we've just seen check on d3, king c6. So that stops the ideas of knight e6, right? So we can go back to rook g3, and then you've got to go back to knight d5.
Mm-hmm. But can I give another check, rook c3?
Yes, absolutely.
King d6?
I don't, king d6, yeah, I don't know exactly where my king is going, but...
I'm going to dig with the knight on d5.
Oh, you're going to block.
Yeah, then I won't be able to make any more checks, right?
I mean, you have king e4. The game doesn't end
So,
there, I think.
So if I go rook g3 now, let's say I go rook
Okay.
g3,
Now I go knight d5.
and now I go h5. Because all I need to do is just to force the rook to go away from that file.
Exactly.
And I think I will accomplish that.
Let's just continue, because I do have this
H6.
knight f6 in my pocket here. That,
But then I capture with my rook. So h7, king g6.
king g6, of course. And we have special guests in studio, Christian.
Fabi, congratulations, a labored victory for you. This was not easy. It looked easy at one point as you were approaching that time trouble situations, those last couple of moves before the new time control. But it felt like he got back into the game. How did you recover from that and start anew this attempt at winning the game?
Yeah, I think I was winning at some point very clearly because he went for a very strange decision. I didn't really understand why he played d5. It wasn't necessary, I think, although the position is, of course, a mess. But yeah, d5 was a very strange choice to my mind, and then I thought that I have a huge advantage.
You did?
But maybe
yes.
I captured on a4 prematurely. I'm not sure. Yeah, this just looks crushing. I mean, yeah, taking on a4 was just very impractical. The pawn's not running anywhere. I can play queen g6, and later I realized, like, why don't I just play queen g6, and if king h2, then I could take the pawn, or I can even play h6 because he's actually in domination. Okay, rook a1 is, of course, not what you want, but I was a bit too direct, and I kind of thought that this position after queen e6 would be winning, which maybe it is,
It
but
is, yes.
then it became, yeah, here I thought there must be something. Queen d7, bishop b6, I just didn't see it. I felt like there's something here, but I couldn't quite see it.
Not that clear.
Yeah, knight c3.
Yeah, not that clear. I wouldn't say this is clear. Queen e1 and bishop f3.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
then
I couldn't figure this out.
knight e4, this is not obvious.
Yeah, it's like I'm not mating him directly, so it's, it's a little bit difficult to sacrifice my queenside pawns when I felt like if I kept them, I should also be much better at winning, but then I lost control completely. He was hanging in very well. Yeah, I just, okay, every move is a blunder. Yeah, it's funny. Bishop e4 is a mistake, right? It's so natural to play bishop e4, but it's like
knight
it's not the most
e8
accurate, yeah?
seems to be the best move. Good luck playing knight e8 with 20 seconds on the clock. It makes no sense. But b5 maybe, just start pushing the pawns, right?
But I didn't want to allow rook d8. That's the only thing. I didn't want to misplace either. I guess the thing is the knight on e8 is actually very decent, which I didn't realize. I just didn't want to put it there. But he is kind of getting checkmated in many lines, or maybe I just push my pawns and he can't really defend against that because his king is chronically weak. Then once he got f3, I think it's a complete mess again. In fact, I was a little bit happy that he played like this g4, because after bishop d3, it's kind of a double-edged position. After g4, yeah, queen c5, rook d3. Okay, we get a technical endgame. It's either a draw or, yeah, probably it's a draw, but I don't risk anything. And with the time control being so unforgiving, at least here, okay, it's nice to have that playing for two results situation rather than playing a very messy position down in exchange. And yeah, then it was a clear draw for sure at some point.
I felt
a very clear draw.
At this point, you were making some strides
I saw queen
in the
c7.
position.
I saw queen c7 after queen a4, but I thought f4. I didn't see how to continue.
Queen to c7 here, you mean? Where?
No, not here. There's a moment when I played h5.
Okay, when you played h5, yes. Queen to c7 right
Yeah,
now.
here. So I have queen c7, f4, queen b6, king f3. I didn't see how to do it. It's only like he has only squares. Queen b7, king e3. Queen g2, queen a7, king. I can hide from checks like this. Really? It doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It doesn't feel like I'm hiding, but somehow. Queen b8, queen g8, queen e5. Yeah. When he went for this, I really thought queen c7 is... Like, my first instinct was queen c7, he resigns. And then I saw this f4, and I was trying to make some checks work, but I couldn't, so I just gave up on the idea. But maybe it's... yeah, I guess this was winning. And
I think
yeah,
he
here I
had
thought
one
it's
more
very unpleasant.
chance. At this point, after h3, queen to g7, instead of queen to f8, queen to f6, try to stop you from going to e5.
Yeah, king e7 was kind of a random move. I was like, I couldn't make queen d6 work. I couldn't figure it out because king g4, I didn't see how to continue. And I thought, okay, king e7, he's low on time. I'll confuse him with this move, which he doesn't expect, which is probably a bad move.
Yeah.
King g4, like, what's...
Queen a6.
Queen a6. But I thought queen b3, I saw this. King g7, queen c3, I thought. How do I hide again? Queen f6, queen c7, king h8. And on h7, yeah, I have checks on g7.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was missing a lot of things. Yeah.
Okay. These queen end games are extremely difficult. Fabi, still a very important victory for you, the first victory in the tournament for you. Very important because one Abhimanyu, only 14 years of age, is running away, scoring a lot of victories already. What do you think of his performance?
Yeah, I guess he's some sort of genius.
Some sort.
I mean, he's these little kids are really dangerous. I remember also last year, like the kids are coming and they're causing us all a lot of trouble. Like last year, Wesley lost to Christopher, right?
Yeah.
It's you really can't underestimate them because you think they're young and they don't know much compared to, okay, we've been playing chess for forever. Of course, we know a lot more, but they work very hard. They calculate well. I mean, obviously, Mishra is a really, really strong player already, despite his young age. So definitely not to be underestimated.
Absolutely. Our congratulations, Fabi. Get yourself some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As we have one game remaining, Jennifer has been trying to trade her H-pawn for the G-pawn. She's not succeeded in doing that, but she made it very, very difficult for Talia to harmonize her extra piece.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Talia has been successful with any improvements in her
Right.
position either.
Exactly.
And the problem is right now, King F7 is coming. King F7 and King F6 back. Rook E5 is a big threat, of course.
Right, but also what you were just saying, King F7, chase the rook, threaten Rook E5 check, get rid of that pawn.
Right.
It's kind of a weird situation where you're a piece up, but it doesn't feel like, you've got your piece.
So King D6, right?
King
Okay, she went
C4.
King C4.
King to C4 by Talia.
So can
By
I
the
go
way,
Rook G3 here?
Rook G3, I will give you a check on F8.
No, that's a...
You cannot take because I give you another check on
Because
F8.
knight E6?
That's a funny one. Where do you want to move your king?
Nowhere.
Hobson's choice. King F4, knight E2, King H3, knight F5. Nice. Wow.
Okay, let's see. But she wants
to play King F7.
Yeah.
She's reaching no Rook E3. She wants to play King F7.
Well, the thing is that's the most direct.
She's done it. King F7. Talia's sitting there saying, how do I coordinate myself? Gosh darn it.
But okay, so right now, go to AA, right? Go to the other side of the board.
Played like a blitz champion, by the way, getting away from anything.
Closer to the
clock.
To the clock.
Exactly.
Okay.
So after King F6.
Rook A5. I'm going to try to defend from the side.
Rook A5 defending from the side. Can I please trade? She has gone all the way off screen. By the way, did she make it to A8?
She did.
She did. Very good. The training's working. Rook to G3. How are we, Kate? We can't stop.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
we're actually not stopping it.
And let me just refresh my board.
I think the decision to trade those pawns, Talia is not going to be very happy about that.
Oh, she had a completely winning position. Yeah.
But in this particular case, just a second, hold on. I'm not sure I like this move. Can I play knight F3?
Whoa.
Just a second, I don't like King F6. I like the Rook G3 variation.
Wow.
Was that her last trick? She did not spot it. Rook to G8, okay.
Because knight F3 means that I can stop H4, protect my pawn on a good day, just play Rook F8.
Right.
Whoa. She didn't spot it. She played Rook G8, right? So it's a repetition?
But, okay, if you play knight F3.
So, yes. If I play knight F3, yes.
And I go King G7.
King G7, that's nice. Oh.
So you put the knight on H4.
Well, do I give a check? Let me just see about a check
King
first.
G6, right?
And then another check.
Now King H5. King H5.
Then I got the rook. This was the dream, that I could defend you, stop you from playing H4. I beg your pardon.
But wait. This is not over yet. No.
Oh,
keep going.
It's
keep
not
going.
over?
No. Now I go H4.
Whoa. Did not see that one. H4. Nice one, Cristian.
But even this is not over.
I still have king.
You take on H4 with the pawn, King G4. You give a check on G6, King F3, but you're in the square. Okay, you're in the square.
Yes.
Rook G3, you exchange and you're in the square.
Wow. By the way, I mean, first of all, they're playing a 6-hour game.
Yeah.
And with no time on their clocks, they're having to calculate some really double-edged lines. I mean, tip of the hat here for the endurance of the players. Wow. Okay,
so she can
what's
still
happening?
go knight F3, by the way. She
So we have
keeps having this opportunity of going
She
knight
didn't.
to F3.
She went rook D5 last move, protecting the pawn.
But now we
this
have
way.
the rook G3 move.
That's the problem. What does she have in mind for that one?
What she wants is to force rook e5, or at least hopes that she's going to play rook e5. No, but rook e5 doesn't make any sense, actually.
Rook g3.
Yeah,
on the
rook
board.
g3 is on the board.
And I think Jennifer's home and dry with this move.
She can sip the water.
Yeah, she can sip the water.
I would still not sip the water.
No, don't touch the water bottle.
Give me a second to relax.
Oh. Yeah, but this does look like finally she did make it hard for herself
Rook f5,
in
king
terms
g6.
of trading the h-pawn, but king g6.
Oh, man.
My goodness. I mean, for a moment there, I just had an illusion, like oh no, I'm rook and knight. Are we going to see rook and knight versus rook? Have you ever had that in your practice, Kate? Rook and knight versus rook?
I don't think so. I remember playing rook and bishop against rook.
Yes, many times
Yes.
in my practice too.
But rook and
She's
knight?
done it. She's going to go for the rook and knight. I once had it against Sergei Kudrin, and he actually gave me a chance to win the game, the opportunity I had missed. But it is actually a pretty easy draw. The rook and bishop can be tricky.
Yeah, with the knight, you always want to just pin the knight, right? And,
Exactly.
it's very hard for black to kind of move it around, whereas if it's a bishop, it's much easier to get out from that pin.
I was about to say this was our last trade, so we can count from 50. Now we can do the 50 move count.
I've actually won rook and knight.
Really?
Really?
Yes, rook and knight versus rook against Durar Bailey, Vasif Durar Bailey.
My Webster teammate, former.
Former Webster teammate.
Okay, so I guess
And
normally it should be very easy.
Yeah, Garry Kasparov famously won it against Judith Polgar, I believe, in Linares. And Erwin Lamy lost it against Magnus Carlsen. So there are tricky moments. But
If you get on the back rank,
yes,
then it becomes a bit murky.
Exactly.
So you should try to do everything in your power to not allow the back rank.
Rook to g4. Do either of you have principles of how to defend this? Like, where should your king be? I mean, when you're playing against rook and bishop versus rook, you have certain principles. You don't go to the corner of the bishop and things of that nature. But in this case,
yes, you do the Cochrane defense. You basically go behind the king.
Yeah.
But before we do that, before we go into those technicalities,
Right.
maybe you guys can tell us about the results.
Absolutely. This is our sole remaining game. And in the other results, wow, there was
a lot of
them.
decisive games.
Yes.
So again, Zatonsky won against Eswaran, Yen drew with Paikidze, Krush won with a really nice tactics against Purkashian.
Yep.
Lee lost a very important game to Yip, who is a leader now in the women's section, and Tokhirjonova won against Abrahamyan,
With Begim.
who is also a leader.
Yes.
Right.
Those two, Carissa and Begim, 2.5. And we have all the results after 3 rounds in the open section.
Yeah, with the youngest player, Abhimanyu and Mishra, leading the open section with 2.5 points out of 3. Really incredible start in the tournament. Then there is a 2-way tie for the second place, Fabiano, Caruana, and Sam Shankland. And then a tons of players with a 50% score.
Exactly. And let's just peek ahead and take a look at the pairings. How about we'll start with the open section. What do you have for us, Kate?
So we have Caruana playing Swiercz, Sevian playing Dominguez, Shankland playing So, Mishra, the leader, playing Niemann. That's going to be a really key matchup for that day.
Absolutely. Marquis.
Yeah. Aronian playing Robson and Xiong playing Tang.
I was about to say, Ray is getting a target on his back with only 1 draw out of the 3 games, losing twice with the white pieces. Not the way he wanted to start his campaign. Absolutely. As we see a rook and knight versus rook ending, we know that the table base will tell us it's an easy draw or a technical draw, what have you. But in actual practice, a number of top players have lost this ending as versus the rook and knight.
And it's also good to remember that players been playing for 5.5 hours,
I know.
right? If you
It's
come
easy for
freshly to
us.
this position, defend it, yes, but after 5.5 hours, it's just so easy to make a mistake.
Definitely.
Rook to g1. That's exactly what she needs to do. So most likely you will give a check on c3, and you can even go with the king on e2. Once the king lands on e4, what you have to do is pin the knight to the king.
So, for example, if I give you a rook check, rook f6 check, which he has done, what were you suggesting,
You can
Cristian?
even go king to e2. I would not go king to e2 because...
King e7, you mean?
Or king
king
e5?
d7.
Can you go
King David
e5?
Yes, what I'm trying to say, king d7.
Right. Because the board kind of
Right.
switched around.
Right,
And the
right.
point is, after king d5, you wanted to pin.
Now I pin the knight, yes.
Yes.
And
That's
against the bishop, that's called the Cochrane defense. And you go on e1. No, not on d1. On e1 is better.
Okay.
On, sorry, d8.
Yes, that's fine. So here and d8,
And if you go on one side, I go the other side with the king.
This way.
And once you move the knight, then at least I can go rook to d7 and then free my king.
Exactly.
But don't we want to keep the king in the center a bit longer, if
Oh,
possible?
for sure. Yes, yes.
So we can just go king e5
Of
after
course.
that check?
That's
from the
probably
starting
the
position.
better
you
way
mean.
of-
I know it looks dangerous, but we don't have to worry about the forks.
Wait. Actually, you do have to worry about the forks.
Do I?
Rook e6, king f4, knight e2.
Yeah, king f5.
You still have king f5. Yeah, but that's a fork.
With trembling hands,
I
king
don't know.
king f5.
I wouldn't do it.
Okay, and she did not. She did, Jennifer, play king e7. She, I don't know, was sensitized to the
I see the fork.
possibility.
I don't go there. Even if I survive, I don't go there.
I always liked Joel Benjamin's, oh, those tricky knights. Oh, those tricky knights. King e7 on the board. And again, is time a factor? I think both players
Both
are
players
now
have 1 minute, a little bit over 1 minute.
relying upon their bonus, 30-second bonus for each and every move they complete. By the way, I just have to say that that's just such a brilliant concept by Bobby Fischer. Today, we just accept that, you get increment. Yeah, of course. But at the time when time trouble, like people were bashing clocks, pieces were going everywhere. You didn't know what was happening because they would get down to seconds. Their flag would be at full mast, and but now very, very calm. Time troubles are not.
I like this move, rook rook g5, pardon me, because we are not allowing the king to go forward.
Yes.
And it's going to take a number of moves again to reshuffle the pieces to allow the king to move.
Exactly. Talia did play knight f3, by the way, tickling the rook, hoping, again, to kind of reset exactly what you're saying, that she can cross the 5th rank barrier.
Probably rook f5 we can expect.
Seems fair. Hitting the knight. Got to say that Jennifer has some very stylish nails. I'm going to ask her which salon she goes to.
I think Talia has to go back with the knight, right?
Yes.
And then decide to do something different. Something like king d6.
Well, hold on, king d3.
King d3, pardon me.
That happens in the rook and bishop versus you try to
When you don't have the pawns there, you kind of forget.
Right?
Which way.
You try to keep a correct score. Your score sheet's a complete mess because you got the board sideways and backwards and upside down.
Feels like the black king is in its field, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Still 40 moves to go, though. So we just started this endgame.
Okay, we can refresh because
Yes,
we have a number of moves.
For sure.
Okay, rook to f6. Time to give a check, right?
Yep. And then I liked...
I think king d6.
Yeah, I liked the idea of not acquiescing and just stepping to the back, but staying as centralized as possible.
No, I think once you go to the back and I have king d5 and you cannot pin me down.
Yeah, with knight checks, terrible things could happen.
Yes,
yeah,
now we play.
Now we really play. Yes, we're enthusiastic, if you will, sorry. So this is the current position. And it seems like Talia's been reflecting on, like, where was my, where did I miss my win?
Okay.
Rook check, she's...
Rook a7 check.
And very quickly, good for her, Jennifer. King d6.
So how to move around here, just to get a chance? Maybe rook b7? Rook g7, I'm sorry. Rook g7, because now white, you know, the king is kind of in, oh, maybe king e5 still possible.
King e5 is a good one, yeah.
Otherwise, I do want to maybe force you again one. If you move the rook somewhere,
yeah, well, if I move
let's say rook f2.
Okay.
Then I go rook g6.
And I'm not sure I want to do this. I'm going to refresh my board, apologies. As a quiet move. Just, I would probably be inclined myself to play king here, but...
But then I go king d5.
Okay.
If you go king e7.
King d5, yes.
And I'm threatening maybe like, it's not really a threat, but rook d5, just to force the king to go.
Well, here she's reaching for her king. Is Jennifer. Yeah, she's done. And you wanted to go where? I'm sorry.
Now king d5. Now I'm a little happier.
I don't know. I'm making room.
Yeah.
Any checks on the side? I'm going to skedaddle to the f6.
So rook a6.
Rook a6.
Can be very patient.
Very. I'll move my king away. King f7. We're getting there. The players are following us with their play. And again, I'm expecting rook f1 here. This is the position where she's just played the move king d. Talia has just played the move king d5.
Rook f1. Okay.
Yep.
Let's say she's going to play that. We don't know yet, but.
And I was moving my king to kind of escape.
Trying to skate away.
Yes. Correct.
Still 37 moves to make?
Who's counting?
Okay.
She's done it. Rook f1.
Following us, rook f1.
By the way, I'm sure there are the software training tools. I know they exist for rook and king and bishop and knight versus king. You can practice.
Rook a6.
Did you ever practice with the software tools for this particular ending?
No, not really. I was practicing like checkmating with bishop and knight.
Yes.
Like
that's
things
what I
like
mean.
that.
Yes. That I've done as well.
Yeah, so king f7, I like that move.
I do too. No?
Because if you play something like, let's say, rook f2.
Well, then if
then
I play
have
rook
king
f2, then yeah, I'm not able to check you.
Right, and I can go rook a7, and then it's going to start getting difficult.
I definitely don't want to make you interested in playing this. But rook d1, Jennifer is saying, check, I'll run away. And if you go king e5, now I get a check from the end. And she has gone king e5, by the way.
Keep checking.
Yes, check came quickly.
Yeah, this is the right defense, to kind of pin the knight,
Absolutely.
not allow the king to kind of move forward with the rook.
King f5. Keep checking.
Who said that? Always check it, maybe mate.
Well, the thing at some point you will have to cover with the knight or get the king back to d5.
Exactly.
And then I'm happy if that's the case.
So what we were just talking about for our audience is at some point after checks we have to block them. Yeah.
But now again, you have to unblock somehow. And
Right.
It's not clear how you're going to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, with the knight it's very difficult to win.
Very difficult.
Your opponent really has to make some serious mistakes along the way.
Cooperation required.
Yes.
I feel like Talia is going to come back to e5 and d5 and then play something else. Because moving the king closer to the rook is just getting further away from her plan.
Exactly. Wow, it really is nice as a commentator when they do precisely what you just said. Normally it's the curse. She will never play king e5 to d5 and right on cue. King e5 and king back to d5, and then we were just saying king f7. And I think also Jennifer has also planned the move rook d1. Here, one of the things I would try to do, just to kind of hopefully befuddle my opponent, would be to make a tempo move like this and say, okay, what are you going to do? And if they play king, happily, then you just said it. You called it accurately there. King d5 on the board.
Jennifer will go for the second time, rook d8, rook d1.
Okay. And like I say, I kind of make a tempo move and just try to wrong foot Jennifer for a moment. She did play rook d1, yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Tempo move, rook b6.
Yes. Now
just hoping,
skating.
Yeah, just hoping against hope that king d7, rook b7 check, and white is really suddenly in some dangerous waters. You have
or
to
just the simple rook to d2 as well, right? Because
well,
then I can go.
Rook d2, king
Wait a minute.
e5.
Is she trying to do that?
Rook d2, king e5, and
that's
then
what I'm saying. Yeah.
We can do rook d3.
Okay, rook e1.
Okay, good move by Jen.
That also makes a lot of sense.
Yes, truly.
But now maybe I will go knight f3.
Knight f3.
Then I give you a check.
King e5.
Now I skate towards the center. King d7.
Yeah, run. I think we have knight c4, and I'm going to refresh my board.
Knight f5. I know. c4, f5 is the same thing at this point. Yes, king f7, knight h6.
Knight h6.
King g7, okay. She's getting closer to the knight. The problem is you need the knight to cross with your king.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you're just simply...
The knight has to act as a bridge so that your king can, you know, either cross a file or a rank. So knight e5, king e6 on Talia's agenda, but we're getting closer and closer to our 50 move rule. Kate,
I think so far we have 20 moves.
Right.
So still 30 moves
30
left.
moves to go. And in fact, I see Talia making slight progress right now.
Right? Knight e5.
Knight e5 is next.
King
so
e6, and maybe then going rook b2, rook g2.
well, knight e5, actually rook g6. And then where do you put the king, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm starting to see hope. Not much.
Not much. I think we have a rook check on the board.
The rook check is on the board.
So king
e6 or king e5? Probably king e5. Actually, king e6 and knight e5.
I think king e6.
That's okay. I see what you're trying to do.
No, king e4.
King e4, she wants to put her king on
That's
g5.
a bit unexpected.
Very much so. Here I would probably just try to cut the king from the f5 square. Rook F1.
I feel like king e6, we are really slowly getting the king into corner, taking away more and more squares.
I thought king e6 might have been more practical, troubling. I mean, it's still the table base will tell you draws, but it'll also say, you know, one move loses too, you know. You do have those.
Yeah. Because now probably... Oh, if I go rook f1, I think what Talia wants to do is to give check on b7.
Okay.
And now if you go forward,
yes.
Now check on e5.
Now I don't want to get skewered, so I will have to go to h6, yes?
Did we make any?
A little bit. I mean, you kind of
right.
pushed me a little bit around. Unfortunately, I don't think it's enough pushing. You haven't pushed me off the edge of the board, you know. Knight h6. Let me refresh.
I feel we've seen this position before.
It's. I think it's slightly different because now after king.
And now king e7, right?
Yes.
Okay, king e7. Because if you go king g7, then.
Yes, king g7.
Then king f5.
You might have some problems.
Let's say rook f1.
Yeah. Then king g5, and then you
king
cover.
g5, and then I can hide.
Right.
With the knight. Well, maybe king f2 and
king f7 and then yeah. True that. With king e7. Well, I have to say, I think Jennifer has defended this quite accurately. She still has 30 more moves to go, but so far so good.
Yeah, and I think she kind of understood this idea of staying far away with the rook, pinning the knight when necessary, and just skating with the king.
Exactly.
Once again, the same thing. You can just simply skate.
So here again, this whole idea of check, king d5 and knight d4 is a kind of a setup that we would like to avoid. So something like king c7 and run away from the king would be my choice.
And players are gaining time, right? They were less than 1 minute. Now both of them have more than 2 minutes. Talia actually 3.5 minutes.
Surprise for me. Rook e1 check, king d5. And again, I'm trying to avoid rook d1, knight d5.
But she did make the check.
Right.
D1.
She goes right for it. And Talia's hoping that she can give a rook check at this moment. And no can do, says Jennifer. Rook check, I'm not going backwards, I'm going to f6.
So can we come back to that like position where she had the chance of king e6? And I don't mean moving necessarily back, but maybe if Talia is trying to get that position, you know, when she had the king e6 chance?
Not exactly.
Yeah, here.
Here.
Move here, one more. Yeah,
Want
king
me to
b7,
go forward
yes.
or backwards?
Forward? No, the other way around.
Backwards.
Yes.
Okay.
And here,
Yes.
king e6.
Yes.
So I think this is a interesting position to look at.
Right, much better chances for black in this situation. She's looking to play knight e5 check and rook b7 check and trying to corral the king. Let me just refresh my board for just a moment.
So let's see if Talia can be trying to get into that position now again. Okay, we are targeting the rook. If Jennifer decides to give check on d1, then we move to e5. Now there is no check on e1 because the knight is guarding it.
Right.
So the king has to go somewhere.
Yeah, now rook to d1 check that. Okay, rook to e2. At least there's no more check on d2 right now. So perhaps I can try to take advantage somehow. But how do I do it? How do I do it is the big, big question. Okay, so she's trying to transfer. If she would have one more move, she could play the move knight to e4, and that wouldn't allow white to give a check on d2. But the right response to this is to just go back to the first rank.
Which is rook e1?
Rook e1, yes.
And just say, go ahead, do your worst.
We're doing the same thing over and over again.
Right. But the whole point is, whenever you get checked, you just don't want to go to the edge of the board.
No, I'm not going there.
You want to stay as close, off the edges of the board as you can.
But did we make an improvement here if I go king d5, king e5?
A question. I'm not 100% sure. You're going to give me a check, right?
Right.
And again, I don't want to go anywhere near there.
And now king f5.
King
and you don't have the check on f2.
Uh-oh.
No more
Alert.
check.
Alert.
Okay, all right.
That
I call that a victory.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah, the moral victories are very, very important. Yes. Yeah. I still remember that. That was actually hilarious. Tony Miles was meeting every opening move, d4, c4, e4, any kind of opening move with one b6, followed by bishop b7. And I started the game with g3 on my first move. And he leaned across the board and he said in a very loud voice, "I love these moral victories."
No more b6 for you.
No more b6 for you.
Nicely done. Yes.
I know, exactly.
Check. Okay.
Check.
All right.
Talia hoping to just wear Jennifer down here.
Jennifer needs 20 more moves.
20 more moves.
Okay.
Okay, so running away, right? King d7.
Commentator's dinner is cancelled.
Cancelled. The Subway sandwiches.
Right. Subway sandwiches for us.
I remember we were playing in Skellefteå, the Grandmasters Association World Cup, and
Wait a minute. Rook d1.
Rook d1. Gary Kasparov.
Still cannot
Ooh,
push
whoa.
I still cannot
push
push
rook
you
check,
yet.
rook e2.
Yes, rook e2.
Sorry, rook a7 check, rook d7.
D7.
I was going to say, whoa.
I was feeling something happening, but not yet.
Yeah, we had just finished the GMA, and Gary Kasparov had tied for first with Anatoly Karpov, and he was very dissatisfied about the shared first place. He said, "Yes, sir, we got to play some blitz. I need money for dinner." We're going to play like $10 a game. I said, "Gary, you may win, but you're not going to eat well." We played till like 2 in the morning. And the McDonald's had closed and get a Happy Meal. He was so upset.
Did he make any money?
And he didn't make any money either. It was like $10.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It was tough. That's
so
in a
you
very
were holding your
important-
ground.
Gary and I, boy, we had wars. Blitz wars, at least. Rook check, rook d7. You can't get any better than this for Talia. I mean, the moment
what's next?
What is she going to do?
D1.
Oh, I'm just going to refresh. She did try the rook check, and immediately Jennifer interposed her rook.
She'll probably try to get from the other side, right? Like rook h6.
That would be a dream if we could get 2 moves in a row, rook h6 and rook h7, yes.
The problem is, soon she's also going to face the music in terms of number of moves.
Absolutely.
And this happened to me in a rook and bishop endgame recently. I got the winning position. But
Oh no, you ran out of moves.
Yes, I ran out of moves.
Oh.
It was very sad.
Oh my.
Okay, rook b7.
So what about check on e6?
Yes.
Well, again, the one thing I don't want to do is to drop back and
that's how you lose. That's actually how you're getting close to losing.
So I'm absolutely staying.
Check again.
Okay.
Now, if you go to c7, then I'm bringing my knight.
And
I'm going to checkmate you, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm avoiding the edges. Let's put it that way. Avoiding all of the
And
edge
if I play
squares.
something like rook d5 here.
Okay, rook a5. I kind of like this move. It's a smart move.
What's a smart move?
Let's
rook
see what
a5.
happened.
She played rook a5.
Just stopping any checks, right?
Right.
Okay.
Now, if you go on the first rank, I give you a check on the 7th.
Right.
And in the meantime, I'll try to bring my knight in.
Okay, so if she waits, which she just did.
Now I will try to find something to do with my knight.
Okay, and more waiting. So you kind of got the setup, and at some point you got to reroute the knight, right?
I have to do that, yeah. So let's do that.
So as soon as I kind of
knight f5,
get out of the way, more getting out of the way. Anytime you move your rook, I'm going to give you a check.
Then rook
Oh boy.
d5.
Rook d5, and get out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
sorry,
know.
I'm just
I'm
going to
accomplishing
yeah,
here.
I don't know what I'm doing either, actually.
Jennifer is just defending very well.
She really is.
Oh,
like a pro.
Never mind. Rook d7. You're not getting me on the first rank.
No, no. Been there, done that.
Rook
Okay.
a6.
Right.
So trying to give check on e6.
Yes. Didn't we just see this? Though?
I think we
wasn't,
did.
wasn't my rook on
Right, we're looking at
rook
I
b7
think rook
and
b7.
I think we did look
and that was we went here, and you were saying, well, if I could put my rook on h6 and then check, okay, then we
No,
have
but
to
rook
check
b7 actually, rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6
Now
and knight
you're in
c5.
trouble.
Pardon me, what?
Rook
e6.
e6.
This
Now you
exact
have to go on
moment.
the 8th rank. I don't want this.
I can't go here, that's a fork, and I can't go here, that's a fork.
No.
Ooh.
We don't want this.
Okay.
No way.
But she didn't.
She hasn't played rook b7 yet.
Oh, okay.
So what she can do is just simply go back to d1.
That makes a lot of sense. Yes.
Keep the rook as far as possible.
It's possible,
right?
yeah.
That's
Wow.
exactly what she played.
Impressive. Again, you know, like we're sitting here very comfortably in studio, talking about the position. They're the ones under the pressure of the ticking clock. Last 5-6 hours.
Oh, yes.
And nice.
Lots of
Best
tension.
to
But we've
sound.
seen Jennifer. She saves these type of positions. She's never out of contention. She's a fighter.
Truly. And just winning last year's U.S. championship in that tiebreaker against Irina Krush, where literally she blundered a piece and fought her way out of that. That was incredible to watch.
I think she even won that game.
Yeah, it was incredible.
I think that had to be like her biggest save in her chess career.
No
Absolutely.
question.
Absolutely. Especially given the stakes.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm starting to sound hungry right
Hungry or angry?
Steaks.
The stakes were high.
What kind of steaks are we talking about?
Yeah. King.
Now the king is okay.
Right.
Now we're entering the final 10 moves.
Really?
Yes.
It's that.
I think
I
Talia
think
might
Talia,
actually. I think she's done. Yes.
She's done it. She's kind of recognized.
Sipping
that.
water, or what is happening?
Yeah.
Yep. And that's gonna be it.
10 more moves. Or 9 more
I
moves.
think we've just seen these last reps here, and Jennifer's going to say, look.
Oh, but can they do that? They have to get approval, right?
think Chris was.
I think Chris is okay.
You're absolutely right. That was a three-card.
You're right. Okay.
Chris Bird did not go to the computer to say, I'm sorry.
No.
Chris was like, I believe you, I believe you.
You're right.
Arbiters too, running the Subway sandwich.
I'm not sure what Frank is saying. I don't think he's disputing this, but
nicely done, ladies.
Oh,
nicely done. Well,
Fighting
that was a good
game.
It really
fight,
was.
Great fight.
And
No,
very big
absolutely.
save for Jennifer.
Oh, no question about it. That's how you win championships, saving those very difficult positions. This was a very, very difficult one. And Christian, there was so much blood being spilled everywhere. And Fabi winning that game too, that was remarkable too. Just squeezing out that victory at the end.
Absolutely, and you're starting to see the cracks in terms of energy levels, right? Towards the end of these games, you start seeing the blunders, the mistakes, and this is exactly what you have to do if you want to score victories at the US Chess Championships. You have to fight all the way until the end. It's never easy, as you can see from this game, the last final game between Talia and Jennifer. What a fight that was, but I have to say, Talia had it in the bag, and she's going to beat herself after she sees what she missed. Nevertheless, still plenty of games left, and we're going to be here to call it tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow is the day before the rest date, so you know these players are going to try to bring everything they have over the chessboard.
Absolutely, and thank you for that, Christian. And here we have it.
Yeah,
the
standings for the open section. Abhimanyu Mishra, incredible performance, 2.5 points out of 3. He even said he did not expect that to happen. Two-way tie for the second place, Fabiano, Caruana, and Sam Shankland.
With a lot of players at 50% in the standings, and the ladies, this result in the books is going. We know that it's a share of first two co-leaders.
Right.
Carissa.
We have Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova. But we will wait for. We see Ray Robson
I
with
was about
half
to
a
say.
point here. Great first game, but didn't finish as he wanted to. He's my former teammate. I hope he's gonna bounce back soon.
And here it is, standings in the ladies.
Yeah, in the women's section, 2.5 points. Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova tying for first place. And then we have a three-way tie for third place. Irina, Krush, Anna Zatonsky, and Nazi Paikidze.
Yeah, thank you. And we want to say, even though it's been a very long broadcast, we appreciate your hanging in there with us. Thank you so very much. We will see you all tomorrow for round 4 of the National Championships. Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.